Space RPG Game Character Reincarnation, From Alien Food to Galactic Hero. Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Damn, I'm so dead, I mutter to myself. The hardcore space fleet RPG, where players become an officer in a galactic empire and joins the fight against humanity's archenemy, the Zorks. Players can take on the role of a strategic officer, commanding fleets, or they can be space marines, enjoying the endless battle against the Zorks. You can also be a psychic, a scientist, or, of course, a merchant, doctor, or pharmacist. Even an outlier like a space pirate is an option. Or maybe you'd rather be a singer or actor spreading propaganda. You can even aim to overthrow the government as a revolutionary or become a tattoo artist who enhances psychers with special tattoos. There are tons of players who choose to be plumbers or farmers, too. Basically, it's a game where you enjoy life under an eternal wartime regime. The story is completely player-driven. The NPC-related scenarios are all auto-generated by AI. The only fixed event is probably the initial encounter with the Zorks. The game begins with a flashback to a year before the start, when the Imperial Military Academy's training ship Ikazuchi encountered the revived Zorks at an ancient ruin on a colonized planet. The Ikazuchi, along with its escort battleship, was shot down, and all 1,500 military personnel and students aboard were devoured by the Zorks. And guess who was playing the role of the Ikazuchi's acting captain during the training exercise? Me, Leo Kamishiro. Born into a marquis family in financial ruin, he coasted on his family name to become the student council president, a borderline useless fool. Since he was the student council president, he ended up playing the captain in the training. If that's all it was, it wouldn't have been so bad. There's always a need for people who are just warming seats. After all, they probably cause less harm than overly aggressive incompetence. Their family status will do all the heavy lifting for them. But Leo was out of luck. If no accident happened, this training exercise would have just ended with him daydreaming. But this time, the training ship was struck by a violent shaking. If he had drone herd to investigate or sent out someone to do it, he might have bought enough time for a few people to escape. But he was spacing out and missed the signs. The shaking was from a Zork's anchor striking the ship. To make matters worse, the crew of the escort ship, the battleship Shiranami, was incompetent too. They were even more hopeless than Leo, who was just a student. They didn't investigate either and just continued on with the exercise. The result, total annihilation, so was the incident summed up in the game's archive. In short, I'm just a nobody, one of those background characters nobody remembers. No matter what I do, I'm not going to have much of an impact on history. And just a little while ago, when I was about to eat, the ship shook and I hit my head. And that's when I remembered the memory of my past life and realized that I'm now the nobody. Talk about godly timing. So, I put my slightly perverted brain into overdrive. Right now, on the bridge, we've got a glasses girl, Claire, a sub-heroine. Yeah, a glasses girl. She's a vice captain with glasses. Let me say it again, she's a glasses girl. She would show up in front of the players as a senior. Here, she's going to be killed once, but her brain's backup data will be safely retrieved, and she'll be revived as a clone. Her revenge storyline, where she struggles with her own identity, is a real tearjerker. Unlike Leo's Leo. He's just air, glasses girl rules, but I don't have time for this. Claire, activate the anomaly detection system. Click, now all that's left is for Claire, playing the vice captain, to hit the confirmation button, and the system will be online. But the manual says we need approval from the Shiranami. Just do it. They won't make a fuss over something so minor. Understood, I'll report it later. Claire nods and hits the button. Vice Captain's confirmation done. Anomaly detection system activated. Anchor attack is one of space pirates' basic tactics. They use an electromagnetic anchor to board the target ship. But this is the Zorks we're talking about. They don't use any fancy photon anchor or sci-fi tech like that. Their anchor is a physical one, absurdly tough too. Unless you hit it with solid ammo or burn it with a specialized weapon, you can't cut it. Unfortunately, this ship doesn't have any solid ammo, and the specialized weapons haven't been developed yet. In short, we're totally fucked. Right then, an alert shows up. Leo, anomaly detected. Something's launching anchors at us. Could be space pirates. Pull up the images. I knew it was the Zorks, but I figured I'd just feign ignorance. Pulling up the images, what is that? The screen shows a giant, hermit crab-like creature. That's the Zork, a type of crustacean-like alien. They come in sizes ranging from the size of a spaceship to the size of a human. They look like something between a crab and a spider. A massive Zork flying through space with smaller ones riding on its back. It's like something from a fever dream. Their exoskeleton is insanely tough. Our ship's energy weapons won't even dent it. If we had solid ammunition, we might be able to crack it, though. Oh, and they're poisonous. Eating them will kill you. You have to burn them at high temperatures just to be able to farm where they've been, too. It's like they exist just to screw over humanity. The ancient civilization that sealed them away, sure, was incredible. They were sealed in ruins across the galaxy, but when Planet Sanctuary was developed, they were revived. They launched their invasion from numerous ancient ruins. Their purpose and biology are a mystery. Only the game developers know. Anyway, today marks the start of their invasion. Claire, contact HQ and terminate the exercise. Have the cadets evacuate in escape pods to the nearest military base. But we need the instructor's permission. We'll be dead before we get it. Nothing. Inform the escort ship too. Why yes. No response. There's about 30 minutes until we're all wiped out. 15 minutes until this ship is destroyed. But it'll take about an hour for all the cadets to evacuate. No way we've got enough time. Should I escape alone? No chance. Our actions are monitored via brain chips. Even as the acting captain, fleeing in the face of the enemy is a death sentence. They'd strip my family of its title. Even if I escaped, the only option left would be to become a space pirate. And in the worst-case scenario, they might drop a planet-destroying bomb on my home planet, wiping it out along with its entire population. The marquee title is an achievement any player can earn just by playing the game normally. There must have been tens of thousands of players with that title. Even if one was executed, got banned, no one would notice. And hundreds of players were executed daily for drone eating or cheating. So yeah, escape isn't an option. Approve full evacuation now, we'll all die otherwise. Why yes. The alarm blared loudly. Claire, you need to evacuate too. I'll stay behind. I mean, I have to. If I don't stay and operate the combat drones, we're done for. The combat drones require high-ranking officers to authenticate their identity every minute to prevent hacking. A damn unnecessary feature. Well, if the drones were hijacked, it'd be a disaster. The qualified personnel include the instructors on the escort ship, myself, and a few other top-performing students. In other words, someone among the captain, vice captain, chief accountant, or chief security officer has to sacrifice themselves. As the captain, that someone has to be me. If I don't stay behind, it's a death sentence. Damn. Normally, when you're reincarnated, you get countless op cheats, right? Whoever reincarnated me, fuck you. Get out here if you dare. I'm gonna whoop your ass. I grab a pistol-shaped laser gun. Solid ammo would be more effective against the Zorks, so I'd rather have a machine gun, but we don't have any on board. After this incident, the Imperial ships would be retrofitted with these weapons as standard equipment, but nobody knows about the Zorks at this point, so it can't be helped. Camera, start recording. Upload the battle data to the Imperial cloud. Also, back up my IC chip's information. The IC chip in my brain can be used to create a clone with my memories, but the me that's here and now will still die. But if I'm going to be eaten, I'll take as many of those Zorks down with me as I can. Claire. What? The girl is so panicked that she dropped the formal tone. Keep the comms open. I'm going to stream my fight. All right, got it. But why? Well, I'm gonna die anyway, so I figured I'd at least give a final speech. Like Jiren's speech, man, that was epic, but every guy dreamed to do it at some point. Of course, aside from immortalizing my heroic death, it'll also serve as evidence for the military tribunal later. All right, got it. You are live in 3, 2, 1, go. At Claire's cue, the broadcast begins. Attention cadets, this is Leo, your acting captain. Right now, we're under attack by an unknown enemy, and we've lost contact with our escort battleship. So, following the training manual, we're initiating an emergency evacuation. Get to the escape pods immediately and head to the nearest military base. Don't try to fight back. We'd only get in the way of the escort crew. I'll stay behind to command the security drones and I forgot what I was going to say, even though I'd rehearsed it 100 times in my head. And I need all of you to survive. Make sure to avenge me. Since, next time we meet, I'll be a clone. H-A-H-H-A. I hear someone sobbing. It was supposed to be a joke, but looks like it bombed spectacularly. I look over and see Claire crying. The whole mood feels like a funeral. Don't worry about me, Claire. I mean, we're all going to die. Not just me, all to make the Zorks look as scary as possible. That thought kind of pisses me off. I glance at the knife in my hand. It's a metal one from the outdoor survival kit, better than a laser blade at least. Then there are grenades. They should come in handy. And the pistol-shaped energy weapon. It's for self-defense, but it packs the same punch as a regular rifle, just harder to aim because of the design. I put on the full-face marine helmet, lowering the visor. Then I finish by putting on my combat gauntlets. Now that I'm in full suit, it really hits home that I may die soon. I glance back and see Claire's still there. Hurry up and evacuate. Good luck. If we make it back, let's go on a date. Later. I cheerfully walk out of the room. On the handheld device provided to the cadets, I activate the security drones. The display shows the little drones, which look like RC cars with turrets, rolling through the ship. All right, time to start the show. Mic and camera online, let's get this live stream started. Chapter 2. Hey guys, it's your captain here. Today, we'll be diving into battling mysterious space creatures. Woohoo, only got a few minutes left to live though. All right, let's kick off the worst stream in history. First up, let's start with some strawberry talk. Y'all probably hate me, right? A marquee kid who got to be top of the class with mediocre grades, just riding on his family power. Now I'm the captain, thanks to that. Bet plenty of you scholarship kids wanted to kill me, huh? Well, too bad. Being top means I'm the one who have to sacrifice myself to let you bastards evacuate. Woohoo! A creaking sound echoes as the ship's outer wall is breached. They'll break in soon. I've prepared for this. Got 3 plans ready, plans A to C impressive, right? All right. Time to hop into some heavy machinery. Plan A is to fight the Zorks. Honestly, I'm about to piss myself, but if I miss this chance, I'll just be a nobody. And besides, I really want to let everyone escape. That's my genuine wish. We've got some humanoid mechs for the extravehicular training on the ship. They're just a bit less than 4 meters tall. They're the kind you ride in, with a bulletproof crystal cockpit, though they're not made for combat. We use them for ship repairs and mine clearing during drills. These ones are pretty new and runs on battery power. The models from 50 years ago used cables. If it were one of those, it'd be game over. The reason they still need human hands despite advanced drones is to counter hacks and EMP attacks. The bigger the machine, the more vulnerable they are. And most importantly, when it comes to operating big machines, humans are just cheaper than advanced AI. Man, no escaping capitalism, huh? I use my biometrics to open the cockpit and climb into the mech. The narrow, nearly exposed control space locks me in, and the safety harness clicks into place automatically. The cockpit seals shut, and the various instruments light up, showing camera feeds. Everything feels familiar, probably thanks to Leo's memories, and I used to play mech simulator game all the time. Sensors are all normal. Then a high-pitched startup noise echoes in the cockpit. Preliminary activation complete. Since this mech isn't for combat, it doesn't have roller dashes. A shame, I've always wanted to try those. My weapon. A blast hammer for ship maintenance, designed to work in space with some weird explosive mechanism. It's for ship repairs and other tasks, using blasts to enhance its impact. And then there's the plasma gun. Just kidding, it's a welding gun. Pretty much the same thing though. I check the ship's inventory. Escape pods, all launched. Didn't count mine, of course. Drones, all deployed. All right, good. Now how many people are watching my stream? Wait a sec. There are billions of viewers? Must be a bug. Whatever, not my problem. Ha 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 ha. Real sorry you guys won't get to kill me, but since it's the end, I'm gonna spill everything. I'll leave my shame behind. Share some dumb stories at my funeral, all right? I know I was always moody and gloomy, but I'm not really into that stuff. But when I show my true self, my family gets mad. Oh, and by the way, isn't Akita Megumi from Class B cute? People call her a scrawny chicken, but those ribs sticking out are kinda hot, don't you think? I can feel my memories blending with Leo's. Soon, we'll probably become one. Leo was the type who had to act like a jerk because of family pressure. When you're raised on, as a noble this, as a noble that, from a young age, your personality gets twisted. Also, he's a massive closet perv. He'd yell, "You commoners are not my equal." But deep down, he had the most messed up fetishes. He ogled every girl in the class, especially the ones people often called plain or ugly. Leo, we could have shared a drink or two, but I draw the line at your fantasy about your boss and TRing your girlfriend in your 30s. Also, your thing for your friends' moms. Still, buddy, I respect your kinks. Wait, he never even had any friends. Ha ha ha. Oops, I said that out loud. Before I can take it back, the wall of the ship is breached. Through the hole, the Zorks slowly appear, oxygen levels dropping. Sealing the bulkheads. Air starts leaking out, and with a warning, the bulkheads close. But those bulkheads won't hold the Zorks. With a screeching sound, one bulkhead after another begins to buckle. The Zorks are quickly approaching the bridge. As I tense up, I can't help shout, "Nina from our class, you keep saying I'm too fat to be popular. But most of the guys in class are totally into you. Me included, we all love you. Hooray for extra fluff." Just as I finish yelling, the bulkhead shatters with a deafening crack. Air rushes out, and a massive crab-like creature appears. Kishaya! How the hell is it screaming without air? Holy crap, this is terrifying. It's way scarier in real life. In a panic, I roar back, "Raha!" I've fought in melee battles in VR countless times. This crab is a Zork Type D, a grunt. With a marine power armor, I'd easily. Oh wait, that hasn't been developed yet. Guess I'll use this explosion-assisted hammer. Kishaya! The crab's claw comes down at me, just like in the game. I swing my hammer to meet it. The impact assist function multiplies the force, and the claw flies off with a loud thud. Without visor, my eyes are burning from the flash. I'm not wearing it because I wanted a wider field of view, but damn, it's bright. This time, I aim the hammer at its body and slam it down. Take this. Thud, the explosive boost leaves my hands numb, and the deafening noise nearly blows out my ears. The smoke from the blast fills the air, and sparks burn my eyes. Just as I regret not wearing the visor, the shell around its body shatters. I quickly pull out the welding gun and jam it into the Zork's exposed flesh. Die. I pull the trigger repeatedly. The smell of burning flesh fills the air. The Zork collapses, torn to pieces. Damn, my eyes hurt. Ha ha ha, I did it. Hell yeah, I won, did you guys see that? My first real-life fight, and I won. I shoot the unbroken part of the shell with my laser gun. Just as expected, the laser bounces off. That's why I used the welding gun. It has way stronger firepower. Laser weapons don't work that well on this thing. You've got to use solid bullets or break through the armor up close. Next time, make sure we're stocked with solid ammo. Not that I'll be around to see it. In the early days, humanity kept losing battle after battle against the Zorks, according to the game's lore. Their standard weapons were useless. As a result, they abandoned several planets, and many noble families were wiped out. That's when they came up with the hammer kamikaze strategy. The devs probably forced in this close combat nonsense just because they wanted to have some close combat in their game, nothing more. I won't forgive them, damn developers. Anyway, history might change because of this, but whatever. I'm gonna die here anyway. I check the security drones on my helmet terminal. More than half are already gone. They're so useless. Well, all they have are laser weapons. All right, time for Plan B drones. Switch to self-destruct mode. Blow yourselves up as soon as you see any hostiles. I yell, my ears still ringing from the explosions. Self-destruct mode activated. Explosions echo all around. Still, how much can this even do against absurd creatures that can swim through space with just their flesh and blood? These aren't bombs made to break through their shells. We're still in the early stages, before the new Zork with physical weapon resistance. So this will do for now. It'll at least buy some time. If I can let my classmates escape, I win. All right, let's keep going. Though my ears are completely busted, that ringing won't stop. Just taking down one of them did this much damage. Let's keep this going. Elena Sato from Class C, you say you're ugly, but girl, you've got a face that pops with makeup. Own it. I love your freckles and those sharp eyes. I can see the Zorks coming down the hallway. The corridor's too narrow for them, and they're getting stuck. Idiots. don't underestimate a student training ship, especially one from a public school. Even if the marquis's son is aboard, there's no extra funding for luxury. It's a small, outdated model. I fire the welding gun at the fire extinguisher. White powder sprays everywhere, and for a moment the Zork swarm freezes. I dash into the ship's dock and lower the bulkhead. The end's getting real close now. Time to go out with a bang. Chapter 3. All right, let's take a quick break. I'm muttering to myself when it happens. Just as I relax, the wall shatters. That's way too fast. Before I can even scream, I'm hurled against the opposite wall, along with the pieces of debris that fly at me. I gasp for air and choke. Looks like I underestimated the Zorks. My ribs are broken from that hit. It hurts to breathe. In front of me, I can see a massive pair of pincers. That thing just broke through the room's wall. I crawl across the floor, desperate to escape. I pick up the hammer I dropped in the impact and stand up. That's when I notice something is wrong. Not only is my chest in pain, but my stomach hurts too. Looking down, I see a piece of debris has pierced through my mech and is lodged in my abdomen. Damn it, I'm done for. This mech's armor is only good for deflecting debris and avoiding fatal injuries. But against the Zorks, that might as well be paper armor. It feels like my muscles are torn. I can't even put strength into my stomach. Ah, crap, is this it already? My body leans over on its own, no longer obeying my will. But I force strength into my legs. Not yet. I can still go on. My solo performance isn't over yet. I'll burn my life to the last ember. Screw the live stream to us. I'll keep going until my last breath. Blood is leaking down the edge of my mouth. No big deal. It's a man's mark of honor. Now, let's turn up the heat. Melissa from Class D, I know you hate looking like a boy's butt. Tomboyish girls are the treasure of humanity. I walk forward with the hammer in hand. As expected of mysterious creatures that can take down a battleship. The Zorks are way too strong. I guess buying time all by myself is impossible after all. I don't have the energy to run anymore. Yo, kept you waiting, you shitty crab. But someone's got to draw the short straw. I raise the hammer. Ren from Class E. Stop putting yourself down just because you're a beast. No guy hates beast ears. Even girls love 'em. Beast ears rock. With a sickening crunch, the pincers sink into my chest. I can hear the sound of bones breaking somewhere inside me. Damn it, neither the mech nor the combat suit are any use. But that's not gonna stop me. Sacrificing my bones, I slam the hammer into Zork. But the bastard sends me flying straight into the wall. With another wet crunch, the impact feels like my organs are about to burst out. But fortunately, my jaw isn't shattered. And I didn't bite my tongue. I'm still in one piece. The show can still go on. Too bad for you, I'm still alive. Maybe I should stir up some patriotism in the audience. Hey, you watching viewers, you're gonna face these Zorks next. Aren't you excited? Oh wait, I didn't mean to spill that. Me and my big mouth, but it's not a lie either. 6 months from now, the Empire will start national mobilization and conscript any able-bodied people. A ton of planets will be destroyed. Half of the students are probably going to die. Cough, I cough out blood. Ah, great, my organs are done for. I guess this is it. Hope everyone's already evacuated. But then it comes. Backup drone deployment complete. The system announces that Plan C is ready. Cough, shitty crab. Looks like I cough. Oh man, that's so uncool, but I won. Plan C is in effect. Something shoots out from behind me. The backup drones I've purposely left behind. And they're loaded with grenades. Ha ha ha, I've rigged them to the outer wall. They're going to blow this whole section to bits. Self-destruction is the ultimate way for the captain to go out. I've always wanted to try it. A drone zooms toward the cracked shell of the Zork I've broken. With my last bit of strength, I saluted the drone as it charged toward its final self-destructive act. Thank you all for your support. Please look forward to the continued exploits of Leo Kamishiro. Whoops, that's not my parting words. Want to end this with a cool classic. Let's do a retake. Cough. More blood goes flying from my mouth. Ah, I've really hit my limit. It's really over now. Time to say something serious for my last words. Everyone listen. I'm going to die, so please delete all the porn I've saved locally on my room's terminal. That way, I can remain pure in your memories. Ah, I messed up again. I meant to say, glory to the Empire. Or rather, I'm already tainted, aren't I? Ah, whatever, I'm going to die soon anyway. My consciousness starts fading. This time for sure I'll say it. Glory to the Empire. I'll show them the ultimate death scene. By the way, do you guys prefer boobs or butts? I'm a boob guy. I messed up again. Whatever, I've said everything I wanted to. So I weakly mutter my final words. All right. Glory to the Empire. I press the self-destruct button. The room explodes. The wall behind me shatters. Air and debris are sucked into space. And I get sucked out too. Like seriously, I'm getting tossed out like trash into the void of space. Shouldn't I be going out in a blaze of glory like Matsunaga Hisahide or something? But no, I'm being ejected like garbage. I spin wildly, tumbling further and further away from the ship with the debris. There's nothing I can do. Then I see the training ship explode in a huge fireball. Achievement unlocked, Matsunaga Hisahide. Luckily, none of the debris hits me. I guess I avoided instant death. As I tumble through space, the thrusters on my mech activated, stabilizing my spinning. I'm glad I didn't have to die spinning around like that. I was about to puke. The suit's thrusters also slow my speed, saving me from flying faster than a bullet. Now I'm drifting away from the ship at a more manageable pace. The mech and my combat suit's shields are protecting me from the harshness of space. At least until the life support system's battery runs out. Wait, I'm going to slowly die in space. Guys, today I'll be giving you a detailed commentary on how to die slowly in space. Change, get Zundam in here. We want to hear her reviews of sus products mailed from overseas. While I'm deep in that dumb one-man comedy routine, I suddenly go into sage mode. All I can see is the endless dark void. It feels like it's going to swallow me up. Well, it already did, more like I got sucked into it. Ha ha ha, hilarious. The light on my helmet is no use. Captain Leo, the whole crew is safe. So you have to make it too. Claire's voice comes through. Did she mean I'm not done until I'm back? Well, I've bought them time and they're safe. That's mission accomplished in my book. Leo, are you alive? Answer me. But I can't respond anymore. Blood is filling my mouth, and I can't see a damn thing. Damn it. If at least one of my limbs was torn off, I could have bled out and lost consciousness by now. Do I have to stare into this darkness until I die? Lady Luck, do you really hate me that much? I'm fuming when a new voice comes through. Ha ha ha, looks like you're having fun. Let me join in. Lady Luck. The voice coming through the bone conduction speaker in my helmet is that of a young girl. An ally, her voice is high-pitched, sounding like a kindergarten kid. Rescue Leo of the Kamishiro family. He's a hero. Yes, ma'am. Exterminate those inferior creatures and show them the Empire's might. Don't you dare lose to a cadet. Take up your hammers. Charge. Uwo. I can hear the voices of a bunch of old men too. What the hell is this? Things suddenly got super intense, but whatever, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. A bright light pierces the endless darkness. I can see a ridiculously flashy ship. It bears the Emperor's crest. Alongside it is a personal emblem, a rose and a skull. Oh, right, that voice and that over-the-top emblem. It's her, Princess Veronica, the 128th Imperial Princess, one of the main heroines. Looks like I'm saved. Really shouldn't have mentioned those porns. With that muttered regret, I let my consciousness fade. Seems I'm not dying just yet. Chapter 4. When I come to, I'm in the hospital. My lower hair hasn't been shaved. Disappointing. The hospital room is private. I'm scared of what this is going to cost. Well, my family is a Marquis household, so it should be manageable, probably. On the room's terminal, the news is all about our first encounter with the Zorks being widely reported. I wanted to make a cool speech like Jihren, but it turned into a full-on public confession of my fetishes instead. It's been a life full of shame. Twitch, twitch. Oh no, I'm kind of getting excited. Let me say it again. The idea of being stared at with cold eyes by thousands, no, millions of people, it excites me. Just kidding, mentally I'm falling apart. A bunch of male students gather in my room. For some reason, they're getting teary-eyed. A guy with glasses and a side-parted two-block haircut comes up to my bed. I think he's a classmate, but I don't really remember him since I'm a loner with no friends. With tears in his eyes, he dramatically says, Leo, I've always thought you're such an insufferable noble jerk. I hope you suffer and die. That's way too honest. Couldn't you sugarcoat it just a little? Want me to beat you up? Let me finish. I was wrong about you. You were one of us the have-nots. Are you picking a fight? I'll pay top dollar for it. Shut up and let me finish. you virgin. Why you're one too? I can't help but overreact. This is so pointless. Is everyone in this world an idiot? Anyway, rejoice. As fellow virgins, I'm inviting you to join our secret society, the Gentlemen of Virginity. Why are you so full of yourself now? Stop acting all high and mighty. I'm not joining that stupid club. Not now, not ever. As things are about to escalate into a full-blown fight, men in military uniforms enter the room. Her Highness, the 128th Imperial Princess, is here. The male students salute and step aside. I try to stand up, but the most important-looking officer holds me down. He's probably the captain of the Imperial Guard, a colonel or something. Student Leo, you may remain seated. Oh, okay. Even though my family's rank is high due to our Marquis title, rank and position aren't automatically attached. A colonel in the military is like someone from another world to me. Even with the Marquis boost, I'd only be able to make it to major at best. That's if I graduated law school and became a special lawyer or prosecutor. And becoming a judge, well, you'd have to be from a ducal family for that. Marquises are as plenty as cabbages, after all. So I've been aiming to be a military technician. Of course, lawyers are the safest path, since there will be no lack of military tribunals during the war. Now that I've survived, maybe I better start working towards that. As I think about my future plans, a high-pitched girl's voice rings out. Sir Hero, looks like you're still alive. The voice, I've heard it before. I realize it was the same one from when I was drifting in space. It's Princess Veronica. Oh yeah, the officer did say the princess was here. A short girl, laughing loudly, walks into the room. She looks a bit younger than the 17-year-old me. Maybe middle school age if this were Japan, or even elementary school. Still, she doesn't look so much like a girl as she does a brat. She has obnoxiously cute pink twin tails. Her outfit is a tight sci-fi suit, outlining everything from her chest down to her stomach. Sexy. So how you feeling? I feel great now. Remembering she has saved me, I try to stand, but the colonel holds me down again. You can stay as you are. Squee, so cool. Everyone else leave. I need to speak with Leo alone. At the princess's order, the Imperial Guards lead the idiot boys out of the room. Oh, this is the perfect time to thank her. Your Highness Veronica, you saved my life. This life now belongs to you. I don't need it, don't worry about it. You already gave me plenty of laugh. Well, I will take your life. With a plop, Veronica sits down next to my bed. Then, she grabs me by the collar. Am I going to get executed? After I just survived? Or is this a shakedown? Rejoice, Leo, you've been chosen to be my husband. Yep, the script is ruined. I don't even know what's going on anymore. Father decided on it on the spur of the moment. Ha ha ha. Veronica laughs arrogantly. I should probably confirm her own opinion on this. I'm scared of ending up in a family where this gets brought up for decades. Did you agree to this, Your Highness? Father, His Majesty the Emperor's will is absolute. My own feelings don't matter. But don't you have someone you like? Like the protagonist, maybe. NTR is a definite no-go for me. I've never been in love with anyone. I do like brave men. In that regard, you passed. Besides, I'll finally be freed from this annoying juvenile stasis. I'm grateful to you for that. Juvenile stasis? Yes, by the Emperor's decree, I was placed in juvenile stasis. My body couldn't grow, not even to the point of menstruation. But with marriage, I'll be freed. Ha ha ha. Why did the Emperor impose juvenile stasis on you? Don't you know, Father is a born and bred lollican. He also put all my mothers in juvenile stasis. I wish I didn't ask. The Emperor dies early in the game, so I didn't know much about his background. Bet it's in the game's archive. By the way, His Majesty the Emperor had children with my elder sisters too. What? He's also into incest. No, please stop, I don't want to hear any of this. Disgusting, right? I would have run away from home if he wasn't the Emperor of a galactic empire. Still, I've only met him a few times, and the children he had was with sisters or cousins I've never even seen. So it doesn't feel real. Your Highness, have you also? Nah, my mother is his younger sister, and he's too scared of her to lay a hand on me. Okay, so is this one of those if you know you die information? Oh, you know your stuff. Exactly right. Now, you've learned the top secret of the Empire. This means you must marry me or you'll lose your life. Ka 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 ka. This is blackmail. By the way, Your Highness, why me? There are plenty of brave men out there. There really are plenty of real brave men, pirate hunters, fighters against the separatists, the Empire has no shortage of them. That. His Majesty saw your speech and said, "It's rare to find a young person these days with such an understanding of refinement." He was very pleased. That's what got me noticed. He recognized me as a fellow pervert. Gross. Is there a court where I can sue the Emperor? The audio was edited for the news, but we got the uncut version. It gave us quite a few laughs. So, I wondered if you might feel something erotic about me. And none of that lolicon nonsense. All lolicons can just die. Now speak up. She's got serious issues with her father. She hates lolicons with passion. And now I have to point out her charms. And it can't be anything related to her lowly-ness. How can I compliment the very embodiment of a lowly without mentioning her lowly features? Well, throughout history, it's said that pitiful is cute. Are you saying I'm pitiful? Objectively speaking, just the fact that your father sees you sexually puts you way worse off than any normal household. Plus, being forced to marry some dumb kid, it's a tragedy. Go on. Yet, despite all that, you haven't lost yourself and continue to live strong. I find beauty in that. Beauty, you say? Interesting. It seems I don't need to kill you after all. Continue. I'd help you run away, but it isn't a realistic option. Still, I would like to become a friend who can share your burdens. Can you do me? She just came right out with it. How am I even supposed to respond to that? Let's be honest. I can, why can't I? Look, I'm a gentleman of many tastes. With you dressed like that, there's no way I wouldn't, and stop showing your armpits, I might just pounce. Are you a lolicant? My strike zone includes any women but lowlies. Very well, I won't execute you right now, we'll get married. Glad to have met your expectations. It's the Emperor's decision. People like me don't get to refuse. I'm not the protagonist here, might as well enjoy the ride. Oh, right, by the way, I'm the same age as you, I'll be transferring to your school. I'll look forward to it. Now that I think about it, she transferred in the game too. See you later. With that, Her Highness leaves the room. I expected my classmates to come in next, but instead, the Imperial Guards enter. The most senior officer stands tall and looks straight at me. Lord Leo, let me just say this. Her Highness Veronica, though an Imperial princess, was raised without even a wet nurse. We of the Imperial Guard raised her ourselves. Whoa, he just dropped some heavy info like it's nothing. So, in a way, we're all like her fathers. Meaning, if you ever make our daughter cry, we'll kill you. Scary, my body and my balls shrink in fear. I've said what I needed to. Don't forget my words. Good day. That was genuinely terrifying. But I'm no hot guy, no chance I can cheat on her. Even if I could, this won't be a love marriage, I doubt she'd mind. Next, the boys come in. For some reason, their eyes are full of rage. Stop with the crying blood faces like your Beharets from Berserk. You traitor. Don't get it twisted. There's no way this is a love marriage. Shut up, marrying a cute girl is already a crime. Guilty, death penalty. You're guilty of the how dare you marry a cute girl crime. Die, you're the worst, wassa. Shouting like grade schoolers, the boys run out. Wipe your tears, losers. And so, my marriage is decided in a flash. Then another problem arises. What do I do about my family, though? My future looks tough. Please, let no useless person get involved and make things more complicated. Chapter 5. Thanks to nanomachine treatment, I'm discharged the very next day. In this world, as long as you're still alive, most of your injuries can be healed. If you die, they can just clone you for your family and society. But it's implied that clones are different from the original. It's a cruel thing. But anyway, back to the discharge. As I'm about to handle the discharge paperwork, someone from the military's finance department comes by and takes care of it for me. Apparently, the military will cover the costs since my injuries were the result of my honorable deed. My parents and the female students never came to see me, not even one of them. Should I cry? Not too bothered about my parents, but it stings that the girls didn't show. I could brag about going all out for them, but maybe that open confession about my fetishes was a bit much. How am I supposed to face them now? Life sure is tough. The guy from finance is a skinny, middle-aged man in glasses, definitely not a heroine. As expected, there's no such thing as beautiful, sexy, glasses-wearing beautiful older women in real life. It's all a lie. Unforgivable, but the guy is actually thoughtful. When I am about to head back to the dorm by bus, he calls me a taxi instead. What's with this VIP treatment? While waiting for the taxi, I space out in the hospital lobby. Then a message comes through on my mobile device, looks a bit like a smartphone, but closer to a small computer. When I pull out the device, the message pops up in augmented reality. It's from home. Ask Her Imperial Highness to promote me. Idiot, go to hell. I delete it with one tap. Looks like no issues from the family whatsoever. My old man is useless, but harmless since he lacks motivation. No wonder Leo's a little twisted. At least fake some concern for my health. Even if you're busy, come for a visit, why don't you? Our family is on a downward spiral because he can't grasp basic human empathy. How can anyone trust him with a promotion if he's like that? They probably treat him like a red flag at work. Just as I'm fuming, the taxi arrives. I climb in, still annoyed, and look out the window. It's got no driver. In this world, AI-driven taxis are standard. They float along with a mysterious power source, so the ride is smooth and comfortable. The cityscape outside looks like a major metropolis. Still, this city where the Imperial Military Academy is located is inside a space station. It would be cheaper to use an entire planet for a school, which is seen as a normal thing here, but building a space station for a school. That's more advanced, more civilized. Space debris is apparently collected by drones after the construction is done. In a few months, we'll be fortifying every planet like crazy, though. After a short ride, I arrive at the dorm. The military has already paid, so there's no deduction from my Imperial Army bank account. I leave without needing to process payment through my device. This game world's attention to weird little details is impressive. When I go to the boys' dorm, all my belongings are sitting outside the entrance. Even the hot stuff. Is this a new type of bullying? They've even thrown in a few things that aren't mine. What did I do to make them hate me this much? I'm gonna cry, I'll bawl like a little girl. Let's add a mosaic in AR to cover them up. Student Leo. I lock eyes with a middle-aged instructor who's standing by my stuff. Perfect timing. Come here. Am I getting expelled? At this point, I could only think of that. I mean, I did broadcast my fetishes to the whole galaxy. Haven't you heard? You're marrying someone important, aren't you? They want you to move in with her, so we've been ordered to help you pack. I'm living with Her Imperial Highness. But I've got stuff I can't let her see. If I bring that blow-up doll, definitely not mine, she'll kill me. Seriously, I'll find whoever put it there and kill them. But, my personal items. I'll spare you the shame, let's discard them. The instructor's gaze is full of kindness. Goodbye, boy's dream. Goodbye, my nightlife. With tears in my eyes, I salute. Since this is a military academy, I don't have much stuff. Most of the texts are digital files too, so I mostly pack clothes. My uniform, formal outfit, socks, toiletries, and some underwear. A car will come to pick you up. Wait here until it arrives. I wait as ordered. Then I see the guys coming out of the dorm. I thought they'd come to see me off, but instead, they all raise their middle fingers and boo. Marrying a beautiful girl? Go to hell. Go die. Next time we see you, we'll kill you. Oh, so that's how it is. Huh, screw you. Hope you die young without ever getting to use your pee-pee. Hope you go bald, you jerks. Loser. Oh yeah, you're the losers, idiots. Enough, you're embarrassing yourselves. The instructor's scolding calm things down. As we all stand at ease, the car arrives. It's a limousine. The door opens and Her Imperial Highness steps out. We all snaps into a salute. Yo, I'm here to pick you up, my husband. Let's go home. She actually came herself. Home. Yup, just bought it, now hop in. I get in the car. The guys look like they are on the verge of rioting, but they stay quiet. Then a big athletic guy spoke up. Leo, thanks to you, I survived. I'll follow you for life, so hurry up and climb the ranks, will ya? After that, the guys all shout, hurry up and climb the ranks, will ya? In unison, it actually touched me, a little. I might cry. You've got good friends, husband. As we drive away from the dorm, I notice the girls lined up along the road in their military dress uniforms. Salute to Captain Leo. Claire, standing in the middle, shouts, and they all salute the car we are in. Sheesh, I'm only a stand-in captain during training, I'm not a real captain. Even so, I'm so glad they don't hate me. Look at you, so popular, I'm jealous over here. But we're not that close yet. They will also be your classmates, your highness. I suppose so, looking forward to school. Yes, enjoy your school life while you can. You think that's all? I plan to establish an elite guard unit, as a sub-branch of the Imperial Guard. What even is that? The details are a secret. But know this, it's all for you, husband. With that, she places her hand on mine. So sneaky. Total heroine material, I might actually fall for her. Chapter 6. The limo stops in front of a towering apartment complex. Or maybe a luxury hotel? The top floor looks tiny from here. Is this the Tower of Babel or something? Obviously, this isn't the sort of property a mere marquis could buy. Well, I could buy as many as I wanted back in my own territory, but somewhere like the capital where the academy is. No way. Not that tall buildings are even necessary back in my territory. Every lord's estate stretches wide rather than high. It's just more practical that way. At reception, I see uniformed staff members. No exposed areas in sight on the grounds, no chance of an intruder getting in. From outside, I can see the floors has lush carpeting. The windows, which may look like glass, are probably bulletproof, designed to withstand both bullets and lasers. The top floor probably has a pool and a helipad. This is it. What floor are we going to? I'm betting the top. What are you talking about? This is an estate. There's no way I'd share such a small property with anyone. Oh, so her sense of money really is out of this world. By any chance, is there a pool on the top floor? You really ask the strangest things. There's a pool in the gym. The top floor is the VTOL landing pad. VTOL? Okay. Let's go. Welcome back, Princess Veronica. Men and women, maybe the staff members, greet her. No need to be formal. Her response is pretty casual. Allow me to take your luggage, Imperial son-in-law. With a polite gesture, a butler who looks like a Carl or a Crosser passes my bags to a maid. The maid is kinda hot. Already searching for a mistress? Go ahead, don't hold back. No, I just think their uniforms are really cute, and they look like idols. Where did you find them? Where else? They're daughters of aristocrats here for work. You go the military academy, so you can work too, no. Just in the marquis ranks alone, there are over 1 million noble families in the directory. If you include counts, viscounts, and barons, it's more like the stars in the sky. Self-styled nobles number in the tens of thousands more. Most children from noble families have to send money back to support their families. That's because salaries on capital planets, major metropolitan planets, and artificial stations are worth hundreds of times more than on home territory. Even owning a planet doesn't guarantee high income. I guess that's just how the game balances things. Don't apply real-life logic here. Devs, go and die. We get in the elevator and a maid press the button. The top floor is where we live. I don't even know what to say anymore. The top floor is an enormous suite. We enter through the foyer into the living room, shoes off at the entrance. Does Princess Veronica have Japanese blood in her? The glass walls give an incredible view. It makes me want to laugh smugly while holding a wine glass. First, let's make this official. Summon the attorney. The maid brings up an AR window and types away. Another AR window then appears before me. It's a marriage contract. The attorney's section is filling out in real time. Since we're minors, my parents and the emperor and empress's names are on the guardian line. Sign here. Sure. When I sign, a stamp of approved appears. With that, our marriage is official. What about the wedding ceremony? No need. Too much trouble. Besides, they don't keep that kind of budget for a low-ranking princess. That's tough. Well, we can hold it once you get a high position. All right, time to change. Into loungewear. You should change too. This way, sir. The maid leads me to a private room. I change into my school's tracksuit. I have one more set, but it's the one I wore in the hospital. I'll wash that one later. I didn't plan on needing regular clothes while I was at school. Guess I'll have to go buy some later. When I return to the living room, I find my new wife, Veronica, in a tracksuit in full punk style. She's got no makeup, but her youthful complexion is flawless. Her sweatpants have respect embroidered in gold thread. Her top, however, is a black hoodie with rabbit ears. Her slippers has rabbit ears, too. Okay, that's adorable. You've gone for a surprisingly cute look. You're not put off. Actually, it's totally my thing. Of course, the maid must have kept it in top shape. No lint balls in sight. But for the princess to show off such a relaxed look, did I really just get married? I sit on the extravagant sofa next to her. I wait, figuring my new wife would say something. Instead, silence. She'd been talking nonstop up till now, so the quiet feels awkward. Your Highness. I'm bored, how about a game? Nay ha 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 ha. Way to act shy all of a sudden. Now I'm the one embarrassed. She activates virtual reality and starts a VR game. It is a cooperative FPS where you mow down zombies. Good taste, wife. I go melee with a chainsaw. My wife takes the sniper. When my chainsaw broke, I pick up an axe and go on a rampage. Muahaha, zombies prepare to be annihilated. Then my wife mutters something. I knew it. Knew what? This game is based on a Marine Corps simulator. It syncs to the player's physical abilities, so you can only replicate moves you could do yourself. Really? Then I should have gone for gunner. Melee combat isn't my strength. What are you saying, husband? You've been mowing them down nonstop. Wait, huh? Now that she mentioned it, I've been clearing waves with the axe. Didn't even need the axe. I could handle them barehanded. It felt unusually satisfying, but I thought that was just the game. Isn't that normal? No, usually, a melee character wouldn't last without sniper support. And what's with that reaction speed? Now that she mentioned it, I realize my reflexes have been ridiculous, like the zombies were moving in slow motion. This isn't just the game, it's something with me. Could I have leveled up? Let's stop. Come on, we're going somewhere. Where? The hospital. I feel fine though. No, we're going to check if you've awakened an ESP. ESP is basically magic in RPG terms. But unlike RPG magic, they're talent-based, not teachable. Those with ESP are called psychers. Most ESP are genetic. Most of the top noble families have ESP bloodlines. Even with psycher parents, though, the chance of inheriting ESPs is only about 10%. If neither parent has ESP, it's almost impossible for the child to have it. ESP is an established field of study, but it's so rare that it isn't relied upon as a military asset. The protagonist of this game is a powerful psycher. As for me, my entry medical check for the military academy showed me to be ESP negative. Or so it was supposed to be, but maybe it's different after all this. At the academy entrance check, they confirmed I'm ESP negative. My parents don't have ESP either. It'd be terrifying if those two airheads had ESP. What if they lost compassion due to ESP's side effect, though? Yeah, no way. And since I'm their offspring, there's no way I'd have ESP either. But she looks at me dead serious. This is classified information. But it seems that crossing the line between life and death can sometimes trigger ESP awakening, even in those who previously lacked it. What? That's a thing. No player I know ever heard of that. Is this a new twist from the game turning into reality? So off I go to change and head to the hospital. We go straight to the Royal Hospital. Oh, right. I'm technically part of the Imperial family now as an Imperial son-in-law. My wife is wearing a tracksuit that screams punk girl at a midnight convenience store hangout. Quite the commoner's style. Then they have me lie down under a machine that makes these whirring sounds to scan my head. They also take regular X-rays and CT scans well into the night. Meanwhile, my wife waits in the hallway playing a VR game. Still, she is willing to wait around in the hospital for her husband, even as Imperial family member. Maybe she is trying to act more like family. I appreciate it. So there we are, killing time together when suddenly a nurse runs up to us, her face pale. This way, please. Is something wrong? Maybe I've reached at least friend-level status. My wife looks genuinely worried. Well, the doctor would like to speak with you privately. So we go to a private room. My only family present is my wife. I'm sure they contacted my family, but they'd probably just ignore it. Once I get some power, I'm purging them. In the room, a line of doctors sits facing us. Wait, is this a high-pressure interview? And one man is attending remotely, his image on an AR window at the center. The man speaks solemnly. I'm James Anau, head of neurosurgery at the Imperial Capital University Hospital. I greet Her Highness. Skip the formalities and get to the point. How's my husband? Geez, she sure loves to act high and mighty. At least show some respect to these esteemed doctors, will you? Well, I guess she's not just acting high and mighty, she actually is. I hesitate to say this, but his ability levels are showing some unusual readings for a non-psycher. The screen switches to show my test results. What? Unusual readings. What's wrong with my husband? In terms of pyrokinesis, ESP, based on these values, He's capable of generating flames akin to a napalm-level blast with 1,000 times the power of a conventional bomb. Wait a sec, in-game. That would be classified as intermediate ESB. Isn't that a bit much for someone who's barely taken out a few Zorks? So, what exactly does that mean? It means he has the potential to become the strongest psyker. Then it's decided husband. As a member of the Imperial family, you're obliged to aim for the top. Oh, it's a duty now, huh? Pretty much the same as saying, go off and die. So much for hoping I could enjoy the view from the sidelines as an Imperial son-in-law. Once I graduate, can I join your retinue as an aide? My personal guard is made up of the strongest warriors around. There's no way a student would make it as an aide. You'd start as a gopher, of course. But I'm sure you can claw your way up from the bottom, husband. Yeah, sounds about right. That's my wife, all right. So there you have it, doctor. The Imperial son-in-law has truly chosen the path of hardship. Given where I'm at, clawing my way up through something like Veronica's elite guard, always in the front lines. Sounds terrifying. But it's not as hopeless as it sounds. After all, an all-out war between humanity and the Zorks is about to break out. Soon, cadets will be dropping like flies. Starting as a junior guard in Veronica's force might actually be a better bet for survival. Husband, you'll be busy starting tomorrow. Hi. Numbers are power. Starting tomorrow, we're going to scout students who show promise. I never cared about the throne, but if my husband aims to be the strongest, I'll have to pursue my ideal version of strength as well. Well, if she's saying that, I guess I've got no choice. Let's do this. Your bold resolve, husband. I like it. Well, not like I've got any other choice. With the Zork's full-scale invasion, it's either become strongest or die. No other way than this warrior's path. We bump fists in agreement. There's no love between us. That's only natural. We just met, but we can still come to an understanding. This marks the day my wife and I became true friends. And finally, the doctor speaks up. I'll send the results of your ESP attribute test at a later date. Man, I somehow feel anxious. Test results do that to you. Chapter 7. The next day, I ride to school in a self-driving car with my wife. Compared to the previous limousine, this one seems even more rugged. For some reason, I'm in an officer's ceremonial uniform. My wife, rather than wearing her usual risque battle suit, is in a dress. When our eyes met, she smiles. Oh, this car? It's an armored vehicle. There's no weaponry on it, but the front and back are protected by tanks from the Imperial Guard. Don't worry, even as the Emperor's daughter, I doubt anyone's out to get me. I do expect you, however, to draw enough attention for that. Wait, those vehicles at the front and back are actually tanks, and having that kind of attention, no thanks. With a strange sense of tension, we arrive at school. As the car stops, a group of men in tuxedos step out, rolling out a red carpet. My wife gracefully steps onto the carpet. I follow her lead, though rather half-heartedly. It all feels like a giant game of make-believe. Could we take the train starting tomorrow? I try asking. I'd really rather avoid being the center of attention. Order a private train, you mean? Such grand ambitions, dear husband. That's not what I meant. Just kidding. Even I wouldn't go this far every day. It's an unwritten rule, a tradition of sorts, to do this just once. Oh, got it. It isn't exactly an official ceremony, but it sure feels like one. Instructors line up along the path and bow. My wife walks past them with an air of elegance, and I follow along. You understand, don't you, my dear husband? To climb from just being my husband, you must build the strongest army you can. There will be plenty of opportunities to make a name for yourself. All right, aiming for that wedding fund. You idiot, she says, her face reddening as she tries to hide her embarrassment. Suddenly, I feel motivated. We are guided to the auditorium, where my wife gives a speech. The broadcast is sent to every classroom. As a member of the Imperial family, I will strive to set an example for all students. When she finished, applause echoes around the room. After the ceremony, I got summoned by the instructors. You've moved up in the world, haven't you, you bastard? And they put me in a headlock. And then, they started giving me noogies. A true initiation into the rough military camaraderie. Instructor, please. By the way, what happened to the crew of the Suriname? They'd been providing our escort, and some were also our training instructors. Wiped out, lost their backup too. The clones they made are from the data before the mission. In this game world, permanent death is the default. Resurrection is possible through cloning, but they're not truly identical to the original. They're revived for society's sake, not for their own. And the worst part, when they revive you, even in the game, your parameters aren't quite the same, because they're not you. Could we stop with these sadistic mechanics? Half the game feels like it's out to annoy the players. That's very unfortunate. It's not your concern. Be proud you saved everyone. Even my dark history. Most of the embarrassing details, my fetishes, has been covered up, with voiceovers replaced by AI. Though I'm sure the instructors heard it all firsthand. Yep, that too. You were brave laying it out there. You should be proud. Thank you, sir. After being released from the instructor, I change into my uniform and return to the classroom. My wife is already there, my dear husband. She quickly trots over and throws her arms around me. What's going on? That's not like her at all. Looking around, I notice that some girls, including Claire, are watching me with interest. What's going on here? I look down at my wife, who has a mischievous glint in her eye. Seriously, what's going on? Claire walks up to us. Hey, Leo, it's been a while. Yeah. For some reason, it feels ominous. Just to clarify, Claire and I are not dating, nor has there ever been any romantic tension. As I tilt my head, a boyish-looking girl with short hair, Melissa, comes over. Hey, Leo. You doing all right? Yeah, doing great. Good to hear. Actually, I have a question for you. Sure, ask away. Can you get turned on by me? Totally possible. In fact, you're already in my fantasy material rotation. Come on, Melissa. You've got a hidden fan base among the guys. Got it, Your Highness, I'm joining the Imperial Guard. And as we agreed, if Leo wants me, I'm fine with being his mistress. I look over at my wife. She has a mischievous smile. Your Highness, what did you do? I ask. Melissa Tate Hana, she's from a renowned samurai family. She will be quite a valuable ally for you, dear husband. Your Highness, are you not jealous? Who am I? Jealous as if. If you want me to be jealous, be a man worthy of it. I'll do my best. HMPH, if you ever make me jealous, I'll crack your skull right then and there. I'll aim to be the kind of man worth cracking his skull. A true man. Now that's what I like to hear. Haha, I'll give it my best. Just then, Claire approached with a determined expression. Hey, Claire's. When's our date? When are we going? Right, I might have made a casual promise about that. Well, the thing is, I'm married now. I don't care. What? Leo, you were forced into this marriage to protect us, right? Well, technically, it was the Emperor's command, but that's unfair. Claire starts fuming, and my wife's lips curve into a smile. Jealous, how cute. Claire's face turns crimson, anger written all over her expression. Is it okay if I run now? The guys are already backing away, whispering amongst themselves. Cowards, just die. Claire takes a deep breath, clearly fuming. This is definitely the prep time for an attack move, isn't it? Fine, I want in on the Imperial Guard too. Now you're talking. If you want Leo, try taking him from me. I'm looking forward to it. Great, that's 2 recruits. And it doesn't stop there. Akita, Megumi, Nina, Alina, even Ren join the growing crowd. Girls from other classes start joining in too. All of them are ladies I'd mentioned in my embarrassing ramblings. We're joining too, as Leo's subordinates. Are you sure? Leo, shut up. Yes, ma'am. This is terrifying. All of them turn to glare at my wife. We don't like your methods, but Leo saved our lives. Let us join the Imperial Guard. We'll repay our debt. No need to beat around the bush. Just say your true intention. Slip up and we'll take him from you. Good. Fine by me, but be prepared. I'm the finest woman in the galaxy. So I've become a prize now? Girls are terrifying. I avert my eyes and notice the boys are looking on with envy, tears of blood in their eyes. Cut that Beharit face out. Curse him, that damn noble with a pretty face. Average Joes, rise up. Let's destroy the filthy upper class. Stop that. Seriously, you're about to get charged with thought crimes. And again, my wife smirks. Oh, by the way, boys. Being in my Imperial Guard means you'll be popular. We cadets don't abandon our comrades. Leo, we're with you all the way. You utter hypocrites. Next time I'll be the first to abandon you. Go die, die without a clone. So, nearly the entire grade decided to enlist under me. Is this really okay, though? I stew in uncertainty until break time, when a different group of boys approach. Hey, Leo, the leader, a petite boy with a clean-cut appearance, greets me. He commutes from home I remember from a baron's family. Oh, it's Kevin, don't take what those idiots said to heart. Unlike high-ranking nobles like you, we lower nobles don't have much hope. We can't fit into civilian life, and we have no real chance to climb the military ranks either. That's rough. But now we have you, the star of the class, and the imperial son-in-law. We're betting on you, you're worth it. I just got lucky. We don't even have that luck. You've got guts and an insane amount of luck. Her Highness Veronica's ship happened to be training nearby, and it was equipped for close combat. It was a miracle brought by your luck. Leo, we want to bet our lives on you. Okay. Then we're counting on you, and that quick retreat decision. Absolutely flawless, Captain. Apparently, people expect more from me than I thought, despite tens of billions seeing my humiliations firsthand. Just then, a notification pops up in my augmented reality display. What is it? I open it to see my test results from the hospital. ESB type, Jester. You've got to be kidding me. This is the worst. It's literally the weakest ESB you could have gotten. Chapter 8. Jester. Most psychers end up developing either as powerful combat mages or skilled healer clerics. Both are incredibly strong classes, naturally suited for their specialized roles. Yet here, with odds of 1 in tens of thousands, I have a rare class among the rarest, an accident-prone one at that. In the language of classic RPGs, this is a late bloomer type. In other words, a complete trash tier until halfway through the game. It honestly feels like the devs are trolling me. Sure, if you make it to the advanced class of Sage, you'd be unstoppable. But getting there is pure torture. Early on, it's okay. You can use every ability from every class. But the damage, total trash. You quickly get relegated to support. But even as support, your heals and buffs, trash too. The mid-game grind is indescribably painful. Physical boosts, trash. Attack power, trash. Healing, trash. Buffs, trash. It's so trash that the devs had to buff the close-range combat ability in a patch. Sure, your abilities outside of combat are ridiculously flashy. With freakishly high luck, your drop items can be amazing. But does that actually help with the main story? Not really. If you're relying on drop items, you're better off focusing on battle power and grinding Zork monsters for bounty rewards. With effort, you might pull off some success on the merchant path, but even that's like saying, hey, merchant-exclusive skills work too. Yep, garbage. It's so bad that even guides say to delete the character immediately upon getting this class. Not even speedrunners want to touch it, absolute hell. The path to Sage is paved with exposed glass shards. If you're going for that route, you'd be better off pumping up strength and going the marine route. This is no ESP. Curse it. Just as I'm sinking into despair, my wife comes running up. Husband, you're a jester. Looks like she's got the report too. The black calamity of all things. Oh, what's that? It's a disaster, said to have wiped out a third of the empire 500 years ago. And the cause, jester psychers. Wait, does that mean I'm gonna get executed? No, not anymore. But it's an incredibly rare class. You are the first one discovered in 500 years. Makes sense. Who in their right mind would want to raise a jester? It's a rage-inducing class. I think I'm gonna dump all my points into strength and agility. Destroying a third of the empire? Yeah, right. Even the speedrunners gave up on this class. Husband, the jester has powerful reality-altering abilities. What? That's the first I'm hearing of this. A terrifying trivia just dropped. That's the frightening thing about jesters. They can reshape reality itself, even without intending to. Of course, it has its limits, but perhaps that's why I happened to be in the nearby sector when you were attacked. That's all me. So that's why I've had such ridiculously good luck. It's a class with abilities that don't show up in stats or combat, huh? Wait, hold on. Is this that one skill? Many enemy, huh? One of the jester's unique abilities. Its effect, more enemies spawn. They don't target you for any strategic gain. They just spawn. Extra experience points. All you get is slightly better drop items. Completing the story route is more worthwhile. All it does is increase my chance of dying. Is there insurance that covers this? Hey, look, Jester probably isn't that strong. Husband. Yes, ma'am. We're aiming for the throne. Please don't. That would be hell on earth. I'd die long before you became Empress. Please don't make me use the weakest class ever to aim for the throne. It's decided. There's no saying no to me. If you don't like it, kill me. No, that's a no from me. I'm not the type to kill my wife just because she ordered me around. It seems I was a bit hasty. But with the upcoming battle against hostile life forms, I'll rise closer toward the throne, like it or not. I'll be counting on you, husband. My life has officially gone off the rails. Oh, and by the way, we start descent training next. Hi. Descent training, typically a one-time event in student life. You descend onto a planet with a dropship that's basically a motorbike. Then, a camping trip to finish things up. Why so simple? Because descending bare-bodied is already an obsolete tactic. I see. They're probably trying to revise strategies against the Zorks. After that, we board a transport ship into space. The instructor shouts over us. Mount your dropships. Head straight down to Planet 19. Your operation manual is distributed through AR. Read it. It's crazy. The dropship, a two-wheeled vehicle for invading from outer space. Basically a motorcycle. They sure get it. Style is important. The devs get it. They get exactly what the players want. Leo, you can do it. What's with that confidence? I know about your arrest back when for driving an unlicensed dropship. What were you doing, Leo? Are you an idiot? Cadet Leo descending. Good. The transport ship's hatch opens. I mount the dropship and power it on. Leo Kamishiro. Identity confirmed. Whoosh, with a burst, the dropship launches forward. I accelerate, controlling my posture. Entering planetary gravity zone. The barrier around my combat suit begins to heat up. Along with the dropship, I'm caught in the pull of gravity, gaining speed. All I have is a handgun. Apparently, there'll be weapons on the military camp near the descent point. All ballistic guns, of course, all set for the Zork battle. Even the combat suit is bulkier than the latest models. It has physical resistance, that's for sure. Before I know it, I can see the sky. The helmet's sound dampening system is working wonders. My ears are safe this time. Leo, do you copy? Claire's voice comes through the comms. What's up? My dropship's thrusters might have failed. For real, her dropship is close on the radar. I swallow nervously. Even as a jester, this is terrifying, but I'm coming. I manually stop my safety harness. Pull the ejection lever. I leap off my bike. The thrusters in my suit fire with the helmet blaring warnings. Warning, danger. Shut up, I fly or rather fall. Claire is just ahead. I head straight toward her bike. Controlling my posture doesn't make this any less terrifying. This is scary as hell, but I've got to do it. I grab onto her bike. My safety harness won't disengage. Looking closer, I see the harness tangled around her. It isn't responding to manual override either. Damn, the ejection lever won't work either. I pull out my knife and cut her harness free. I hold her close and gun the thrusters. I haven't actually done a direct descent with nothing but a combat suit before, but here goes nothing. Claire, max out your thrusters output. I already did. We're rattling like crazy, but we're finally slowing down. Even so, the ground is rapidly approaching. We're far from a safe descent speed. Gah! Warning, warning, warning. Shut up already. Suddenly, I spot water below. A river or maybe a lake. I maneuver toward it. What are you doing? We're aiming for the water. Is that even safe? No idea. You can't be serious. Here goes. We plunge straight toward the water. Chapter 9. We plunge into the ocean. I angle myself feet, first to cut down on surface area, ready to break through the water even if I shatter on impact. It's deep, so freaking deep. Once we stop, I hurry to get back to the surface while I still have breath. My face breaks the surface. Air, air, give me air. I suck in a big, gasping breath. No injuries, my legs are intact. Man, I seriously thought I was going to die. Leo, are you alive? Dead. Hey, that's it. Never again am I diving through the atmosphere in nothing but combat suit. Afterward, Claire and I struggle our way to land. These suits are way too heavy. Once we reach land, we take a breather. I nearly died back there. Thought I was really a goner. Sorry, Leo. It's not your fault, Claire. I'm just glad you're unhurt. We're on Planet 19, a former battleground that's now used as the Academy's training ground, sort of like the off-campus athletic fields for urban schools. We come here a few times each year for sports festivals, stuff like that. There should be an old base here, maintained by the Academy. No on-site staff, but drones are stationed here. It should have communication equipment, though. The question is how we're going to reach it. I remove my helmet and set it on the ground, letting the cool breeze ease the heat from my face. Could really use a bath. Luckily, this planet has no dangerous wildlife. Here, drink. Claire hands me water purified from seawater through the filtration unit. Thanks. I hadn't realized how dry my throat was. Meanwhile, Claire's messing with her AR screen. Looks like there's an old base nearby. From Claire's description, it's probably different from the one managed by the Academy. Think they have food. Maybe a vehicle too. A notification pops up in the AR. Our emergency should have been signaled to the transport ship, but the rescue hasn't come yet. There might have been some trouble. I'll send our current and target coordinates to our instructor, Claire says. Please do. There shouldn't be any dangerous wildlife on this planet, but maybe we should hurry to the base while we're still able to move. Good idea. I have no objections, it just sucks not having my bike. I guess vehicles I ride are all doomed to break. We push through the uneven forest terrain. Look, isn't that your bike? My bike is stuck up in a tree, twisted and bent. Looks unusable. Bad luck. What about your bike, Claire? I saw it explode in the atmosphere. Really bad luck. I hope this isn't another reality-bending effect of Jester. Probably due to the Academy's lack of preparation this time. But I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Let's just treat this like a nice stroll. After about 2 hours of walking, we finally spot the base, a really old one. There's a drone. Claire whispers, pointing at a rusty, humanoid drone cleaning up the area. Since this is Academy property, it shouldn't be dangerous, but it might engage if it detects us. I'll go. I approach the drone. I don't think it has any combat features, but the drone's camera lights up red, and then it scans me with a strange blue light. Jester. Its voice cracks with static and then it kneels. Seems harmless enough. Drone, can you connect to the Academy? No response. The communication protocols probably aren't compatible. Once I'm sure it's safe, Claire joins me. Is the drone safe? Yeah, it's harmless, but it can't communicate, protocols don't match. I sit down. Thanks to the drone, there's no litter on the floor. The drone stands by my side, staring at me. Maybe it wants us to follow it. Guess we should. It emits a beep. Its speaker and voice synthesis system might be broken, but I get the gist of it. All right, I'm coming. I stand up and the drone leads the way, stopping in front of a wall. Beep. It scans the wall with a blue light, revealing a hidden staircase leading underground. A hidden room. This is getting interesting. I descend the stairs and find myself in a garage. You've got to be kidding. In the center of the garage sits a mech. Not just a humanoid maintenance mech like the one I had used, but something bigger, a full combat unit. I know this. This is from the Independence War, 500 years ago. Oh, the war started by jesters. Jesters. And never mind. Guess I'm keeping that part secret. The drone beeps, beckoning me over. What now? The combat mech activates as I approach, and the cockpit opens. Guess it wants me to get in. I climb the ladder and enter through the chest compartment. The OS boots up, and the console lights up. I type in a help command with the physical keys. Jester exclusive model. Authorization required for launch. So that's how it is. I enter the authorization command, and the blue light scans me. Authorization confirmed. Welcome, Jester. Guess only Jesters can pilot this thing. Why verify someone with a weakling class? I switch to the external speaker. Claire, looks like it's operational. I skim through the manual. Seems there's a passenger seat too. Opening passenger compartment. The hatch opens at the abdomen and Claire climbs in. Apparently, it's fine for non-combatants to ride. Claire exclaims, it has a cannon with solid ammunitions. Let's see, this here controls the targeting. Looks like it's meant to be a two-seater in the first place. We've found not just a vehicle, but a full combat mech. This is crazy. What kind of luck is this? And despite its age, it works perfectly. The garage's gate opens, and I maneuver the mech out with ease. Surprisingly, it's easier to control than the maintenance mech, must be because it's spec'd for Jester. It almost feels like it's wired to my nerves. Just as we emerge outside, an alarm suddenly blares. What's going on? Claire shouts. Man, that's a flag if I've ever heard one. It's coming, though I have no idea who it is. Just as I wonder where the mech's weapons are, a compartment on the right leg opens and something emerges, a folded chainsaw which unfolds before me. This isn't a tool, it's a weapon designed for battle. Maybe against Zorks, Yeah, no way, I laugh and then it happens. Something erupts from the ground, a giant crab, a zork. WA. So they've been here all along. In the game, their invasion speed was unnatural, and their endless numbers had always been suspicious. Now I know why. They were here the whole time, just waiting to wake up. The zork attacks, but this time I'm bigger. My fear fades, and I strike with the chainsaw, cleaving the zork in two with a gruesome roar. Looks like we've triggered them. As soon as I finish off one, another zork charges from behind. I'm still in the middle of the tutorial here, damn it. The chainsaw won't make it in time. I got this. Take this, Claire screams, and a round blasts from the abdomen cannon, tearing the zork apart. I take the opportunity to strike another zork down with the chainsaw, splitting it in half as sparks fly. That's the last of them. Claire, we need to reach the camp. Everyone's in danger. Right. I start running in the mech. It's got no roller dash function. Guess roller dash hates me, so sad. The camp comes into view. I spot the Imperial guards battling with maintenance mechs. Guards, protect the students, and don't you dare die. My wife's voice rings out, and in that instant, my fear vanishes. Claire, hold tight. We're going in. I leap, no flight unit, just raw leg power. I bring the chainsaw down as I land, slicing a zork apart. Firing. The cannon in the abdomen goes off, jolting the cockpit, but I keep attacking. I smash my elbow into another zork and kick as it stumbles. Is that you, husband? My wife's voice is ecstatic. Behold, cretins, witness this raw, untamed combat. This is my husband. Thanks, honey. Sparks fly from the chainsaw as oil and gunpowder coat the machine. I grab a zork by its pincer, smashing it with a knee strike. As soon as I land, Claire fires the cannon again. My heart races. Out of ammo. Claire's voice snaps me back. Zork parts are scattered all around us. The last zork charges us, but the chainsaw is out of power. I throw it aside and grab the zork with my hands. Die. I lift it high, the gears groaning under the strain. I haul the zork up and drop it onto my knee, hearing the crunch as it splits. The system finally halts due to gear strain. We won, I mutter with a tired sigh. Fate, couldn't you go a bit easier on me? Husband. Are you all right? Are you hurt? My wife's voice comes through. I'm too exhausted to answer. Still, a gesture-exclusive unit, just what the heck are gestures? Chapter 10. Now comes the real problem. We're currently on the Academy-owned base off campus. Communications with the Academy are dead. Half of Veronica's guards are here, so we should be safe, but it's worrying that we've lost contact with the other half of the guard. The transport ship's on autopilot. Unless the school HQ intervenes or we wait until tomorrow's end of day, we're stuck. The guards also arrived on that ship. We were completely unprepared. If only the guards had come in full combat gear. Well, it's just hindsight at this point. Expecting wartime equipment on school property would be over the top anyway. So now we're stuck here until either rescue arrives or the clock runs out. This shouldn't be a problem, normally. It's a neighboring planet. Communications shouldn't be this unreliable. Wait, the guard has a portable communication device. It's got poor audio, but it should let us reach the capital planet for help. Imperial son-in-law, it's no use. The portable device isn't working either. Oh, okay. Things are going from bad to worse. I swallow nervously. Instructor, is the 3D printer working? Yes, Your Highness, it's functional. Then repair my husband's mech immediately. Guards, follow him to the base he found and locate any ballistic weapons. Students split up to assist them. Students in the mechanics course head to the workshop. The others go with the guard on bikes to the base. Can they really repair a 500-year-old mech? It seems like an issue, but actually it's no big deal. We'll just print the parts and assemble them with the machine assembler. If it comes to it, we'll modify the parts to current standards. Assuming we have the schematics, of course. But there's no time to be that thorough. There are humanoid drones over there. I'm going too. You're our combat expert, so I would really like you to rest. But anyone in the medical course, prepare high-calorie nutrients. My husband and Claire need a dose. Husband. With that, my wife tosses something to me. When I catch it, I see what it is. A syringe. It's gotta be something to calm the nerves and take the edge off the fear of death. You know, that thing that always shows up in erotic manga. Use it. Isn't it a bit early for this? It's not what you think. It may look like it, but it's not dangerous. It's filled with restorative nanomachines. Take it and the high-calorie nutritional supplement. It'll help you recover. Oh, fine. I inject it into a thick vein in my neck and press the button. The solution flows in with a hiss. It's technically medical grade but available commercially. There should be even more intense stuff at the camp's infirmary. They're combat grade. The top students get permission to use them in emergencies. Packed with nanomachines, and they put serious strain on the heart. No need to mention that to my wife, though. Claire, take 1, 2. Husband to the base. Claire, rest up. You're the only one who can man the gunner's seat in my husband's mech. Husband, catch. This time, she throws something soft my way. What is this? A cushion? Get in the sidecar. Nap while we're on the move. That's an order from the Imperial family. Remember, husband, combat's more exhausting than you think. Rest whenever you can. Veronica is also known as the Pirate Hunter Veronica. She has experience killing pirates in every sector of space. She's got plenty of real combat and commanding experience. Naturally, she's in command here. I sip the high-calorie jelly she handed me. After finishing, I grab the cushion and head over to the sidecar. Kevin's already in the bike with the sidecar. Hop in, and don't forget to buckle up. Roger that. I strap in, clutching the cushion and ready to doze off. I also put in a mouthguard to avoid biting my tongue. Helmet on and ready. Sleep well. A few minutes of rest is better than none. Leo, wake up. Oh crap, I really dozed off. Sorry, I was totally out. I guess I was more exhausted than I thought. My wife really is sharp and experienced in combat. A bit terrifying. I set the cushion down in the sidecar and head into the base. One of the drones scans me. Is there an armory here? At my question, the drone starts walking. It's leading me to the armory from 500 years ago. The question is whether these weapons are still usable. But even if they're broken, we should be able to print parts and assemble them for repairs. It's a shame making them from scratch is illegal for anti-terrorism reasons. The armory's filled with nostalgic weapons, all projectile-based, light machine guns, rifles, mortars. There are also rocket launchers, grenades, and other explosives. No way they're in perfect condition. The guy with a 2-block haircut who visited me in the infirmary lets out an astonished sound. But they're old. Projectile weapons have long been obsolete. They're just what we need, though. I struck a self-important pose, nodding to myself. Hey, Leo, what's with that look? What's your name again? It's Endo. You should at least remember your classmates. My bad. Yeah, my social skills are terrible. It's tough being the class outcast. Let's load them up. Give me a hand. It's a heavy job, but once the weapons are on the hover cart, it's easy to haul them. We load the weapons onto the cart and hitch it to the bike. The other guys finish hitching theirs too. All right, let's head back. Leo, get some rest. Like I can sleep now. Oh wow, look at this guy, finally opening up. It's nice to get that feedback, but now's really not the time. Then one of the guards walks up. Hey kids, wait, Imperial son-in-law, you're not resting. He says he can't sleep, this kid. Don't give me that weird smile. I've got an idea, the guard says. What is it? Hey, Imperial son-in-law, look over there. What? Curious, I turn my head to see what he's pointing at. Ha! It's a full-force punch. A jab to the neck would have been enough, damn you, why the murderous punch? His fist lands dead on in a pressure point. In an instant, my eyes roll back, tongue lolls out, and I'm out cold. The guard catches me before I hit the ground and loads me back in the sidecar. According to Endo later, I was twitching slightly. When I come to, I'm lying on the ground in the camp, with a concrete bag for a pillow, no less. The sheer mistreatment. I'm still the husband of an imperial princess, you know. Chapter 11. Hey, husband, you awake. Your face is swollen. Anti-inflammatory shot now. An old man from the Imperial Guard injects an anti-inflammatory nanomachine right into my face. It stings. Subtly, but it does. This is just too much. Veronica, that's way too harsh. Claire protests on my behalf against this downright inhumane treatment. I think I'll go live with Claire instead. Harsh or not, he needs to pull through. And that goes for you too, Claire. I get it. Listen up, husband. We tuned your mech specifically for close combat, the kind you're good at. Huh? Whoa, me good at close combat. I only did that when I had no other choice. Lies, you're always looking to get in close with your enemy. Don't even try to deny it. No way, it was literally because I had no other options. With the help of the guard, I pull myself up, just as a heavily armored mech is rolled in. Whoa, my very own mech. Behold the Jester CQC custom. We added reinforced plating to the knuckles, arms, legs, elbows, and knees using outer walls from a battleship. Upgraded all gears to the current high durability model. As for the chainsaw, the current model doesn't have the power, so we had to retrofit an older one. What about guns? Just the belly cannon. All other equipment is for close combat only. Are you serious? And the system? Software upgrades couldn't be completed in time. You have to stick with the stable version. And what about safety measures? None. I knew it. Yep, I saw this coming. How am I supposed to fight like this? Punch, rip, hack and slash 'em. Savage much, the enemy. Nothing's showing on radar yet. How about HQ? Still radio silence from them. Man, we're cornered here. At least the Zorks haven't shown up yet. Several hours pass as we try everything to re-establish contact with the military academy. Just when we've all but given up and start making dinner, the hurried sound of footsteps signals Akita Megumi charging in. Her over-the-top slenderness remains undeniably sexy, a real knockout. We got a message from the academy. Seriously, how did you manage that? I intercepted it through analog satellite signals. Ooh, sure, got it. Apparently, Akita knows her engineering stuff. Maybe she's in the engineering track? Please listen to this, Her Highness too. My wife and I head over to a makeshift communication device. It's raw, with exposed wiring and parts everywhere. It looks like something straight out of engineering eye at the elementary school level. When I flip the switch, static hisses sharply in my ears. The quality's terrible and it's mono, but bear with it. I turn up the volume, and a message from the academy comes through. Repeating, HQ is currently under attack by hostile life forms. Students in descent training do not return. Stay in the training ground. The Imperial Guard is fighting valiantly. We're set to rendezvous with the reinforcement fleet in 10 hours. Repeating, students in descent training, stay in the training ground. The underground shelter's lock will open with Her Highness's biometric scan. 10 hours, we don't have nearly that much fighting capability. Then, my wife shouts, "Non-combatants, head to the shelter and wait there. And you, Your Highness, what kind of commander would I be if I ran? Husband, you'd better protect me." What a reckless demand, but honestly I don't hate it. Got it, I'll protect you no matter what. Fufu, I really do like that about you, husband. We exchange smiles. But realistically, there was no way help would come in time. Still, with the Imperial Guard here, the Zorks shouldn't be able to reach us, or so I thought, until Ren, watching the radar, suddenly said, her beast ears twitching. Unidentified object approaching. This time, the boy named Kevin shouts, "Something's coming from underground too." Zorks, we're completely doomed. All combatants, get in your mechs and take your positions. The old Imperial Guardsman yells out. The machine guns have already been set up. They worked in the game, but in reality, I'm not sure how effective they'll be. Regardless, we have to fight. Claire and I board the custom Jester unit. Activating Jester CQC Custom. The added startup and operational sounds blare unnecessarily, and the gears rumble, shaking me to my core. Leo, roller dash ready. With Claire's voice, I charge forward with the roller dash. As I exit the garage, Zorks crawl out from the ground. Husband, we equipped a pile driver into your knuckles. Use it. Impressive, my wife. She knows what true romance is. You. I charge straight in, closing in on a crab-like Zork. Like a fiddler crab, it has one giant pincer. Jishi. I've got enough speed. I won't even need the chainsaw. I punch forward, heavy, a sickening crack echoes as its shell splits. Now, the pile driver in the knuckle detonates. The spear embedded in the knuckle drives through the split shell and into its core. It has a wired detonation fuse. Detonate manually. Detonate. The spear explodes inside the Zork, sending shards through its body. One hit and the Zork goes still. It's dead. Of course, we took some damage too. We are knocked back from the recoil, though it's not as bad as the recoil from the blast hammer. The roller dash spins out for a moment. All right. The initial strike is a success. While the Zorks are distracted by me, a barrage from the machine guns rains down. Even 500-year-old projectile weapons still packs a punch against the Zorks. Holes punch through their shells, and fluid spurts out. I slash at another Zork with the chainsaw, but an unexpected twist happens. The chainsaw bounces off with a clang. Knockback. Just as I lose my balance, the Zork lunges to pierce me with its pincer. Fire! A boom erupts as the belly cannon fires. Claire has fired the cannon from her seat. The Zork in front of us now sports a gaping hole. Clearly the firepower has been boosted. But the recoil knocks us back, throwing us down on one knee. We can't stay down for long, though. With one hand without the chainsaw, I push myself up, step forward, and drive a fist into the next Zork. Then, using the roller dash, I barrel toward another Zork, ramming it with my shoulder. The machine guns tear into the Zork I knocked back, leaving its limbs riddled with holes. We've got this. Our teamwork is flawless. Sweat drips down my brow, my breathing becomes heavy from the tension. Support the Imperial son-in-law. At that moment, the Imperial Guard, equipped with their mechs, charges in with hammers. The mechs are slightly smaller than the Jester custom unit. Their armor is thinner. If one of them gets injured, my wife would be devastated. After all, they're practically her fathers. I take a deep breath, rev the roller dash, and charge. Using the momentum, I grab the big pincer and swing around to its back. It's a move I learned in the close combat training. I could never manage it against human opponents. But with the roller dash's speed, it works. The Zork spins through the air, its body slamming into the ground. Now fire! A shout from the boys followed by the sound of a mortar blast. I plunge through the smoke and cut down a Zork sneaking up on the boys. Leo. Behind us. Claire rotates the cannon and unleash it on the Zork behind us. Ha ha, nice shot. It's hot. I never considered it before the fight, but it does get unbearably hot fighting in this cockpit. Take cover. 3, 2, 1, fire. The ground erupted as the explosives goes off. A horde of Zork is swallowed up by the blast. Our strategies are actually working. Our military academy students are holding their own. And the Imperial Guard takes it to a whole new level. They're crushing Zorks with hammers, and any injured are pulled back for treatment. We're winning, for now. But we're reminded that there's no way we can keep this up for 10 hours. The Zorks just keep coming. There's no end to them. We've no time for breaks either. And the cadets are mostly amateurs. If anyone dies, morale would collapse. The only ones we can truly count on are the instructors and the Imperial Guard. Just then, the enemy's attacks falter, but instead a wave of dread hits me. This is terribly bad. Right then, my wife's voice echoes in my helmet. Husband, fall back. Take a breather while the enemy is slowing down. If you fall, the front lines will collapse. Wait, am I actually counted as one of our primary fighters? Following her orders, I retreat from the front lines for a break. I drink an electrolyte drink and disinfect my body with a particle shower. After spreading recovery gel over the small cuts on my body, I sit down and take a breath. Husband, Claire, here just in case. My wife shows up. She tosses something my way. The capsule looks downright toxic, and I get a bad feeling. Is this for taking myself out? No, it's an alertness pill for pilots. Take it if you get drowsy. But why does it look so poisonous? It's in deadly mushroom colors. So you can see it easily, even in the dark. I'm not tired yet. I tuck it into my pill case along with some stomach medicine. A quick check on my terminal shows it's safe for civilian use. I appreciate her thoughtfulness, but it's probably best to stick with the drug in the infirmary. So, do we have any backups for Claire and me? It'd be bad if everything fell apart just because the two of us went down. My wife should be aware of that. Of course, Melissa. Oh, what's up, Your Highness? It's finally ready. In comes Melissa, a tomboyish girl with lots of attributes. Yep, finished just now. Wait, what's ready? I ask. A close combat custom model of the mech you use for combat training. Hold on, you printed it from scratch. We should have the blueprints for the practice model, but building one from scratch, that's beyond student capabilities. Yup, customized with reinforced armor. Whoa, who's the technician? They're insanely skilled. Sure, this world's tech makes a lot of things possible, but actually making it is a whole different thing. And for something like a mech, it should need a ton of resources. Could my drop rate cover all of that? I didn't know I was that lucky. We managed the resources by processing down Zorks in the recycler. Wait, really? So this is Jester's skill in action. Apparently, we're in the clear in terms of quantity, but not so much in quality. We've even printed old ballistic weapons. Those giant crabs sure can be useful. So while rare equipment is a no-go, we're well stocked with standard gear. Even the weakest training mechs can fight with enough numbers. Has my survival changed the game itself? Is it turning into a strategy simulation game? We're deploying, too. Even the boys show up. Hey, are you all taking out the training mechs? Yeah, better than using maintenance units. At least these are combat-ready. The Imperial Guards are also going to switch into the training mechs. Hey, I'm also going. Leo, you need to rest. Don't get yourselves hurt. We got this. With that, Melissa and the boys head off. Chapter 12. Sure, in an RPG, getting flooded with low-level materials wouldn't be that exciting. You just end up selling them off. But in a strategy game, it's a different story. Even weak units can make a difference if you have enough. At this scale, we're practically a national army. So is Jester, playing its own genre, maybe not a hero fit for a demon lord subjugation party, but perfect as main combat power in a war against the demon lord's army. Rakshasa Galaxy is fundamentally an RPG, though, with fleet battles just as side contents. Enough thinking, moving on. Husband, here's a sleeping pill. Rest while you can. I'm fine. I might have to step in if things get critical. I'm the one who has to command. This an order, rest properly. If you collapse, it'll be a disaster. Looks like my wife's genuinely worried about me. Following her advice, Claire takes a nap. Having a princess attend to me is something unimaginable even a few days ago. So, I decide to dope up. First, I orally consume the drug from the infirmary. Then, inject nano-sized drones directly into my bloodstream through my neck, starting rapid cell regeneration. Sure, regular meds are safer and gentler, but this drug works instantly. I'm not about to take that toxic-looking medicine. The drug modulates the brain's chemicals to reduce fatigue while simultaneously synthesizing proteins and repairing muscles, or so they claim. It's officially prohibited due to the risk of fatal heart attacks. Possession alone could land you in a military tribunal, and if deaths occur, the responsible could face execution. But we're in the middle of combat. Such things are excused right now. From the AR menu, I check the live feed from the camp's cameras. I spot the boys huddled in the trenches. There's a team with machine guns and mortars and another group piloting maintenance mechs. Their weapons are beanbag pellet rifles. Even just watching, I feel nervous. Several of them had been breathing rapidly earlier, on the verge of hyperventilation. But strangely, that stops in the heat of battle. Switching the camera, I zoom in on Melissa. She's leading the close combat squad in the custom training mechs. They're armed with melee weapons, charging forward. Their arms, legs, and heads are reinforced with metal plates. Their task is to push forward while reloading or resupplying. I activate the speaker. Melissa, don't do anything reckless. In response, Melissa's voice booms from her mech speakers. Shut up. Are you my mom or something? I'm not your mom, but I'm your friend. Why you? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're always like this, seriously. She's obviously embarrassed. Geez, listen, I owe you. Oh me. If you mean that exercise, forget it. I was just doing my job as the captain. No, that's not it. Never mind, enemy incoming. An alarm sounds. Melissa and her team move into position. Then, a new message comes in from her. Hey Leo, answer me again, do I turn you on? Huh, obviously, I watch your back all the time. Hey, yeah, you, don't give me that, you pervert. Face, Melissa asked, so I gave an honest answer, all right? Oh, good to know. I'll keep the channel open. Let's have some mindless chatter. With that, she draws her blade. Unsheath, charge, don't let Leo take all the glory. Under Melissa's lead, the close combat unit charges. Meanwhile, the engineers plant explosives. I hear a door slam open behind me. Imperial son-in-law, we're off, you rest. It's the Imperial Guard old men. Father-in-laws, the students are charging the enemy, go help them. Of course. Let's go, everyone. The old men storm the battlefield with a roar. I can't shake off my worry. Melissa slashes at the Zork. Her blade can slice through armor, never mind Zork's shell. Melissa proceeds to disassemble the Zork's joint one by one. Each hit weakens the Zork's fighting power. The other guys are handling it well, too. Even as students, their close combat focus makes them excel. They coordinate seamlessly, unlike me who only charges forward with nothing but sheer willpower. A new message from Melissa comes in. Hey Leo, wanna hear something? What's up? Just listen. So my mom, after I was born, she ran off with my dad's apprentice. Whoa, that's heavy out of nowhere. Oh, pretty sure I'm that guy's kid, not my dad's. I look nothing like him, but he never did a DNA test. That idiot. No way, he must have a reason. No, he's just an idiot. My dad and brothers won't even look at me properly. My face, looking like mom's, just disgusts them. They missed out then, you've got a nice face. Seeing it lift everyone's spirits. Ahaha, you're really complimenting me? That's so you. Ha ha, the thing is, Leo, I've never once been complimented by my family. Not my face, nothing. They always look sickened when I act even a little feminine. They're stupid. Melissa, I find you attractive. Oh, really? Melissa, we all do. The other boys join in. Ahahaha. I would have believed you if I didn't know most of you had me as one of the top nominees in your ugliest in the Academy ranking list. Don't think I'll ever forgive you, hahaha. Eep, my balls shrinks, so scary. She's definitely holding a massive grudge. I'll be honest. Leo, just never had friends who joke around with me like that. As a social outcast, I just got left out of those stupid things. If things had been different, maybe I'd have joined in too. Miss Melissa, let's leave it at that. If I'd been invited, I might have joined in those jokes too. I'm no saint, you know. In fact, I'm kind of a jerk. That kind of thing's just a teenage thing, so please let it go. But Leo, you never insulted me. That's enough. That's all I wanted. I'm tired of it. Tired of jerks who call me ugly. Tired of old men who sigh when they see me and say I look just like a cheating wench. Melissa shouts. It's a cry from her soul. I'm a woman. Melissa kicks the Zork. It staggers and she drives her blade through the Zork with full force. Hey, princess, you listening? When we get back, share me your husband, make me his mistress. I'm not gonna ask to be his wife. Leo's the only one who sees me as a woman. Okay. Sure, Leo's stubborn, a total perv, and a sneaky idiot, but he's the best man I know. Well said, Melissa. I welcome you as my new sister. Hey, wives. Quiet husband. You're my husband, you live for me. If I tell you to be a harem king, you have to be one. So tyrannical. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd say that, your highness. Melissa, engrave this in your heart. I'm Leo's first and last woman. Haha. I like you, your highness. They laugh together, but it ends suddenly. An alarm blares. Aw man, guess it couldn't hold up, Melissa mutters. Her machine's knee gives out with a loud crack. The training mech couldn't handle her moves. Husband. That's your woman, save her. I rush forward. I'm coming too. Claire joins in. Melissa, hold on, I'm on my way, don't you dare die. Chapter 13. The Zork's pincers pierce Melissa's mech. With a crunch, her mech collapses to the ground. One of the boys tries to help, but other Zorks block him. Melissa tries to crawl away, using her hands, but the Zork's pincers dig into her back. She struggles but can't move. We're here. Hang on, kids. The Imperial Guard old men arrive, swinging war hammers from their training mechs. But they're outnumbered and can't get close to Melissa. Save Melissa. The infantry team supports with gunfire. Finally, Claire and I climb into our mech. Husband, there should be a sniper rifle around there somewhere. A rifle is hanging on the garage wall. Looks like no one here could use it. Well, sniper is a highly specialized role after all. You have to undergo intensive training to master it. If anyone can handle it, it's you, husband. My wife's confidence lifts my spirits, but, wifey, this isn't a sniper rifle. It's an anti-materiel rifle. But I don't have the luxury to be picky. I set up the bipod and lie flat outside. Claire, how's the aim? I'll handle it from here. Switching to the main camera, adjusting the targeting program directly from the console. Looks like she can fine-tune it on her end. I aim the main camera at the Zork pincering Melissa's machine. Target locked, fire. At Claire's signal, I pull the trigger. The Zork's torso explodes, and even the one behind it shatters to pieces. But Melissa's machine takes some cracks and stops moving. Is she okay? What kind of firepower was that anyway? Husband, that rifle was from the old base. It's banned under current treaties. How is it? This thing packs a punch, that's how. The humans 500 years ago who used these things casually, just how berserk were they? What just happened? My mech isn't moving. Melissa's voice crackles over the comms. Sorry. Firing the rifle kind of did that. What's the big idea? That was supposed to be my heroic sacrifice scene. Yeah, well, I have a strict no-sacrifice policy. I charge forward, please, Jester. Make sure this whole thing ends as a funny story, a faded memory. A Zork comes into view. I jump up, slamming my elbow into its face. Solid, a new variant? The Zork swings its pincers at me. Remembering the hand-to-hand training, I watch the attack, ducking under its pincers as they whiz past. An opening, I swing a punch, and then, spinning, I put a hand on the ground as a support and kick. With a solid thunk, the Zork staggers back. I grab my chainsaw and swing. Still hard, the spinning blade bounces off. Damn, it won't cut. Imperial son-in-law, use this. One of the Imperial Guard old men in a humanoid maintenance mech tosses something my way. It's a sledgehammer, Oriaya. I catch it and swing it down on the Zork. There's an explosive sound as the impact-assisted gunpowder charge goes off. The smell of gunpowder fills the cockpit, and through the smoke, I see the Zork's pincers coming toward me. Whoa! Claire fires the cannon. It's a diversionary attack, drawing the enemy's attention. But the Zork doesn't back down. Flashes of my life pass through my mind, it's way too early for that. Claire, don't bite your tongue. I grab the pincer. Instead of resisting, I fall backward, keeping my feet pressed against the Zork's body. Using my legs, I lift it and flip it over me. It's a half-baked judo throw, but it actually works. I flip myself back up, though I already feel like puking from that maneuver. Shaking off the dizziness, I leap up. My target is, of course, the Zork. D. With both feet, I stomp down, crushing the Zork. A crackling sound echoes as its shell splits. One more. Ugh. Claire retches. Sorry, a sickening squelch sounds. The Zork is crushed. The other Zorks nearby see this and back away. If you wanna die, come at me. I roar and the Zorks retreat underground. Did we win? I feel a surge of relief. I shouldn't have. The next moment, my stomach turns and bile rises in my throat. Bleagged. I'm like the Merlion fountain. Then, just as I think I'm done, the side effects of the drugs hit me. Husband, are you alive? Hey Leo, you okay? Your face is turning purple. This is bad. He's choking on his own puke. What do you mean? He can't breathe with the vomit clogging his throat. Someone, help him to vomit it out. A few slaps later, someone holds me up from behind. There's a squelch sound from inside my throat. Okay, here goes. Bleerg, and with that my consciousness slips away. When I come to, I'm in the infirmary. My wife is watching me worriedly. How's Claire? She's better off than you. Husband, you used a banned drug, didn't you? I am at the top of my class. I'm supposed to use everything at my disposal when it counts. What if you died? Were you planning to make me a widow? She swats me repeatedly. Sorry. There won't be a next time. And if I did it again, I'll take a red-hot iron wire and stick it through your balls. That's terrifying, please no. Just hearing that hurts the most today. Oh, you're here. Why yeah. Still in one piece? Melissa arrives, walking with crutches. It's not from your shot. When the training mech's leg snapped, I hit the seat and broke a bone. They're fixing it with a drone, but I have to use crutches till tomorrow. Take it easy then. Idiot. Same goes for you. Hey, by the way, princess, I heard you needed something from me. Indeed, she dramatically whips out a makeup kit. I'm not really sure about my husband's taste, but let me help you make a little makeover. Wifey, do you even know how to do makeup? Naturally. Do you not know who I am? I'm the most stunning woman in the universe. She quickly works her magic. So he was right. When my wife's done, Melissa looks like a model-level beauty. Oh wow, I really transformed. Complimenting yourself now? This confirms it. Husband, you're a hopeless womanizer. What? No way. But I'm totally committed to you, wifey. Listen, husband. You're into the kind of girl who, after getting into a university on the capital planet, suddenly blossoms into a beauty. You'll marry her before anyone even realizes it and leaves her first love heartbroken thinking, I liked her first. Why does that sound super specific? My husband was a bad boy with a taste for Nettori all along. That's the worst accusation of my entire life. There, princess. Leo's really awful, huh? Not you too, Melissa. How terrible. Anyway, as for what happens after. With the Zorks retreating, communications are restored, and reinforcement soon arrives. Footage of me throwing up and getting rescued is uploaded across the galaxy's largest video sharing site, along with my wife's rallying speech, which basically says, even students are risking their lives to fight. You should join the army too. Naturally, my image is used for every possible political purpose, with my puking footage and all. This is no doubt a new chapter in my dark history. Chapter 14. Murlio Pukashiro here. Living is a burden. My vomiting video goes viral across the galaxy. I get used up as a propaganda hero for the Empire. They use my mech battle scenes shot by the drones too. Thanks to that, my wife's popularity and influence keep climbing. The Empire promotes it like the galaxy's order is being restored by the heroic actions of Princess Veronica and her spouse. But it isn't like that at all. In reality, things spiral toward the same fate as the start of Rakshasa Galaxy. The Galactic Empire keeps losing battle after battle, shrinking human territory by the day. For now, we managed to prevent too many planets from getting totally annihilated thanks to me showing how to kill the Zorks. But the Empire keeps losing anyway. The reason is simple. Pretty much the only crazy people daring to charge in and engage with them up close with hammers are Veronica's guards, and the only idiot daring to charge in and engage with them up close with a chainsaw and an old mech, who's got nothing going for it except being tanky, is me. Melissa's family, who also specializes in close combats with their blades, those crazies, is holding out okay, according to reports. Basically, only the families missing a few screws are holding the line. Everywhere else, a good chunk of their planets has fallen to the Zorks. I sigh. No, there's no jazz playing, and the coffee I have is from a vending machine in a paper cup, and it's decaf. I'm banned from stimulants. By order of my wife, who blew a fuse after I was slapped with a military court order for forbidden drug use. Though I was acquitted by an AI court an hour after the battle. So now I'm down to dandelion tea or decaf coffee. I'd be better off with plain all water. What even is the point of being royalty's spouse? So, here we are, in space, evacuating the entire class on the Imperial Guard's destroyer and the Academy's training ship. The space station housing the Academy is practically rubble. Half of the instructors died in action. They'll probably be brought back via cloning later. I'm not big on reviving people by cloning myself. With the station in ruins, we need to find a planet or station to evacuate to first. Not that we expect any support or rescue from the Empire. It's just cold like that. It might feel like we're totally stranded with no rescue in sight, but we can synthesize food, so it's unexpectedly manageable. Though for that, we need water, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Actually, it's cheaper to raise plants and animals. So, we're towing the station's recycling facility and some plant beds. The recycling unit breaks down waste into fertilizer with microbes, which we then use to grow vegetables. Water is purified too. The purification uses an organism discovered on an Empire planet. If that breaks, we're all dead in about 2 weeks. Fortunately, we're set for sprouts, potatoes, tomatoes, and soybeans. They say diseases spread among plants in years-long drifts, but we should be fine for 6 months. And with these mystery crustaceans we found, food isn't a problem. Though the idea of eating the Zorks somehow, you just start losing weight. Anyway, given the situation, we're holding meetings almost daily. The topic is, which planet should we evacuate to? The nearest planets are in the middle of a fight with the Zorks. They are in a pretty bad situation themselves to help us. Even getting supplies would be tricky. Melissa's family's planet, which we know is safe, is way too far. We could really use a planet that would accept us right now. One day, my wife declares, I've had enough of relying on goodwill. Just hearing that while she's holding a roasted sweet potato feels like bad news. Baron and Viscount-level planets are in bad shape everywhere. They have no weapons and barely any combat-ready people. So, it's basically on us to help them. We need some source of supplies if we want to help them, though. If only there were a Count or Marquis-level planet nearby, I mutter. Counts and Marquis-level planets have a good stockpile of resources. They're kind of like rural agricultural cooperatives, but still better than barons or viscounts. As for my family, the Kamishiro Marquisate, well, it's not out of reach from the destroyed station. It's not rich, but it has supplies. We don't excel in war, but we have a military under the banner of a knight order. There are enough professional soldiers and law enforcement, but it's not exactly a metropolis. And the man in charge is my old man. My old man, the utterly useless commander. Me, I'd be a functional soldier, but without my wife, I'm just junk. There's no way I could be someone like Yang Wenli. At best, I'm more like Sergeant Hartman. I mean, I'm less a character from Legend of the Galactic Heroes and closer to some weirdo from Full Metal Jacket. I'll make sure you can never laugh or cry again. That would be my last line before I got offed. Anyway, my dad is an expert at nurturing uselessness, a true superstar of incompetence. In peacetime, he might just scrape by as the manager of a used car dealership who sprays weed killer on flower beds by the road. The guy spends all his energy on abusing his power. As a lord, he doesn't do what he should, has no sense of responsibility, and runs away at the first sign of trouble. Basically, he's trash. The city must be taking massive damage right now. Poor citizens. So, husband, here's my order. Go invade the Kamishiro Marquisate. Wah! That's like a bully saying, go shoplift something from the convenience store, isn't it? Is my wife turning delinquent? Well, you see, I found a record from about half a century ago where some noble son seized control of his land from his father after pirates took over his planet. That sounds crazy. The emperor was thrilled, apparently. Right, Melissa, isn't that so? Oh yeah, that was my family. That was your family. Hee, calling me dear now, huh? Admitting I'm your girl, I'm embarrassed. No, that's not what I meant. That's not the you I meant. In any case, we need a stronghold, so we'll take one, kahahaha. Isn't this fun, husband? This is zero fun. You just have to play the part of liberator of the Marquisate and slaughter those giant creatures, my husband. And then, you'll automatically become the lord. Is it just me, or is this totally villain behavior? Husband, haven't you, as a man, ever dreamed of reaching the top of this nation? What is with this girl? She's seriously planning to conquer the galaxy in the chaos. Forget waiting for the protagonist, I'll have to stop her myself. So what should I do? There's only one answer. Defeat enough Zorks and bring back peace. I guess I'll do it, I have to. I'll take over my family estate. Then I'll find the protagonist and train him myself. Then I'll pass him the baton. I'm no savior of the galaxy. I'll be the guy who gives sage advice from a lamppost or tree branch. I don't want to see my wife ruin everything, or myself for that matter, after all. Chapter 15. Can't believe I'm back. My home planet appears on the screen, familiar yet surreal. Along with the other student representatives, I'm on board my wife's destroyer ship, deploying reconnaissance drones. Akira launches the drones. Missiles detach mid-space, and small plane-like drones emerge. For a public military academy, most of our equipment is outdated, but somehow, the drones are top of the line. Hey, wifey, why's the academy only got the latest model drones anyway? Oh, a certain instructor used to take bribes from the supplier. Unfortunately, they fell in the line of duty during the recent attack. Fell in the line of duty. Sounds more like someone killed them in the confusion. Who knows? Word has it, they were wiped out by the main guns of a certain destroyer. Oh great, that's terrifying, but in times of crisis, incompetence would obviously be culled. Wait, am I next? Why are you staring? Mesmerized by your beautiful wife. Yes, you're the most beautiful in the galaxy, wifey. Oh, you're laying it on a bit thick. I'm kinda useless, but please don't kill me. A man who can admit his faults is no useless man. Now, send a message to your family, will you? Yes, ma'am. I set the communicator to the Empire's standard frequency. Encryption is off this time, no excuse for them to fail receiving the message. My parents are just that bad with technology despite being part of a galactic empire. This is Leo Kamishiro, student representative of the Imperial Military Academy. Our fleet commander is Princess Veronica. Requesting landing permission. Leo, it's me, Sam. My brother, Sam, picks up. He's currently in the vague position of Assistant Deputy Vice Commander Trainee of the family's Night Order. Basically, he's unemployed. The whole backstory is pretty simple. Sam is, well, his strength doesn't lie in his head. Though he fights like a beast, strategy and cooperation go right over him. In war, teamwork is crucial, but Sam here. He's the one who charges in with a woohoo, only to get beaten and thrown to the backlines for causing problems. Wait a second, that's not too far from me. Maybe this musclehead warrior gene runs in the family. Her Highness the Princess requests supplies. Sorry, but may we have clearance? Oh sure, or so I want to say, but no can do. What, why? The anti-air system won't deactivate. Why? The old man with the biometric key is MIA. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Couldn't you hand command over to your son before you go to battle or something? Listen, Leo. We're a planet with regular flights to and from the capital. Even the Imperial Agri-Cooperative Bank is here. That's all we've got going for us. We don't have a city bank or shopping mall. Exactly. And you expect us to have combat experience when we're so remote even pirates wouldn't target us. Look, even the most dangerous animal here is a wild boar. We don't even practice emergency drills. Oh, let me guess. The old man ignored military priorities and ran straight to the front lines. Yeah, and we can't reach our brother Dexter, who just went out to find him either. Dexter is the eldest. He'd been on the capital planet until recently. An Empire University grad student, sharp and dependable. He's the only one who opted for police work instead of the military, taking advantage of partial draft exemptions for grad students. Heard he used to do odd jobs for the police at night while studying at school during the day. By the way, as a military academy cadet, I'll be joining the military for 2 years after graduation. Sam. Too stupid to pass the academy exam. Even our family name couldn't boost him through. Dexter had always planned to get a job in the capital and handle the family's territory affairs remotely. Sam and I were set for a hellish time as his spares and helping him manage the territory. Well, I was supposed to die and retire early, though. They originally couldn't even clone me because of the Zork's attack after all. That said, as dysfunctional as my family is, it looks like things are worse than I thought. With the old man's incompetence, Dexter's lack of military aptitude, and Sam's stupidity, well, I guess I have to pull my weight. Husband, what can you tell me about the anti-air defenses? We haven't updated them since 2 generations ago. They're energy weapons, but old, and the output should be degraded. Got it, Destroyer, prepare for planetary assault. Destroy the anti-air system. You're going to brute force this. Enough talk, order an evacuation. Sam, my wife's destroyer is about to attack the anti-air defenses. Get everyone out. She what? All UNITS evacuate. I hear Sam's panicked shout echo across the comms. Sorry, big bro, but I'm helpless here. What can I do? Sit and get ordered around by my iron-willed wife, which is exactly what I want. Sorry, but that's the reality. The destroyer descends through the atmosphere. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Ahahaha, invading planets truly is exhilarating. No, it's not, it's my home. Please remember it's my home. With no mercy, artillery fire rains down on the place we're supposed to protect. It looks way easier than fighting the Zorks. Husband, deploy in your personal mech. Oh, what? You have to go protect the civilians from the crab bastards. Oh, gotcha. Leo, I'm going too. Claire dashes toward me. The Jester model has a double cockpit and I need a gunner. Sorry, I'll be counting on you again. No worries, we're partners, aren't we? She thumps her chest. Why yeah. Then Melissa shows up as well. Let's do this, Captain. Got the standard model this time, the joints won't break. Melissa finally upgrades from the training model to the standard mech, built with extra parts we've recycled from the mats of the Zorks. Whom she's been calling me captain since the last battle. Not that I'm supposed to be one, I'm the ship captain of a practice ship, not captain of combat mech pilots. Oh, right. Captain, seems like you've got special equipment on your unit. For real, what is it? A cool blade, I hope? Swords are the best after all. They say it's a spear. Not what I was hoping for, but it'll do. We board our mechs and order the descent units. The robotic arms attach them to our mechs. Descent units secured, opening catapult. I crouch halfway, shifting my rear leg for balance with my toes pointing sideways. Firing verniers, 3, 2, 1, launch. The catapult shoots us forward. The gravity is intense, what happens when you strap non-flight models with descent units. Once in space, we plunge into orbit like divers. The anti-air systems lock onto me, but the unit's shields deflect them. Just as I suspected, their output's as weak as expected. Rural place at its finest. The only good thing about it is that it's peaceful. Leo. Activating reverse thrust. At Claire's cue, I adjust my feet downward, taking the landing stance. Below, Zork forces are gathering. That day marks the beginning of Princess Veronica and her husband's road to dominance. It'll be a funny trivia that the husband's own home is the first to fall victim to their campaign. Keep it together, dark history. Chapter 16. The descent unit detaches, and we land on the ground. The suspension in the joints absorbs the shock with a loud clank. All gauges show green. The computer diagnostics are all good, too. The control system has been updated. Not the latest version, but at least something the last 100 years. They couldn't replace the gesture-specific programs, but they swapped everything else for the latest model, too. With the help of AI, they created an emulator to retain their original functions, leaving the gesture recognition system untouched. The targeting correction program for projectile weapons is still the old version. After all, projectile weapons have been phased out. The newest programs are meant for energy weapons, so they would be useless here. They've also replaced all the gears to withstand close combat. The armor is as dense as ever, but thanks to the maintenance students' improved skills, it's less cumbersome overall. Maybe after repairing numerous weaponry, drones, and mechs over and over, crying as they work, they've leveled up. I roller dash across the ground. Then a transmission comes through. "Captain Claire, I just landed nearby." It's Melissa. Almost simultaneously, another voice chimes in. "Imperial son-in-law. We have arrived." The Imperial Guard old men are here too. This time, they're piloting standard mechs. Standard might make them sound underwhelming, but these are the official units of the national military. No way they're weak. They were armed with laser weapons, but they've adjusted their loadout. Their main arsenal now includes tomahawks, naginatas, warhammers, and sledgehammers, with machine guns and assault rifles as secondary weapons. It's a massive upgrade over the maintenance mechs. This will be a breeze, probably. I take out my spear. Since it's in pieces, I start assembling it. "Hugh." I let out a sigh. Seems I'm a bit tired. "What's that?" "You sighing." A transmission from my wife comes through. All communication on this unit is monitored by my wife. "I think I'm just tired." "Ah, well, gesture seems like a passive ability, so you should practice managing your energy." "Passive? Wait, how do you know that?" "Well, how did you know the Zork's name?" "Come to think of it, I might have let it slip during training. Just a moment ago, the Imperial Council officially named them Zorks. What's your excuse?" "Well, wifey, I actually have memories of a life in another world." Yeah, sure. Probably one of Jester's abilities, right? Some abilities allow for advanced prediction based on calculations of present information. It's not like anyone actually knows the future or has access to a mystical Akashic record that details everything. It's just an ability to analyze current information. She doesn't believe me, and with such a convincing explanation, too. "I'm guessing yours is likely a similar type of ability, husband. That's why you were so anxious about Melissa when she was in danger. If you could see the future, there'd be no need to panic. Jester is such a disappointing class, after all. At first glance, it seems like it can do anything, but really, it can't do much of anything at all. It's a sad reality." As I advance across the wasteland, a farming village comes into view. It's Zane Village. At the village center, I see the anti-air system. Actually, all this village has are the agricultural cooperative, some fields, and that anti-air system. I keep my distance, approaching carefully. Even on my home planet, I can't assume the residents are on my side. There's even a chance my old man's been captured by the villagers. So, I take out the anti-materiel rifle strapped to my back. Setting up the tripod, I scope in on the anti-air system. It's shooting beams ceaselessly into the sky. I aim at the turret. "Correction complete," Claire's voice comes through as I pull the trigger. The noise canceling blocks the deafening sound. The turret explodes into pieces. My ears are fine. Now that I've taken out one, the destroyer should be able to descent. And just then, the destroyer arrives. She believed I'd destroy the turret, didn't she? "Wifey, you're overestimating me." "Ha ha ha, foolish villagers, bow before my might." What a classic villain line. Talk about a bad girl. The destroyer's main guns roars. Another turret explodes in a different location. Checking the map, it shows the anti-air systems are unmanned and remotely controlled. My wife really does her research. She's even already planning for the post-victory stage, giving the order to not harm the villagers and increase our number of enemies. Nice. I calmly approach the village. Now that her destroyer has arrived and the anti-air systems are all down, victory is ours. Brother Sam probably already sent a message to take down the anti-air system anyway. All that's left is to greet the representative of the residents. "Oh, there you are, Captain." I regroup with Melissa. Imperial son-in-law. The hot-blooded Imperial Guard old men join us too. I intentionally carry the anti-materiel rifle as I enter the village. The villagers have set up barricades and aimed pulse machine guns at us. They should know better than to aim those at a mech. Their caution is good, but they could use better training. I'm Leo Kamishiro. I've come with Princess Veronica to hunt down monsters. Voices spring up from all around. The Lord's youngest son. Oh, is that the one who got caught stealing a bike? Didn't he get arrested for making a device to watch adult channels for free on satellite TV? Quit bringing up my dark history. I heard the police chief shipped him into a military academy to set him straight, but he brought a princess here. Cut it out. Stop making it sound like I was a punk who only shaped up after joining the army. I only stole the bike because I didn't want to go to the military academy. So, was it true that the young lord married the princess? Looks like it. How did a country bumpkin end up marrying a princess? I have no idea either. I was just being honest about my preferences and fetishes, that's all. Hey, that sounds kind of fishy, doesn't it? Hey, stop it, I'm the most skeptical one here. He must be a fake. Screw you idiots. I'ma kill you all. This hot temper, it's really him. I've been saying that all along. You damn idiots. Hey, the young lord's back. The young lord came back with a wife. Wrong. I'm here to slay the Zorks and make this place our base. Hooray, the young lord we all thought would die a virgin is now a big deal. Hooray. Listen to me. My energy is wearing thin. Melissa and the Imperial Guard old men are laughing their heads off. Well, husband, want me to comfort you? Please leave me alone for a bit. Because I want to cry. Still, it seems the villagers do like me, in their own way. Chapter 17. Hey y'all. It's me, the former delinquent who's turned into a decent human being thanks to joining the army. I'm not a delinquent. I just tried to run away because I couldn't fit in at the military academy's prep division. Do you even understand how tough it is to live without friends? Do you know what it's like to eat alone in the cafeteria? And when the instructors told us to form pairs, I was the only one left without one. Can you even imagine how painful that is? The pain of not fitting in at the boys' dorm, never joining in on dirty jokes, and barely even talking to girls. Less than 3 minutes total in my whole prep division life. It friggin' hurt. I'm a socially hopeless guy who can't manage a normal life, even in the military. Screw you all. By the time I made it to the academy's upper division, I managed to survive by acting all high and mighty and riding my family boost. The price was my completely messed up preferences and fetishes. Anyway, back to Zane Village. There's an agricultural cooperative building here. Apparently, a century ago, there was an imperial shopping mall, but it left after wiping the local shops out of the competition. Since then, only the agricultural cooperatives remain. The population has kept dropping after that, and young people all head to the cities to become corporate employees. The aging rate has skyrocketed. Now, only punks with nowhere else to go stay in the village. Because of that, the planet capital of Southern Cross has to send a mobile vendor out here regularly. I get out of the Jester Custom mech and enter the village on foot. As the elders come out to greet me, a young guy with a huge pompadour calls out, "Hey, you, the Lord's youngest kid." As much as I'd love to lop off his head right here, I hold back. The fault lies with my old man for not bothering to educate fools like him. He figured it'd be easier to govern with idiot citizen who wouldn't question taxes or policies. I'm biased towards science and technology. If I was in charge, I'd let researchers do their research and leave taxes and boring government stuff to the bureaucrats. It's easier to govern that way. Though if I messed up the new grad employment rate, they'd probably revolt and kill me. Anyway, the punk continues. I'ma fight too. I can't help but sigh. It feels like all my happiness is slipping away. I clench my fist. I rear back and slam my fist into his face. Don't underestimate the military, idiot. The bad attitude's on us for failing to educate him, but it's his fault for trying to dip his feet into the military's business. I'm doing this for him. If I hadn't punched him, either my wife, the Imperial Guard, or Melissa, someone anyway would have taken him out. Since I handle it, they should forgive him. You just had to go and make Captain mad. Melissa clicks her tongue. Her hand is already on her gun. Guess she would have shot him if I hadn't hit him first. Captain's always risking himself on the battlefield. Pick a better opponent next time. Melissa gives his shoulder a pat. Claire, who's been silent this whole time, chimes in. We're all scared too. Don't go acting brave. Claire's honest feelings spill out. It's true. Facing a battlefield with explosions going off everywhere is terrifying every single time. When you're trembling in fear while fighting, and some clueless guy struts in saying he'll fight too, it's only natural you'd want to punch his lights out. The imperial son-in-law is always in the thick of it, so it's understandable he got angry this time. Not killing the punk shows he's a noble leader. The old men in the Imperial Guard agree. Looks like they really would have dealt with the punk on the spot if I hadn't punched him. Good thing I did. All right, folks, evacuate already. I turn and head out to meet my wife's destroyer ship. For some reason, the elderly villagers give me admiring looks. Wow, the young lord really did become a splendid soldier. He's scary but cool. Looks like my popularity goes through the roof for some reason. The destroyer lands in the wasteland, and my wife arrives in an armored vehicle. Husband, I'm here. So what's next? According to the scout drones, the capital city's surrounded by the Zorks. We'll launch the liberation operation as soon as resupply is done. Resupply is simple. You dump what needs to be dumped and refill what's needed to be refilled. These military vessels have recycling systems. That said, the planet's soil microbes and water quality are better for sustaining life. So, we discard any materials that can't be reused, like waste and expired filters, and restock with new bacterial agents to maintain balance. Then there's filter replacement and microbial material resupply. Fertilizers, citric acid-treated iron for agriculture, calcium supplements, all these can be replenished by reusing waste, but it's generally better to stock them up in the first place. Then, for the onboard plant cultivation, we add disinfectants. This includes antimicrobial agents, bacterial extracts, and some chemicals. Next, we harvest the crops, then sterilize and apply insecticides. If we skip this, diseases and pests will break out. Unpleasant pests like cockroaches can be handled by drones, but agricultural pests need manual treatment. Whether or not we do this can affect our travel distance by almost 30%. Food issues are always looming. Once the cleaning, insect control, sterilization, and supply are done, we load the supplies. If the capital city falls during this, that'll be sad, but it can't be helped. We're already going as fast as we can. Now that I'm in a leadership position, I get it, I have to set aside personal feelings. You're allowed to worry a little, you know, my wife says, concerned, but I act like it's no big deal. If I freak out, the work won't get done. The work's finally done in half a day. Now, we're secure for food, shelter, and supplies. Next, we'll transport the mechs via transport vehicles. The plan is to get close to the city by land and launch an assault. Before we board, my wife makes a speech. We're liberating Southern Cross City. Our plan is to take it as a base and reclaim everyone's hometowns one by one. Today, we'll seize victory. It's not for Leo, it's for yourselves, for your freedom. Everyone knows, especially those far from home. They all know their hometown might already be gone. Yet, no one objects to rescuing my hometown first. I'm initially ready to sacrifice myself for everyone's sake, and that means much more to them than it does to me. With that understanding, my wife's words, "We'll use this base to reclaim your hometowns one by one," resonate with them. They take her words as my words, and they believe I'll keep my word. This is the weight of a captain. Man, I can feel the stomachache coming on, but there's no running away now. Liberating this planet is the victory condition. My family's safety? That's inconsequential for the bigger picture. In fact, my old man might be better off dead. My wife leans in close to whisper, "Husband, don't forget to save your family. You're best woman in the universe, that's for sure." That's only natural. Since my wife has said so, looks like I've got to try my best to save my family. All right, let's do this. Claire, let's go. Got it. The transport doors close. We board the Jester Custom Mech. Chapter 18. Several transport vehicles race across the wasteland. Most of the planet is barren desert thanks to the one in charge, my old man, who has been slacking off. If he would just adjust the terraforming equipment's parameters properly, the place could be lush with forests and plenty of food. Then again, no one who has studied governance has actually become the lord of this territory. I know what needs to be done, but I don't know where to start with the specifics. The game simplified everything so much that it only makes things harder to figure out here. As we continue down the rough road, the capital city of the territory comes into view. A tall wall surrounds it, and in the center stands the Lord's Mansion, an imposing building. Beside it is the abandoned ruins of the old shopping mall, now a black market where the townsfolk sell their goods. The only supermarket left is a local chain, not one of the big ones from the imperial capital. In short, there's nothing remotely fun here. This is the stark reality of a provincial planet, slowly declining due to reckless management. Still, since it's a marquisate, it's supposedly better off than other territories. This capital city is surrounded by a swarm of Zorks. A call comes in from my brother, Sam. Take out the monsters around us. If you don't, I can't let you in. They'll get inside. It's unusually sensible, coming from him. Apparently, he's smart enough to grasp the situation. Got it. The transport doors open. Claire, we're heading out. Roger that. I launch out with a burst from my roller dash, kicking up desert sand. The other transport doors open too, and standard mech units emerge. Captain, I'm charging in with you. Melissa draws her sword. Melissa Tate Hana, a samurai by heritage. Her family is known for their swordsmanship, feared across the galaxy by pirates. That was about 100 years ago, though. As beam weapons with virtually unlimited ammunition became the norm, the importance of close combat dwindled in military tactics. Although CQC still exists, it's rare. If they'd specialized in pirate hunting like Veronica's Imperial Guard, they might have had some demand. But their pride got in the way, and they chose decline instead. Not that the Imperial Guard didn't rely on beam weapons as their main arsenal too. The samurai lost their influence, and Melissa's family lost their voice in matters. What was once a paradise of elite warriors, an ultra-metropolis, is now as rural as my territory, if not worse. They have nothing but the agricultural cooperative and local supermarkets. Melissa's biggest flaw is that training mechs can't keep up with her moves. Her traditional stance, with her knees low and a lightning fast strike, doesn't work with today's focus on mid to long-range combat. Swords simply don't have the reach anymore. I'm the same. If I fought as recklessly in a standard mech, I'd break it immediately. But the custom unit she's using for this mission has no such issues. It's been modified by our engineers. They dug up old design schematics from the era of sword-based combat from the Imperial Library Online, swapped out the gears and engine core, and reinforced the armor. They did the same with my mech's joints too. It should reduce its breakdown rate. Melissa seems excited to test out her custom unit. She's every bit the warrior. And now, the Imperial Guard old men have arrived. Imperial son-in-law, we're here. The old men carry lances. Men, show these monsters the true terror of the Imperial Guard. Yeah, they're undeniably powerful. The old guys will lead the charge, will come in after as sweepers. Plan approved. Claire approves the plan and sends it to my wife on the destroyer. Not that it's much of a plan, but it's all I could come up with. Let's go. The old-timers dash forward on their roller gear. The Zorks notice, but it's too late. They're torn apart by the lances one after another. Now it's our turn to engage. Jaya ha 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 ha. Melissa, fully energized, charges in. She leaps up, attacking from above. Her blade impales a Zork and she lands, slashing another in two. She whirls around to take down the one behind her, each movement honed to the extreme despite its impracticality. Jiasha! One of the Zork screeches, so I swing at it with my spear. Glad it's not a lance, I don't know how to use one. I'd trained with a ceremonial spear back in elementary, so I can manage a spear at least. Well, it's more of a stick than a spear, but close enough. I whack the nearest Zork with the butt end, then slide my hand and swing the spearhead to knock it down. Who needs a chainsaw? This works fine. Whoa, talk about a throwback. They taught us that move in the elementary. Melissa laughs. Up, down, I keep knocking them down, one after another. This is all I can do. Haha, I like that you're sticking to the basics. You look cool. I feel a bit embarrassed, then Claire speaks up. It's more than just basics. With a boom, the auxiliary cannon fires. The Zorks are blasted through the air. The firepower is incredible. The cannon has been customized, too. Lucky these Zorks are just crab types. At this stage of the war, we're still dealing with weaker enemies. If we were 3 months into the protagonist's academy enrollment, stronger ones would be showing up. There'd be the new towering, humanoid giants. More heavily armored, more dexterous, and bigger than the usual Zork. Like that one over there trying to break down the wall. Our eyes meet, it's a new type. The anti-mech Zork, Jester found. It talked. An intelligent Zork. Whoa, 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 what's going on? There's no way a monster like that should show up on some rundown planet like this. Jester, kill. Husband, this is your chance. My wife sends a message. If it's intelligent, this is the time to utterly crush it. Engrave the fear of defying Jester into its core. That's totally a villain line. Oh, enough, you're saving your family, right? Now go. She's right, I charge the new Zork type with my roller dash. Let's fight to the death, new type. Follow the Imperial son-in-law, the old men shout. I'm coming too, Melissa echoes. Who could have guessed this moment would go down in legend? Chapter 19. The Ceremonial Spear Technique, Imperial Spear Art Style 24, First Form. Each form has a front and back. The front targets the opponent's belly, and the back goes for the spine. Basically, it's the first technique we learn. Even after advancing from military prep to the main academy, they make us drill it to death during bayonet training. It's utterly useless in combat. It's meant for mid-range fighting, but if the enemy gets close, you'd use a knife anyway. Still, we're forced to practice it endlessly. But of course, give a stick to a bunch of elementary boys, they're going to start a stick fight. It starts off with technique drills, but pretty soon it's an all-out brawl. A time-honored ritual, but that experience paid off. It actually comes in handy now. It lets me to steamroll the Zorks. That humanoid giant Zork, though. That's a different story. It's bad news, but someone has to draw the short straw here. I charge forward. You-woo-woo-wo. Just here. Maximum power on roller dash. I might not have a lance, but a spear will do for a charge. I slam into it. The spear sinks deep, but it wasn't enough to stop it. The giant raises its fist. I release the spear and jump back. Claire. Detonate. Roger. The embedded spear explodes. Even though I jumped, the blast catches me. I'm slammed to the ground but manage a roll and get back up. Looks like my fall-breaking technique was solid. Luckily, I took no damage. Just some dirt on the mech. It's starting to feel like I'm not even human anymore. It's still alive, taking aim. The auxiliary cannon fires. It should have hit, but reality isn't so kind. The Zork continues strolling toward us, calm as can be. With each step, its wounds heal. Jester, kill. The giant casually picks up a crab-shaped Zork. It pulls its arm back, winding up. Oh, come on, that's just not fair. I flee for my life. Just being huge gives it such a ridiculous combat advantage. The giant slams the Zork down. It doesn't hit directly, but the ground shakes. Captain, I'm coming. Stay back. It's not gonna work. But Melissa dashes forward. She slashes at its legs with her sword. Ha, it's way softer than the crabs. Imperial son-in-law, we're coming too. Then a comm comes in from my wife. Husband, buy us some time. I'm on my way. But the destroyer can't. Oh, hang on, the destroyer's beam. It might work on it since it's not a crab type, right? I'll hold it off, Melissa, old men. I'm using the anti-materiel rifle, so get in there. You got it. I assemble the rifle on my back, setting up the tripod and going prone. Meanwhile, Melissa and the others keep fighting. They slash, charge, press the attack. The Imperial Guard old men block its attacks with their shields, giving Melissa openings to strike. But even then, they can't land a killing blow. This doesn't make sense. If it were an animal, cutting its tendons should immobilize it. The giant's wounds keep healing wherever they hit him. Melissa, forget what you think you know, one of the old man shouts. Got it, old man. But now what? Trust the Imperial son-in-law. That guy always exceeds expectations. After hearing that, I can't afford to say, sorry, nothing I can do. Time to act. Claire. Roger adjusting aim. Claire begins calibrating my aim. Melissa, old men, fall back. Melissa and the Imperial Guard pull back. I fire the anti-material rifle. I've got to target either the heart or brain. Neither should be able to regenerate, hopefully. The heart's the larger target, so I'm more likely to hit. Even if I miss, there's a chance the shot can take it down. With a roar, the bullet rips through the giant's torso. The heart shot tears through flesh and bone, blasting a large exit wound out the other side. H, huh? The giant looks down at its chest. Seeing the gaping hole, it lets out a roar. Graia, Jester. Jester, kill. The hole begins to close as its eyes glow red. I can't kill it. Realizing that, I charge forward. A comm comes in from my wife. Husband, main cannon ready. But it'll hit the city. What should I do? Toss it into the sky. I tackle the giant's leg. I lock my knuckles around its ankles and start pounding it. Guys, help me. Just a year, get off. The giant reaches for me. So I shout, cut it off. Melissa slices through its arm. Taking the chance, I grab one of its fingers and twist it backward. Grog! The giant howls in pain. I land another punch, then wedge myself between his legs. Every gear in my mech creaks, but this is the only way giants swing. If you're gonna fight a giant monster, you use a giant swing. A tried and proved classic move. It's actually terrifying hearing the joints groan though. Claire, get out now. No, I'm staying with you. She refuses. I have no time to argue. I swing the giant around. The centrifugal force lifts it off the ground. HMPFH, Snap, my knee snaps, but I hurl it into the air. It takes my left arm with it. My hip joint twists and I collapse. Well done, husband. Fire. The destroyer's plasma cannon fires. It scorches the wasteland, reducing the giant to ashes. Half the Zorks are caught in the blast and disintegrate. All yours now. My mech can't move anymore. It crumbles from the legs up. I open the hatch and pull Claire out, getting us to safety. With the giant down, the remaining Zorks scatter and retreat. The city, we saved it, Claire mutters. Yeah, I nod. That day, I saved my hometown. Afterward, we are welcomed back by the townsfolk and my older brother, Sam. My old man and eldest brother, who went to the front lines, are still missing. But hey, Sam's alive. It's not a bad ending, I'd say. As everyone celebrates, I eat in a corner by myself. You get it. This kind of socializing isn't my thing. I pray no one talks to me when a familiar face approaches. Hey, do you have a second? It's one of the boys, Kevin. Oh, I should be the one asking. I'm not really good with all these strangers. What do you need? Haha, you're still the same. I actually wanted you to come with me. With what? Just wanted to talk about repairs for your custom mech. Ah, that's what it's about. Sure. I follow Kevin. A garage comes into view. This way. Inside, there's nothing. Hey, Kevin, did you get the wrong place? Nope, this is the spot. I turn around, and Kevin's aiming a gun at me. Who would have thought our enemy would be this much trouble? What the hell are you talking about? Chapter 20. Kevin points a gun at me. A pistol-type energy weapon. In other words, it's a beam handgun. It might not affect Zork exoskeletons, but it's lethal for humans. The difference in power from projectile weapons is vast, but the biggest reason those weapons fell out of favor is weight and ammo efficiency. One cartridge is good for over 1,000 rounds and weighs 1/10 of what old ammo did. It has a high rate of fire, surpassing light machine guns. It even works in space. Against humans, it's an overwhelmingly powerful weapon. Swords, spears, chainsaws, or giant swings aren't be necessary. You can't even twist someone's leg off with a giant swing. I thought I was done with these kinds of crappy realities, but here we go again. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Oh, something did come to mind. Sorry, I didn't realize you had a crush on Melissa. It's not that, idiot. Huh, then Claire. I haven't triggered any flags with Claire yet. She's just mad because my human rights keep getting trampled, so she's made it her mission to steal me away from my wife. I said it's not that. Gasp, you're after my wife. Over my dead body will I let you take my wife. She's legally registered as mine. Just shut up. Okay. Leo, what do you know about Jester? Overhyped, really. It's a useless ESB with crappy potential. Haha, among the Zorks, Jester is a legendary Grim Reaper. Do you know how Jester was created? Huh, I heard it's a freak genetic fluke. Haha, do you know where that genetic marker came from? No. As if there's some special genetic marker. It's just part of the human genome, right? Jester is a bioweapon created by humans 500 years ago to fight the Zork. They are a type of enhanced humans. Enhanced humans might sound scary, but they're not rare in today's world. I mean, I've had my own teeth resized along with bacterial resistance, and genes for hereditary diseases erased for my clan. If you work on planets where terraforming is tough, workers even get chloroplasts embedded in their cells. Even Kevin's probably had adjustments done for his planet's environmental diseases. Enhanced humans are a dime a dozen. If we're comparing to 500 years ago, we're basically enhanced humans too. Haha, what a sheltered view. The empire of 500 years ago wasn't like the deteriorated empire now. Back then, they had the technology to manufacture psychers. They did exactly that during the war between humanity and we Zorks 500 years ago. Jesters were one of their greatest achievements, because they could become sages. That's part of it. Becoming a sage requires facing trials, but what makes jesters terrifying isn't that. They have no brakes. They don't feel fear toward the Zorks. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely scared of the Zorks though. What the heck is he talking about? I've barely kept myself from wetting my pants. You have no idea the mental battle I'm fighting against my urge to pee. What the hell are you talking about, and why are you losing your temper over it? Besides, what is this wee Zork? You totally look like a human to me. Humans created jesters, mad creatures with no fear of us. Those who fought alongside them lost their fear as well. That's when we Zork came up with the idea of slipping spies among humanity. We abducted humans and modified them to carry Zork genetic markers. That's my lineage. So you're a Zork? Yes. How long have you been working for the Zorks? An underground organization like that would get found out quickly. Most ideological groups are heavily monitored. Groups worshipping aliens, they'll definitely be flagged and surveilled as soon as they're discovered. Human-type Zork are programmed to recall their mission during adolescence. I only remembered mine a few months ago. What? That's the most inefficient method I've ever heard. Bribing officials would get faster results. It's such an absurdly patient approach, relying entirely on luck. It's not even a gamble. That wasn't within the Zork's understanding at the time. So we went underground, choosing to study human society. And unlike humans, we have all the time in the world. So, what do you want with me? If you're not killing me yet, you must need something. Yes, there's something I must know. How is it that Jester, who isn't supposed to have offspring, managed a genetic throwback? No idea. I came up negative for ESP to begin with. How am I supposed to know how if I've suddenly got ESP? Well then, this planet has to be destroyed. You're too dangerous. You might have been top of your class in the military academy, but your abilities were mid-tier. The academy overlooked it because of your family, but people resented you for it. But now you're nearly on par with the Imperial Guard. No, you've somehow grown freakishly strong. Throwing a giant type with wrestling moves? That's just batshit insane. Kevin re-aims his gun. Too bad for him. He'll regret letting his attention slip even a little. Take this. I kick the ground hard. A cloud of dust rises and blinds him. The ultimate dust in the eyes attack. I dive for the exit, but then, ow. A burning sensation shoots through the side of my leg. I've been shot. Don't move. Yeah, fat chance. Blood spatters from my mouth. Damn it, one of my organs got hit, but I can still move. Whatever's flooding my brain, adrenaline or something, just keep me going a bit longer. I make a run for the banquet hall. I see a table. I dive headfirst toward it. I don't have the energy or clarity to dodge anymore. Hey. Leo, what happened? You're bleeding. Melissa spots me. Tell my wife, tell her, she's the hottest girl in the universe. She'd have me executed if I told her that. Princess, Imperial Guard old men, Leo's been shot. Hey. Husband. I hear my wife's voice. Man, to be honest, I never saw myself as the kind of guy who dies from a shot to the leg. Guess I better tell my wife my honest feelings. Thank you for putting up with scum like me. Huh. Is he immortal? Who is? Chapter 21. I wake up. Something about, is he immortal? That's what I think I heard. But most likely, I've been revived as a clone, haven't I? I glance to my side and see my wife sleeping. Her face is wet had she been crying. I feel something strange down there. When I pull the blanket aside, I find a tube inserted into my ultimate weapon of destruction, PP. So I was put under general anesthesia for surgery. It must have been fully automated using robotic arms. There's gauze over the wound, with another tube for draining fluids. To top it off, I'm hooked up to an IV, probably antibiotics. Well, at least I'm not on a ventilator, but as I move, a sensor comes loose, triggering an alarm. Gah, what's going on? My wife bolts upright. Yo. By the way, am I a cloned? You're awake, husband. Wait, what? Of course you're not. You said you didn't want to be cloned. Yeah, well, coming back as a stranger with only my memories doesn't sit right with me. Ignoring my words, She presses the nurse call button with zero hesitation. I agree, but let me just say, I was worried sick, you idiot. Honestly, I didn't think there was a spy among the humans, and I'd get assassinated. By the way, where's Kevin? They caught him trying to escape. He's locked in the underground cells now. Melissa lost it and chased him around with a sword. Claire went on a silent shooting spree. The boys screamed and fled in terror, and the Imperial Guard had to capture him before the girls got to him. Meanwhile, I couldn't make sense of anything because you collapsed. It was like a nightmare. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I fully understand how much trouble I caused. So, what's my status right now? The nanomachine treatment didn't make it in time. The surgical unit stopped the bleeding, and your lost blood was replaced with artificial blood. You flatlined twice during all that. Twice? No way, that's terrifying. That's MY line. Do you know how it feels to nearly become a widow right after getting married? I cried so much I couldn't stop. Really, I'm sorry. I genuinely regret it. Anyway, what's the deal with Kevin? He's claiming to be a Zork. So we examined his body, just in case he had any bombs or something. Reasonable. We found a GPS implant, not our tech. It's a protein-based device that functions as an organ. That sends chills down my spine. This is deadly serious. What about brainwashing? None detected, but there's another problem. What kind of problems? He's not a man. Oh, so he a cross-dresser? No, not that. He's intersex. Seriously. Zorks, you are too haphazard. They have genetic engineering, but they're so indifferent to other species that apparently, the beings they create to in their imitation end up pitifully deviated. It's unsettling. Even my wife doesn't bother hiding her disgust. Time to lighten the mood with a joke. Maybe I can use the Zork tech to power up my ultimate weapon of destruction. One idiot in my life who modifies their ultimate weapon of destruction is enough, my father. Don't you dare try it, or I'll end you. Whoa, she's seriously mad. So, have you seen it? Of course not. But my older sisters, who were forced to bear his children, complained about it plenty. Ah yeah, I think I get it now. Most likely, the Emperor himself was born with a very small ultimate weapon of destruction. He was made fun because of it, and it became a source of insecurity, which led him to develop a preference for lowly and obsess over modifying his ultimate weapon of destruction. That crappy old man, one day I'll kill him. My wife always gets enraged when her father comes up. She must really despise him. Well, if I were in her shoes, I'd have dealt with him long ago. So, I guess you hate the Zork's body modifications, huh? Exactly. I detest anyone who toys with people's bodies. Those crab monsters, I'll annihilate them all. At this point, the nurse and doctor enter the room. They remove the gauze and clean up the necrotic tissue, waste that the nanomachines have already dealt with. They also remove the tubes and wash the wound, completing the treatment. Almost everything has healed. All that's left is the tube in my ultimate weapon of destruction. Time to close the curtain. Anne, stop making weird noises. My wife yells from the other side of the curtain, but it hurts. For real. Oh, is he okay, doctor? With that energy, he should be good to go home tomorrow. Woohoo. And just like that, I'm discharged the next day. Melissa and Claire, by the way, are confined to the brig as punishment for their rampages and can't visit. After getting dressed, I head out where my wife and the Imperial Guard are waiting. The moment I arrive, the old men grab me by the collar. Didn't we tell you not to make Her Highness cry, you punk? Honestly, these guys are scarier than the Zorks. The sheer intensity in their faces, yeah, this feels like marrying into the Yakuza. Forgive him, he didn't expect to be shot by a classmate. Next time, there won't be any mercy. Got it? Yes, sir. All right, Imperial son-in-law. From now on, we're training you to survive even gunshots. That's not even humanly possible. Fool, you used heal on the verge of death. What can't you do? Wait, I used heal on myself. That's right, husband. You unconsciously used heal to avoid death. I didn't even know I could do that. Technically, I should be able to use all basic ESP. My stats are just abysmally low. It's like knowing how to drive in a racing game, but not being able to handle a real car. Either way, you'll be training after we conquer this planet. But I thought ESP couldn't be trained. Just use them. What? Keep using them until you master them. Make them second nature. These old men are way more intense than I expected. I might actually die. Chapter 22. The next day comes. I'm finally discharged from the hospital. The Zorks haven't attacked again. My old man and my eldest brother are still missing. The old man's too old for resurrection through cloning. Resurrection for anyone over 50 is banned, except for witnesses to national-level crimes. This law prevents people from cloning people back to life just to collect pensions. So if the old man's dead, well, that's it. But if that is case, his position will be passed off to my eldest brother. Hey, wife, you're not thinking of making me the Marquis, right? I'm done with this backwater planet. It's full of delinquents and old folks. Ruling this place would be impossible. All it has is raw resources. Frustrated, I wander around the Lord's residence, my family's home. Ah, my room's gone. Ha, figures. They even tossed out all my memorabilia filled with porn files. But glad it was all thrown away before the boys could snoop around. Because if you let your boys into your place, they're definitely going to hunt for porn. Our home's like a hotel building. The top floor is our private residence. From there to the middle floors are for guests. And below that, there are conference rooms and a gymnasium. We rent these out for government use at ridiculous rates. I've told them, there's no point in squeezing the citizens. It's like punching your own wallet. But they don't listen. Welp, not that my problem. So I head to the upper floors where everyone's staying. The students and the Imperial Guard old men are in the ping-pong room working with some gear they brought. Oh, you're out of the hospital, Imperial son-in-law. A grizzled old man with a beard calls out to me. Somehow survived. Exceptional soldiers are always targeted. You've gained enough fame for the Zorks to see you as a hero worth hunting down. That's just the jester in me doing whatever it wanted. At my core, I'm not that great. That's fine, just stand firm. That's enough to make the enemy fear you. As long as you're alive, we will win. I'll keep hanging on. Just as I think this is encouraging. What the hell, dude? Not even one porn file left. You disappoint me. There are also idiots among us. My parents threw them out. As I'm having this mindless exchange, a crew-cut guy arrives. He's a knight of the Marquisate army. Young master. We've found your mother. What, Mom? Right, I'd totally forgot. My mom's the old man's legal wife. Each of us brothers has a different mother. Mine ran off with a traveling merchant not long after I was born. She must have hated this backwater planet. You'd think she'd be happy as the wife of a noble, but a country lord doesn't cut it for her apparently. When she realized the old man would be working here, not in the imperial capital, she bylaid. So I was left behind. A child's no use to someone who wants freedom and happiness, so I consider Mom, Dad's legal wife, to be my mother. She treated us all equally. In the worst way. Even her biological sons, my eldest brothers, care was dumped on drones, maids, and butlers. Because she was busy with her own affairs. I don't blame her for that, but with so little time spent together, it's no wonder I don't feel much for her, which is also why I've forgotten about her. I mean, she didn't even come to the hospital when I almost died. If she'd had the passion to hunt down and punish my birth mother, maybe she and my old man would have earned some respect from the society. Most people don't entrust important jobs to heartless types with no remarkable abilities. Anyway, here she is, escorted by an Imperial Guard. Leo, how are you? Well, I got shot, and my intestines and kidneys are a mess, so I've been running to the bathroom a lot, but I'm alive. Conversation over. Guess I chose the wrong words. Ha ha ha. Let's talk. Come to the meeting room next door. Got it. In the next room, she sits on a folding chair, and I grab one for myself. How much do you know? About my ESP. About everything. Nothing. I know I've awakened an overrated crappy ESP called Jester, but that's it. What about our family secrets? Just that the old man ordered a wig in the capital. I shudder, remembering the horror of seeing my old man's wig appointment he shared on my calendar by accident. He got gene therapy right after, but that's still not enough. Sadly, humanity still hasn't conquered baldness. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the Jester. Huh? Do we actually have some secretly strong genes? Or are we a chosen bloodline? Am I finally getting a cheat ability? Our family supposedly rose from a knight's lineage, but actually, it started with a court jester who amused the emperor so much that he was given land. And, well, he may have performed a naked routine for the emperor. Not the information I wanted to hear right now. Looks like we're just a family of regular court jesters, not the psyker jesters. So much for a chosen bloodline. And as for the Zorks, I have no idea what those creatures are. Right. What a useless conversation. To sum up, there's no special bloodline in our family. Don't be reckless. Cloning technology has its limits. Also, congratulations on your marriage. Not that I know Mom well enough to be touched by this. If my brother Sam had said it, maybe I'd be moved, as much as I hated to admit it. I'll never say it to that idiot, though. Thank you. You've grown up. I'm far from that. I'm still too weak. That giant, it's practically the first boss in the main story. Originally, it would have been the perfect target for experience farming. So, I intend for you to become the Marquis. That's too much for me. I know my wife's planning to merge this place with her territory, but I don't think this is necessary. As the princess's spouse, you need a rank worthy of her. With two troublesome people conveniently missing, you should take the title now. Oh, I'm all for that. And here comes my wife. Mother-in-law, I wholeheartedly agree. And don't worry, I'll neither mistreat the citizens nor impose on your family. This place will simply be our base. At your command, Your Highness. I'm a Marquis. Guess I'll shove it onto Sam. Chapter 23. The following day, we finally found both my eldest brother and my old man. Apparently, they had been fighting on the front lines, but after repeated defeats, they were forced to retreat to a mine for safety. With so few troops left, probably due to desertions, it took time to locate them via drone. I'm on my way to them in a transport vehicle. Seriously, though, couldn't they have just turned on their GPS? And their friendly unit identification codes, too. This is why being technologically challenged is so frustrating. They turned everything off, which made them impossible to find. The two of them are currently fighting a Crabchan in their standard mechs. I thought they were lucky not to have died yet, but apparently, they'd run out of ammo and had resorted to beating it with steel beams found in the mine. I'm starting to wonder, maybe my family's got a stronger muscle-brained bloodline than I thought? Ha! My old man's mech swings a steel beam and smashes it into the Zork. By the way, my old man's never had military training. Since he wasn't eligible for the draft back then, he went straight to work in the Empire's government office after graduating from college. Apparently, his athletic abilities were lacking, to put it kindly. My eldest brother, Dexter, a graduate student in the sciences, serves as a mandatory police officer as a substitute for military service. The two of them have probably never even been in a fight before. Intimidated by the Zork, my old man scream, tail between his legs. It seems even the Zorks don't recognize them as threats. Dexter jumps in to provide cover. I'll show you the strength of a police officer. For a second, it looked like he might actually be able to do something. He picked up a steel pipe lying around and swung it at the enemy. Thunk. He's so fucked. Jaira. Yagged. It seems his police training didn't prepare him well. Husband, why don't we just head home and flirt instead? Please don't give up on them, I reply. Leo's a berserker, how can this be? Claire, too, seems exasperated. I have no idea either. It seems the Zork just don't find them enough of a threat to consider them anything more than annoying flies. Maybe because its command unit isn't around, it just toys around with them. Also, it could be because we've stood out too much. We've already taken out all other Zorks on the planet after all. Captain, isn't it about time you help? He is your father, right? Melissa sounds as exasperated as ever. Fair enough. Okay, Leo's mech rolling out. That's the least enthusiastic I've ever heard you. Hilarious, Melissa responds. Shut up, I leap out of the transport vehicle. One Zork. The Marquis' army, completely wiped out by just one damn Zork. Best not to think about it too much. And cadets from the military academy are generally pretty competent. It's the top public school, after all. I've got my Class 1 spacecraft license, plus certifications for various mechs, drones, special radio equipment, and AI technology. Melissa and the other cadets are stacked with qualifications too. And Claire's certified in sniping. We're on a different level compared to rural forces who can barely even shoot. No wonder we haven't lost a single person. We can actually hold our own in combat. Take this. With my restored mech, I strike a powerful blow with a steel beam. There's a cracking sound as the Zork's shell fractures. It may not be as strong as the steel of a warship's outer hull, but momentum makes up for it. Satisfied after that one hit, I draw a blade from my leg compartment. It's a normal blade without any gimmicks, unlike those weird weapons I've used. Jishi. This time, Crabchan really loses it. Its claws lash out, but I'm faster. I dodge and slice at its joints. I don't have the sword techniques like Melissa, so I can't sever them entirely. Instead, I kick to throw it off balance, hack off its antennae, and then pummel it again. It starts flailing its claws wildly, and I keep dodging and striking. Once the claws slow down, I evade, and here comes the big swing. I leap up, twist its joint in the opposite direction, and snap it. Was that a scream or a roar? As it struggles, I hold it down and drive my blade in. Claire. Firing. At point-blank range, the cannon obliterates Crabchan. Whoa, Imperial military swordsmanship sure is brutal, Melissa exclaims over the comms. I wouldn't know. I only learned ceremonial techniques with spears, swords, and knives. And even that was just a few times a year. It's not meant to be used much anyway. Against pirates, training in mid-range shooting would increase survival rates a lot more too. If it weren't for the Zorks, it'd be a useless skill. Oh, Leo, behind you, Melissa shouts. Suddenly, a Zork bursts out from underground. I raise my hand and focus. Fire. With a whoosh, flames engulf the Zork. It's just a level 1 pyro ESP. Without missing a beat, I punch it hard. With a crunch, its shell dents inward. Firing. Bang, and it's over. Although it's a crab, it's poisonous, so we won't bother with the meat. We'll use the materials for repairs instead. Leo, that was ESP. Yeah, I just tried it, and it worked. I somehow became able to use it after Kevin shot me. Oh yeah, that was pretty rough. Claire and Melissa both fall silent. Stop with the silent stares, please. Now for the touching reunion with my old man and brother. Oh, Leo's little brother. Oh, you two are retiring. I'll take over as Marquis. They don't know Mom's already sided with me. Even Sam agreed that I should be the head of the family. Are you planning a coup d'etat? My brother screams. Nope, it's just that I'm the only one with any military knowledge, so it had to be me. You ungrateful son, my old man shouts. Just then, my wife chimes in over the comms. Enough, I'm taking charge of this planet. For now, I hereby appoint my husband as the planetary lord. If anyone has objections, you're welcome to try and defeat him. That is all. So, what do you say, old man? I provoke him intentionally. Grrrrrrrr, I'll remember this, Leo. If you come crawling back to me, I won't help you. As if that would ever happen. With these exchanges, I'm honestly glad that my old man and brother are residents of Comedy World. I mean, Leo Kamishiro, a resident of Serious World, originally should have gotten absolutely devoured by the Zorks. Anyway, with that, the planet's secure. Now, time to interrogate Kevin and customize my mech with all the materials we've gathered. Chapter 24. Bow to the Marquis. My classmates greet me with grins plastered across their faces. Even Claire, standing next to me, can't hold back her laughter. This is harassment. When I protest, my wife saunters over, smirking. Husband, you've completed the planetary conquest. You are hereby commended. Those words sound like they're from the villain's side. Only bad guys or dictators conquer planets. And my former lordly old man and eldest brother. Apparently, the order to return to the territory was issued because of the Zork invasion. I was wondering why those two were even in the territory. Well, that was the reason. That's fine and all. Since I'm the lord here, I figured they could stay if they don't interfere with military matters. I'm the only one here who understands that stuff. Plus, this place is so rural, there's nothing for them to waste money on. But then, things took a turn. It turned out that they had piloted their standard mechs without a license. When I asked why they did that, their answer was, because I'm the lord. That's not even an answer. You can't just pilot a mech without a license. You'll get yourself killed. Evidently, they were left behind by the Marquisate army for being obvious dead weight. And they have no remorse, justifying their actions without a hint of shame. We couldn't even hold a proper discussion. In the end, we placed them under house arrest. It's safer that way. Talk about idiots. Now, for us, it's time to bring out the drinks and wine. Cheers. We hold a victory celebration. My classmates, the Imperial Guard, and even Sam, who's not a soldier but protected the citizens, are invited. As for the Marquisate army, they weren't invited. I'm curious to see how they'll try to sidle up to me. If the Marquisate army messes up again, we'll just root them out, my wife says so casually that it's terrifying. I know you're letting them be because you're nice, Leo, but treason is punishable by death on any planet, Claire says ominously. If it were my house, leaving behind the Lord and his eldest son would be enough for the whole family to face execution. Melissa is the most specific. Scary. I had no idea Marquis families have deteriorated this badly. The empire might be finished, my wife mutters. When the time comes, should we make our escape together? Even if I'm no longer a princess, you'd still stay with me. I'm your husband, duh. Claire, Melissa, will you come too? I'm with you. We might as well take over a new planet and build a country of our own. Ruling a whole country sounds great. We laugh it off like a joke, but honestly, that's a pretty dark future we're imagining. And yet, the next day, things took a turn in the most unexpected direction. You really never know what life will bring. Leo. Veronica. The muscular, double-chinned man embraces a dramatic-looking actress. Then comes a kiss scene, followed by an explosion in the background. My terminal screen is a mess with all the notifications. After the intense kiss scene, the broadcast switches to a news anchor. Hero Leo Kamishiro has saved planet Kamishiro. He has vanquished the loathsome Zorks and dealt a decisive blow for justice. The screen cuts to the double-chinned man. Wearing a skin-tight shirt to emphasize his chest, he poses like a pro wrestler. The subtitle reads, Leo Kamishiro. The real one's better looking, don't you think, Claire? My wife asks. He's got a shadier look compared to this actor, but I like the real one better. What do you think, Melissa? The actor's got the sexier muscles, but Leo's face is way better. They keep complimenting my face. Should I be a little proud? I flash a shiny grin. There's the shady smile. Yep, shady it is. Right on the shady nose. So mean, I'm doing my best here, okay? Hey, wifey, what's this anyway? I reported the planet recapture to the government, and they used it straight for propaganda. So it's government-made, but what's with the casting? Oh, that. Originally, they planned to hire popular idol Selfin, but he went missing, so they had to go with Death Mountain Endo, a pro wrestler. But he doesn't look like me at all. Also, he's 45. They didn't even try to match the age. Claire's glasses fog up. Your Highness, about the disappearance, could it be? Yep, same as Kevin. It seems that while normally male, upon contact with the Zork's will, he transformed into female. The Zork's will, what's that? Melissa looks confused. We're not certain yet. Kevin claims it's like a central command for the Zorks, similar to an ant or bee colony. They figured that out fast. That's usually an endgame revelation. The spies grow up among humans. Then, once in contact with this Zork's will, their body transforms. They get stronger and faster, my wife explains. Why do they turn into women? Melissa looks completely blank. Her mind hasn't caught up at all. It's likely due to changes in DNA and body structure. Didn't they think that's strange? I mean, men turning into women. After years of being treated as one of the guys, Melissa still doesn't quite get it. Perhaps they just don't care. They probably see us as bacteria. They likely can't even distinguish between us individually. No, that's not it. The devs were probably just like, shy trans girls are the best. I hope they all get kidney stones. The Zorks sure are sloppy, Melissa mutters. The Empire did plenty of shady things during the colonization era, too. And discrimination against beasts still exists today, my wife explains. So they don't even see us as equals. Damn it, this pisses me off. Leo, let's crush those bastards, Melissa exclaims angrily. Why, yeah. Why don't you sound motivated? Well, I'm just wondering what to do about Kevin. Sending him to the capital, just to be treated like a lab animal, feels a bit. Even if he was a traitor, he was created that way. He had no say in the matter. Having him dissected just seems cruel. I figured you'd feel that way, husband, so I went ahead and claimed his ownership. Kevin is now your property. You're not even treating him as human. He's a Zork after all, an animal. Life with a beautiful slave girl. Boys like that sort of thing, don't they? No, not at all. I knew him as a guy, plus how are we going to handle his brainwashing? Oh, that. It seems he's been cut off from the Zork network. They probably didn't want to risk being reverse-tracked. Say what? The brainwashing's broken too. So, husband, why don't you go console him? Now she just left it all up to me. What should I do? Chapter 25. At my wife's insistence, I go to see Kevin. I thought he'd be locked up in a basement cell, but it turns out he's been admitted to the hospital. When I walk in, there's Kevin. His already androgynous face now looks completely feminine. Even his body has changed. There's no ignoring the very prominent fruits. You, certainly, grew well. Are you seriously starting with harassment? No, come on, you know what it's like. As a former guy, you get how your eyes just go there. I'm not even thinking anything dirty, but it just draws your gaze. I get it, but it's creepy when you do it to me. But seriously, imagine your buddy suddenly going all ba-boom. You'd be shocked too, right? Go to hell. After shouting at each other, we're both feeling battered. It's like my soul's being sanded down. Let's just put your chest aside for a moment. Please. Fine. Silence, I have no idea what to say. Could you talk? This is getting awkward. Right, so what now? I'm your property, aren't I? Do as you like. What do you mean by that? Turn me into a lab rat, toy with my chest. No way, you idiot. Look, I've got to lead the Academy's group to take charge of this planet. Even if you're a traitor, who'd follow a leader twisted enough to torture a friend? They'd be thinking, am I next? It'd tear us apart. We're an organization balanced between a military and a friendly club, and tightening internal controls would just make us crumble. Seriously, it would. My wife and I discussed this. Unless we join a larger base and become part of the military, we're staying a close-knit group. As long as the big military factions won't let go of modern energy weapons, joining them is off the table. In any case, how we handle Kevin could cause us to self-destruct from within, so there's no chance of anything risque happening. I mean, I don't even have anything hot going on with Melissa yet. No way I'd take a shot with Kevin. I was thinking, I'll probably put you with Gordon or Finn. You got along with them, right? You planning on having them beat me up? Idiot, we're going to run into humanoid Zorks all the time. We can't just kill them all. Having you here, treated normally, would make a lot of them switch sides, wouldn't it? We talked about this too. No matter how brainwashed they are, the Zorks don't pay or take care of their people's needs. Many would betray for money or stability. Kevin, with his tuition-free, stable life at the Imperial Military Academy, is the rare exception. To build trust, we need a humanoid Zork in the group who's treated decently. This way, I get the relief of not having to mistreat Kevin, and we avoid any seeds of discord in the group. Kevin will not be abused, and that's final. Even if he did spill my guts. We'll plea for temporary insanity to reduce his sentence, and he'll be isolated until he's considered safe. This consideration will give humanoid Zorks peace of mind to defect from the Zork ranks. It's a win-win situation. Not all wins for him, though. Afraid I have to be the bearer of bad news. Anyway, I'm not sure how to break it to you, but suddenly getting serious. Your rights have been revoked, so kiss any pension goodbye. Can't do anything about that. Pretty sure that system collapsed when the Zorks invaded. Are you stupid? What am I gonna do? Half of my income was going into the military pension fund. Since we're paid by the Empire, I'd been investing my salary in data for nightlife and my pension fund. I really wanted to buy stocks, but I'm too young to invest directly. Not my problem. Oh, the sorrow. As I wallow in my misery, the door swings open forcefully. Kevin, are you okay? Two guys barge in, looking very Western with a hint of Asian. Gordon and Finn. Hey, Leo, if you did anything to Kevin, I'll kill you. If you so much as touched our best friend, I'll end you. It's passionate, intense friendship. Or at least the lines are. Their gazes, though, are glued to Kevin's chest. Blatantly. Kevin's face lights up with joy for a second at their words, then freezes to an icy zero. So you grew up. Well, can I maybe touch them? Get out. And I get kicked out too. In the end, Kevin chose to stay under my watch, saying, their stares creep me out. I'd rather stick with you. Well, either way's fine with me. When I drag myself home, emotionally exhausted, my wife is lounging comfortably. When exactly as expected, I presume. Oh, so you know what happened. But that chest was something, huh? Wifey, can I be honest? Yes. Even with an impressive chest, I can't mate with a friend who's formerly a dude. Guys have limits. It's just a reflex to look at them. I don't even want to touch them. If I were going to touch anyone's chest, I'd rather beg Melissa. I'd even go so far as to grovel when the mood hits. By contrast, Finn has got to be a complete pervert. What? That's no fun. My wife's sense of men is skewed, thanks to her father, who's a real piece of work. Even to other men, the Emperor is revolting. His GPS has been deactivated too. We'll have fun teasing Kevin. Now, look at this. She sends me some data, and I sigh as I read it. Why the Duchy of Mistral? Mistral is a planet owned by the Ducal House of Mistral. It's a natural, habitable world with no dangerous life forms. A planet that doesn't need terraforming is priceless. Only those closely connected to the Emperor would have a chance at one. It's next to Kamishiro territory. But they look down on us because Kamishiro's leaders have been bending over backward to try getting close to them for generations. The Zorks are invading it. They're really struggling, I hear. Even if we help, we can't seize it, you know. There's no way we could take over a Duke's planet. Besides, I have no reason to risk my people's lives for strangers. My priorities are my comrades. On that note, I'm connecting a call. Why are you being so roundabout? The call connects. On screen is Ren, a girl with animal ears, wearing her work overalls. She's been running back and forth between maintenance and the bridge. Very capable. Yeah, I'd do anything she asks, just let me touch those animal ears. What's up, Ren? I'm Leo. Yeah, what's up? It's my family's territory. Oh, what? I don't get it. There shouldn't be any beast duchies in the Empire. I don't remember Ren being listed in the princess catalog, which lists daughters of marquises, and above, either. The top-ranked nobility are treated like idols. By the way, my wife's face is supposed to be kept private to avoid any incest rumors for the Empire. She's an illegitimate child, you see. That's why you've never heard about her being a duke's descendant, my wife explains. Yeah, father sent me to the academy because he thought I'd be safe. Mother and I, we've both been targeted by his wife all this time. A vein pulses in my forehead. You're motivated now, right? Very much. Got it, Ren, I promised you, right? We'll take back your home. Yeah, I'll make your mech the strongest one ever. Thanks. Call ends. Wifey, let's work on a plan to take over the duchy. Already done, just beat the Zorks. Leave the rest to me. All right. I'm fired up now. Chapter 26. We're finally close to the planet Mistral. Even after sending multiple messages, there has been no response from the Ducal House of Mistral, even though by this point, the Ducal army usually would have arrested us. I know this from personal experience. My old man, my brothers, and I have been captured here a few times before. Though for some reason, neither he nor Dexter, my eldest brother, ever suffered any injuries too severe for nanomachine healing. Probably because both of them are residents of Comedy World. Ha ha ha, today I've surpassed my past self by getting this close to the duchy. Stop shouting such pathetic things, husband. I'll smack you. But listen, that one time, those guys released hunting dog drones, and both my old man and Dexter ditched Sam and me, bolting right out of there. They left us to fend for ourselves, and we ended up crying as we tried to escape. That's actually how I learned to drive a bike. And, how to steal one too, actually, wifey. I'm going to head back to planet Kamishiro for a bit to go punch my old man and Dexter. Get to your station immediately. Yes, yeah. I board the Jester mech. Claire hasn't boarded yet. She's still on deck, likely operating drones. Claire holds an advanced license as a Type 1 recon drone operator, a qualification that even the Imperial Guard lacks. She's really a GOAT support. Soon, Claire's voice comes through on all channels. Military Academy student Claire reporting, drone image analysis is complete, transmitting now. The images come through. On planet Mistral, the Ducal army is being forced to retreat. Scans show that Zorks have already seized half the planet. And according to citizen ID chip data, it's likely that half of the population has become food. What about the military? My wife asks. The Duke's forces are in full retreat. Reports to the Empire indicate that they're refusing to use ballistic ammunition because it's deemed untrustworthy due to it being Leo Kamishiro's intel. How much do they hate our family? Isn't that a bit too much? I mean, was it that annoying how we kept trying to get close to them? Actually, they've attached evidence, court records and reports from generations of Kamishiro marquises on their stalker activities. Is that something I'm supposed to take responsibility for? Just consider it bad luck. Quit pitying me like that. My wife's face suddenly appears in a side display. Let's put Leo's family issues aside for now. Leo, you made a promise to everyone, didn't you? That you'd reclaim their family homes. This is our first step. We chose the Mistral Duchy not because of its power, but because it's nearby. And the planet has a lot of resources. We'll use it as a foothold to retake the imperial capital. Everyone's families come first. My family and the Emperor himself can wait. He's a man's man, he'll handle himself. We'll save everyone's families first. I, Veronica, make this promise. We can leave my family last, I swear. My wife. You're planning to use the chaos to take out your hated father, aren't you? Claire, what are the enemy numbers? My wife asks. Estimated at 4 times the force that attacked planet Kamishiro. There you have it, everyone. Understand. This isn't even a fight at this rate. Half the civilians are already dead. It's hopeless. Unless, that is, I say we have a way. What would you think then? There is a way, I shout. Oh yes, there is. Duke Mistral's Memorial Museum. It holds a collection of 100-year-old drones. Not just drones, but old tanks, planes, and weapons, all with ballistic ammo. Why would they have all that? I ask. Mistral dukes have been known for their frugality. They keep even outdated military equipment. Their estate is rumored to hold treasures, documents, diaries, souvenirs, and all sorts of things. That just sounds like a hoarder's mansion. It seems that, when the estate filled up to the ceiling with their collections, they built the museum and display everything there. So they really are hoarders. Enough. Forget about that. It just means we have a shot defeating those Zorks, so we'll take control of the museum. Once we activate those drones, we should be able to match them. Hope's hiding in garbage. Everyone must be thinking the same thing. So, how are we infiltrating the planet? I had Ren issue an ID. But does Ren even have the authority to do that? Well, she might have tinkered a bit here and there with the data. So hacking. Hold on a sec, you can forge identification data. That's some high-level hacker skill. Ren is really an exceptional engineer. Rest assured, we might have forged the ID, but we'll still inform the Duke's forces that we're reinforcements before we infiltrate. That's got to be the least reassuring thing my wife has ever said. Now, my dear husband, you'll lead the charge. Sure. I'm feeling zero motivation. Then Claire approaches. Sorry, I'm boarding now. Hope in. Claire boards, and the doors open as the thrusters engage. We're dropping in from space. Atmospheric entry gear all green, Claire reports. Launch. The thrusters ignite. My dear husband, you know the covert mission, right? Rescuing Ren's family. Exactly, but when it comes to her family, only the Duke needs saving. The rest are her enemies. Gotcha. The mech launches. Ren's voice comes through on the comms. Leo, let me brief you on your mech's new upgrades. Based on our last operation, I reinforced the joints. Since you like close combat, I've swapped out the spear from before. You're not a fan of that, right? I've equipped a war hammer on your back with recoil suppression. So, I'm once again expected to smash everything at point-blank range, and the recoil suppression. It just redirects the impact by creating a controlled explosion in the opposite direction, right? Sure, it'll improve visibility, but it should still be ridiculously loud. Also, we acquired a mineral from planet Kamishiro we couldn't before, so I upgraded the firearms. You've got a shotgun, a light machine gun, and of course, your favorite anti-material rifle. It's not my favorite, I just used it out of necessity. Lastly, I overhauled the energy design and removed the power limiter, massively increasing its output. So don't push it too hard, okay? That's a don't do it, absolutely don't do it, warning, isn't it? Imagining Ren's cute expression, I launch into space. Chapter 27. I'm finally starting to get used to atmospheric re-entry. Sure, I've done boarding drills and descent training on a battleship, but it's not the sort of thing you do often. Descent training and boarding drills only happen once a year unless there's some special reason. Just boarding drills, 2 days and 1 night stay for first years, 60 days for second years, and a full trip to and from Planet Sanctuary for third years. In fact, we have twice-weekly shooting drills on the school grounds more often than we do drills on a battleship. In short, these things are usually trained seriously after you actually join the military. So isn't it crazy that we learned it all in real combat? What I'm trying to say is, you better stop thinking it's only natural we can do this. I'm not the protagonist here. The jester is basically a clown, all right. I'm the character who drags down the whole party for half the game, wasting one of your party slot, then becomes invincible in the second half. I'm just fighting out of desperation. Come to think of it, where did the Zork first appear again? Planet Sanctuary. That's the destination for our boarding drill. If I recall correctly, the final battle was a duel with the Zork Queen near Alpha Star, where she tried to destroy the star. Nothing gets resolved on Planet Sanctuary. Let's just stop thinking about it. Actually, I have other business in the Mistral Duchy. Near Planet Mistral in the Duke's domain is a developing planet. One of these is Colony Planet 35. As the name implies, a colony planet is one that's still being developed. The ownership varies. It might belong to the Empire, a nearby noble, or someone else. Frontier Planet 35 is owned by House Mistral. The Mistrals are generally competent, aside from having a bit of a hoarding problem at their estate. Naturally, they're dedicated to developing the surrounding planets. They're not like a certain Marquis house that wastes their development funds on central government bribes to maintain their status. Look, old man. This is what a competent noble looks like. His responsibilities are now mine, though. In the Empire's planetary classification system, it's an agricultural planet with a natural ecosystem. They must have discovered fertile soil and bacteria suited for farming during their surveys. So lucky. Natural crops are a luxury. At least it's better than a barren or Viscount territory that only gets a rocky planet that can't be terraformed. No matter where you look, there's always someone better or worse off. Anyway, this colony planet 35 is where our protagonist lives. Originally, he would be drafted, defeat a Zork, and end up at the military academy. After the tutorial, he could become a merchant, a politician, a soldier, whatever. But I want to recruit him before he's drafted. I'll be the supportive mentor, and he'll take care of the fighting. Then I can live a steamy, fun life with my wife and Melissa. I'll occasionally tease Kevin and live the slow life on planet Kamishiro. Yep, that's the plan. But only after I help everyone's families. Thrusters to max speed. The mech accelerates just as I'm daydreaming. What? I shout. A beam of light streaks by. What the heck? They fired at us. Wifey. What's going on? This isn't the flimsy Kamishiro family defense system. That shot was serious. They're out to kill. We tried to contact them, but there's no response. They've probably been ordered to shoot any moving thing down on sight. Yeesh, this place is totally different from Planet of Idiots, aka Planet Kamishiro. Claire. Viwoosh, Wag. Leah, we're going in at full speed. Dodge with everything you've got. Claire actually said, with everything you've got. That's a sign we're highly likely to get shot. Nuwoo. Crying. A deadly wave of beams bears down on us. The last one was just a warning shot, was that it? Dodge it, husband, you can do it. No, I can't. I twist my waist to dodge a beam aimed right at my stomach. Another one targets my head, and I tilt my neck to evade. The awkward angles leave me at the mercy of gravity. Claire shouts urgently, planet entry initiated. We're getting errors in attitude control. Whoa, aha. Why-yes. We go spiraling down. The erratic descent seems to keep us from getting hit. Reverse thrusters now, BLRF. Bile rises in my throat. We're gonna die. We're seriously gonna die. My head is spinning already. We're out of anti-air system range. Correcting posture. Claire manages to fix our posture control. I desperately try to slow down. We're in the safe speed range, cutting off the vernier. Landing, my vision is going dark. A black circle with a green edge is filling my sight. I'm on the verge of blacking out. A small impact reverberates through the mech. It was a perfect landing. I hurriedly suck in a breath. Damn, almost hit GLOC there. It is what happens when a pilot passes out from experiencing extreme G-forces. Blood's pooled in your legs, leaving your brain deprived. See Claire, are you okay? No response. I scramble out of my seat and open the co-pilot door. Claire is passed out. I carry her outside, spread out a sleeping bag, and lay her on it. Wifey, Claire's unconscious. The Imperial Guard will be there soon. Stay put. I wait with my gun ready. If the Duke's soldiers find us first, we'll have no choice but to surrender. I think a minute's passed. Claire stirs. Leo. Why are you? Oh, I passed out, huh? Want some water? I hand her a bottle. Thanks. Looks like we're in the clear. Can you stand? The world's spinning, but I'll manage. I offer her my hand as she tries to stand. Her knees are shaking like a newborn fawn. Pathetic, isn't it? And I was second in our class. We were this close to dying. Nothing pathetic about it. My wife's plans are just way too intense. Sure, the Imperial Guard old men probably handle this with a laugh, but still, I need to build up some muscles. Muscles are power. The jester needs a strong body to survive. I've learned that this time for sure. Power is everything. After a while, I spot the Imperial Guard's mechs arriving. Look like the Imperial Guard managed to equip themselves with large shields and greatswords, finally. This will do, or so I'd like to say, but we're still at a disadvantage against the Duke's army. Zork are strong against the Duke's army, we're strong against Zork. And the Duke's army, they're strong against us. It's a nasty rock-paper-scissors situation. The students arrive with their custom mechs, too. This time, everyone has their own mech. Now, let's begin the operation. Chapter 28. We've joined up with the student group. This is hopeless, Melissa murmurs to herself. Her mech has lost one of its hands, taken out by an anti-air defense system attack. And it's not just her. About 10% of the students' units were heavily damaged during the descent op. There are plenty of injured, though luckily, the nanomachines can heal all of them. We were fortunate no one died. Those who can still move are treating the wounded with syringes loaded with nanomachines. The Imperial Guard handled things a little better, blocking the beam attacks with shields as they descended. They even protected the students along the way. The shields are disposable, though, now riddled with holes. One of the old men nods with a satisfied grin. MHM. This should be a good experience for the students. This hell is a good experience. I can't help but retort, and his grin widens even more. They survived the latest anti-air system without losing a single person. This experience will become a part of them, strengthen them. You plan this from the start. Of course. Growth only comes from facing hell. You're going way too far. What if someone had died? That's why we went down first. Wait, hang on. I was sent down first, actually. It seems the Imperial son-in-law still thinks he's just an ordinary person. Excuse me, I'm a very normal person. Finally, Claire speaks up, just finishing her own recovery. Leo, you dodged the beam weapon after seeing it fire, didn't you? Well, yeah, but... Everyone looks at me, utterly stunned. How do you dodge light? Hey, can you do that, old man? Of course not. Predicting the attack's timing is the best I can do. No way you're human. Yeah, you're definitely not human. What is this bullying? Melissa pats my shoulder with a look full of affection. Captain, I think you should just go ahead and save the galaxy already. No way, we need someone a bit stronger for that, like a top-class psyker. So he said, guys, what do you think? The boy with a crew cut speaks up. I'm a fire wizard-class psyker, but I can't dodge beams on sight. And I don't have the firepower to match the Zorks either. But you could at least grill them or something. No chance, I can hold them back at most. I'd still trust a machine gun more than my ESB. It feels like they're all trying to label me a freak. I look around at everyone. The guys are giving me looks like I'm some bodybuilder, and the girls have the pitying gaze a mother would give her underperforming son. Stop that, all of you. Let's go and capture the museum, I say. The Imperial Guard old men scold me immediately. Idiot. First, we need to disable the anti-air systems. Once they're down, we'll airdrop the repair units from orbit. That's not in the manual. Forget the manual. This is a tactic of the Empire's punitive forces. The punitive forces are the ones that apprehend corrupt nobles and seize their planets. Most of these nobles try one last act of defiance. They're bound for execution, so they figure they might as well leave a parting blow. Oh, wait, so they do the same thing we're doing now. Hang on, could it be that the Imperial Guard? We act as the punitive forces on occasion. So they're experts in planetary invasions. Those with damaged units set up base. Everyone else assume defensive positions. Yes, sir. And we'll leave disabling the anti-air systems to you, Imperial son-in-law. Why me? I dash roll off through my tears. This ducal planet is well-maintained, with well-kept nature and paved roads. I'm zooming down the road with the dash roller. I don't know a thing about tire technology, but apparently these are shock-absorbing and puncture-proof. Nobody keeps track of all the technology in their daily lives. Even the most tech-savvy have gaps in their knowledge. As I go on, I see a developed city up ahead. They have stuff besides agricultural co-ops. Maybe I should stop thinking in terms of my rural homeplanet. Looks like there's even a shopping mall, Claire remarks. It's a real city. But there are no signs of life. I have a bad feeling about this. We reach the city, finding it ravaged. What about the entire system? Looks like it's on that building. Since we only need an airdrop, we just have to take out one spot. I set up my tripod and mount my anti-materiel rifle. The anti-air cannon is exposed on top of the building, a sitting duck. For once, this should be easy. Calibration complete. I pull the trigger, and the anti-air cannon shatters. Just then, I get a transmission from my wife. Repair kits airdropped. A blazing fireball tears through the sky. They call it an airdrop, but really, they just drop it. I watch it land close to the rendezvous point. Melissa's voice crackles over the comms. Received. Starting repairs on the units now. The silence so far is unsettling. Neither ground defenses, nor the Duchy's forces, nor Zorks themselves have shown up. What if the Duke's army is already wiped out? Leo, enough with the morbid jokes. Right, sorry, haha. As I walk through the city, I feel a faint presence. This isn't just intuition, it's something sharper. Oh, this is Jester's ability kicking in. Claire, activate the sensors. I think there's something here. Roger, activating sensors. It's the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Maybe this is what they mean by sensing killing intent. After walking a while, we come face to face with a strange mech. Black paint, a massive sword, tentacles sprouting from its shoulders, and its surface is covered with pulsating flesh. Every time it pulses, its joints shudder slightly. No way, a parasite, Claire murmurs in horror, and at the same time the parasite lets out a roar. Arayag. What the hell, this thing wasn't even in the game. I have no idea how to fight it. What do we do, Leo? What else we fight? This time I pull out the Imperial Standard weapon, blade, ready for battle. Chapter 29. Imperial Standard equipment, set blade. It's a single-edged sword, basically a katana. It's different from the type II straight sword I used last time. The citizens of the Empire are descendants of the Japanese, though no one here could claim being pure-blooded Japanese. The Japan that players know from history has long been lost. Not even the Emperor calls himself Japanese. The word Japanese itself has faded from existence. Only traces of Japanese culture and language remain. The katana is probably one of those remnants, but this one is a massive blade meant to clash with another massive weapon. Obviously, it's not just a hunk of ordinary metal. The one I have is a high-frequency, vibrating blade. But there's an issue with my imperial swordsmanship, specifically for a katana. I only learned it halfway. It's not unusual. Swordsmanship is primarily ceremonial, so you only need to know the forms for those occasions. Most students take all the spear and longsword courses and a bit of katana training before graduating. Spears and longswords are still often used in ceremonies. Meanwhile, unless you aim to join a specialized unit, learning to use a katana is a wasted skill. Obviously, I was not skilled enough to fight with it. So, I gave up on using imperial swordsmanship and decided to learn swordplay my own way. That said, I didn't have a sword-fighting opponent, and as a beginner, I didn't have the time to master the blade alone. Which left me with only one option. VR games. Playing a game inside a game world, the irony. I threw myself into a VR sword-fighting action PvP game in hardcore mode, where the controls mimic real-life movements. I lost so many times I stopped counting. Of course, such a masochistic game doesn't gain much traction in this sci-fi world, but I had a wife who loved tough, punishing games. I got crushed by her in duels, then demolished in online matches. I lost count of how many times I thought of quitting. Is that kind of training real? Count me in. For some reason, Melissa joined in, too, piling up losses alongside me. It's only recently that I've started to win. Who would have thought the day would come to use this seemingly useless skill? The parasite is writhing. Its killing intent is palpable. Just then, the quality of that intent shifts, from something heavy, pressing, to something sharp and piercing. Here it comes. Claire, I'm going to focus for a bit, so please be quiet. Roger, don't do anything reckless. That's impossible. Without taking some risk, I can't win. I take a deep breath. The trick is to observe everything. And trust Claire. I raise the blade and shift it to the right, the Hasso stance. Some of you may have guessed my fighting pattern by now. Of course, you're spot on. Against a superior opponent, there's no holding back. Yuo. I roar, charging at full speed. I don't have the dexterity Melissa does. The Zork's weakness is close combat. Until now, I managed to handle them somehow. But when I was against the giant, my techniques didn't work anymore. When the opponent gets stronger, it's over. That's the fate of Jester. So I'll go with a simple tactic. Might is power. I pick up speed with the roller dash. YOLO. I swing with everything I've got. What if it dodges? I don't care. Take this. I don't even try to stop my momentum as I strike down. The parasite tries to block with its greatsword. As if I didn't see that coming, I go full throttle, putting the mech's full weight into the blow. A massive impact resonates. Blocking is meaningless. The blade drives right into its head. Jaya! The parasite screams, its head crushed. Where's that sound even coming from? Having a bad feeling, I drop to the ground, dodging. The next second, tentacles lash out from the parasite's head, aiming at where my mech's head was just a moment ago. Fire! From the co-pilot seat, Claire fires at the perfect moment. That's my partner, so reliable. With her cover, I retreat. I know I'm at a disadvantage keeping my distance, but I can't predict the enemy's attacks. I hide behind a building. Corner ambush tactic. It's not dead even after its head was smashed. That's just unfair. What do we do, Leo? Retreat. It probably won't give us the time to escape. A shiver runs down my spine. I quickly move away in panic. Thud, tentacles pierce through the building where we were. Whoa. Talk about insane power. Running away? Yeah, Rig. It's coming. I continue to move away. The tentacles mow down buildings as they chase. Mustn't let them get close. Leo, the enemy doesn't seem to know our exact position. Maybe it's sensing heat, infrared, or sound maybe. Got it. Time to try using some ESP. If I use fire to attack, we'll see if it senses heat. Fire. I raise my hand, using my ESP. A small flame appears, guess I didn't put in enough energy. The next second, a tentacle strikes right where the flame was. So it detects heat. But something feels off. Could it pinpoint the attack location so precisely on heat alone? I slap the building's wall and jump away. The tentacle strikes the spot. Guess sound, too. So what now? I spot a construction site. Claire, I need a favor. At this point, I can't afford to worry about being a coward. I move carefully from building to building, suppressing my speed. It seems the parasite can't sense me as long as I stay below a certain speed. After a while, a main road comes into view. Claire, I'm taking my position. Understood. I step out onto the road and raise my sword. Now time to raise hell. The tentacles quickly approach. Relying on my instincts, I begin slashing them as they come. Jaya! The parasite scream echoes. Gotta hold on, more tentacles come. If I cut them in the wrong order, I'm dead. I slash each tentacle one after the other. This is tough. Leo, setup is complete. Nice, just a bit more, but things don't go that smoothly. I sense killing intent from above. From above, tentacles rain down on me. I frantically cut them down. At the same time, the parasite descends, swinging its greatsword. Block it? Impossible. I jump to evade, a backflip rolling to land. The greatsword embeds in the road, scattering fragments everywhere. Firing. At Claire's cue, I rush toward the enemy at full speed. The next moment, a hole opens in the parasite's torso. Anti-material rifle. The trick was simple. Claire used a humanoid construction mech at the site to fire the rifle. The humanoid mech's damaged. I can't fire anymore. Of course. I charge, shouting. I drive my sword into its torso. No technique involved, just brute strength and momentum. But against its already weakened body, that's enough. Yuwoo. Jaya. The parasite splits in two. I hold my stance, watching for any movement. Nothing. We won. I'm drenched in sweat. My hands are shaking. God, that was terrifying. A humanoid enemy that can fight properly is terrifying. Imperial son-in-law, are you safe? An incoming message from one of the Imperial Guard old men. You're late. I'm about to cry. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 30. The Imperial Guard arrive, though a bit too late. We detected an abnormal spike in the Imperial son-in-law's adrenaline levels, so we came to rescue you. Seems like you've already bagged yourself a big one, though. They seem taken aback. You know, it's actually their fault I ended up adopting the brutal Satsuma combat style. They absolutely crushed me in sparring. Like, seriously, no amount of hastily learned tricks could ever work on someone like Melissa, who's been wielding a wooden sword since she was 3. I've only trained with the sword for 2.5 years. It's perfectly normal she and the Imperial Guard old men could thrash me. So, naturally, I've developed a strategy that relies heavily on brute force. When I lose terribly, but my win rate's still high. Guess I have a bit of a knack for being a throw character. My moveset only includes charge attacks and command throws, with the ESB power slot reserved for taunts. That's my honest-to-God skill set. Maybe pushing you to run relentlessly actually worked. Stop giving me that questioning look, I don't know either. Let's just record that Claire took it down. Hey, what do you think you're doing while I'm not looking? Claire rolls up in her humanoid construction mech, but the mech's arm is missing. Guess the recoil of a high-caliber anti-material rifle was too much for the mech. Because, if it's me, my wife will definitely say something like, well, now that you've leveled up your skills, it's time you log into the VR fighting game and climb the ranks. I've already had enough of being stomped by Melissa and my wife. Can't I just play for fun for once? When my strength isn't enough to make up for my lack of skill, all I get is a one-sided beating. It's brutal. I'm amazed the online service is still running in this condition, Claire retorts. It's only the hardcore gamers still playing that game. They're way too strong. Those guys are insane. All that's left are pro gamers and their battle maniac friends, and Melissa and my wife both rank high there. Especially Melissa. She started after I did, yet she's far above me in rank. We spend some time packing up as the Imperial Guard old men haul off the parasite. Do we even have a zoologist on standby? I voice my question. They're planning to freeze it and give it to a researcher later. Claire answers. Apparently, they're preserving the giant Zork, too. Right now, we're the ones running into new species most often, or so Her Highness says, Claire adds. More accurately, we're the only ones encountering new types and living to tell the tale. As I'm still digesting that, one of the Imperial Guard, a mohawked old man, approaches. The Imperial Guard may be tough on me, but they seem invested in my growth. They throw me into battles and only intervene when I'm on the verge of death. Guess that's a sign of their trust? Cheers to warped affection. Imperial son-in-law. Repairs on the students' mechs have begun. We're regrouping at the museum. Got it, by the way, any word from my wife? I haven't heard a thing. She was injured by the defense system. She's currently being treated. Wait, what? That's worrying. She's small, after all. She's my wife, after all. No need to worry. This happens often. Understand, Imperial son-in-law, that the sacrifices she makes are to ensure she remains a princess, not the Emperor's plaything. We hope you can appreciate that. Even her pirate hunts are probably part of that. That Emperor should just hurry up and die. If the original timeline holds, he's got about a year left. What can I do for her? Treat her gently when we get back. She was raised without family affection. We may always nag, but we're all counting on your brightness to lift her spirits. Well, that's right up my alley. That's reassuring. So, the reason the Imperial Guard are so hard on me is that they have high expectations of me. And until her wounds heal, just give her some space. She probably doesn't want you seeing her like that. They're a team of great father figures, really. With that, we head toward the duchy capital. About a quarter of the Imperial Guard are escorting me. We approach the city, but there's no one in sight. The sensors show no sign of civilians. Was everyone massacred? I really hope not. Unlike my home planet, this isn't some comedic world. I need to be prepared for harsh realities. Trenches stretch before the city's gates, and beam defense traps are set up all around. Barbed wire would have been kinder. They'd rather fall than let anyone from the Kamishiro family in. Do they hate us that much? There's the museum, one of the Imperial Guard says, and we stop in front the building and get off our mechs. A sign at the entrance reads, Mistral War Museum. Inside, we find stone tablets detailing the proud history of the Mistral family. There's also a huge, retro red button, so I press it. The Mistral family has successfully defeated the Kamishiro family 1035 times. How much do they hate us? I snap, my voice rising in frustration. The Imperial Guard avert their eyes. Even Claire turns away. Why are you guys looking away? Claire eventually looks at me. Listen, Leo. Creating an external enemy for internal cohesion isn't uncommon, though, to be this thorough. Yeah, they probably hated you. Not helping. Annoyed, I press the other button. We brought civilization to the once uncivilized and barbaric Kamishiro family. Smack, I reflexively kick it. They don't just see us as enemies, they see us as primitives. Don't take it out on the museum, Imperial son-in-law. Over here, we're here to find weapons. Got it. Weapons, oh hey, they've got an RPG launcher. I pull it off the wall and pack it into the container we brought. Then we move on. The museum has everything. Mounted machine guns, assault rifles, submachine guns, even handguns. Not sure if the grenades are still usable, though. Imperial son-in-law, it's fine if they're duds. We can analyze them with our 3D printer and create their blueprints, then share them across the Empire. I guess they're still useful, huh? There's also a massive handgun, or more like a hand cannon. Wait, this uses anti-materiel rounds? Who designs a handgun like this? Can you even shoot this thing? Oh, well, it's going in the container too. They've got swords as well. I load those up. After we've looted our fill, we spot a large door. It opens as we approach, revealing a storage room filled with mechs. Not standard models, but highly advanced ones. Some are even the Empire's latest, barely distributed in the capital. I found a mech hangar. The Imperial Guard arrive when I radio them. Excellent work, Imperial son-in-law. Let's scan these and transmit the data to our ship. They've got a variety of equipment, mostly energy weapons, though I spot some that could work against Zorks. They're not quite mid-level weapons, but good enough for early game. There are also large mortars, much bigger than what we used in training. These are meant for mechs, and there are even anti-tank mines. Imperial son-in-law, once we mass-produce the mines, we'll start placing them. Got it. Time to roll out these bad boys. And that's how we set up base in the museum. Chapter 31. We're scavenging through the museum's inventory. The Duke is definitely a hoarder. The back room is piled high with junk. What are these documents? Paper hasn't been used in the Empire's capital for hundreds of years. It's still used out in the sticks, though, and my family uses it too. The military academy also posts notices on bulletin boards with it. In a school full of young, rowdy idiots, paper's less of a risk for damage. Displays are a real pain to fix, after all. Commercial ones can be printed with a 3D printer, but you get hit with various fees, and they're steep. That's why remote planets mostly stick with paper. It's just more practical. Though calling it paper is a stretch. It's actually a biodegradable sheet made of synthetic cellulose resin, but that's enough details. I don't know everything about it anyway. I start flipping through the documents just for fun. If I find something fishy, maybe I can use it to blackmail the Duke later. I'm the type to get my revenge for a slight, but as I read, it's just stock inventory sheets. Boring. I flip through a few pages, and then I stumble upon an old document from 500 years ago. Wow, it's in good shape. At first, I think it's paper, but it turns out to be a record sheet made from laser-engraved mineral. It's coated to prevent weathering and is meant to last a long time. Normally, something like this would be preserved in a glass case. What is paper again? Documents on these sheets are rarely confidential. They're usually records of victories or significant events. Let's see what it says. 500 years ago, wasn't that when jesters caused a chaos or something? I wouldn't expect much, though. Light punch, light kick, heavy punch. It's the Raging Demon, SF combo. Whoever put this here, I'll beat your ass. And is that a joystick? What, you think I can't pull off the command inputs, huh? I'll show you. Here goes, I enter the Raging Demon combo. With a rumble, the bookshelf starts moving, and a hidden door appears, opening automatically. What the? Claire respond, I found a hidden room. This is Claire. What is in there? I'm about to find out. I'm going in. Wait, I'll bring the Imperial Guard. Claire shows up with one of Imperial Guard old men, the one with a mohawk. So this is the hidden door. What was the Duke hiding? The old man asks. Probably more slander on my family, I shrug. This could be dangerous. We should go in together, Claire suggests. Their expressions give them away. They're thinking, we have to keep an eye on him so he doesn't mess things up. Claire, in particular, seems to have this strange sense of duty about it. The scary part is, I think they're not wrong. We enter together with the mohawk old man in front. No wires, no traps in the floor. It looks clear. Come on in. Inside, we find an old data terminal, looking almost like a workstation. An old model, huh? Claire asks. I'll boot it up, I say. The OS that pops up looks oddly familiar. It's the same OS as the Jester mech, though this one's a simpler model. built more for word processing and spreadsheets. I open the document folder, and there's a ton of diaries saved on it. Why would anyone keep something this old? Claire asks, but I don't really have an answer, so I just say whatever. Maybe he just couldn't throw it out. That's a stretch, Imperial son-in-law. The old man shook his head. Why hide it in a secret room then? But seriously, who would bother saving this stuff? Let's see, our Mistral family narrowly won the war against the Zorks. Wait, hang on. I gasp. Why are they using the term Zorks? That name was only coined recently. When was this written? Claire asks. 500 years ago. A grin spreads across my face. Seems like the Duke's family knew about them. Leo, keep reading, Claire urges. Yes, ma'am. The bioweapons jesters produced spectacular results. However, there was a problem. Although created unable to reproduce, they managed to have offspring. A new generation of jesters is unacceptable. They must be annihilated, I read. This is a critical document. Why didn't they just get rid of it with the terminal? Claire shouts. The Duke probably couldn't bring himself to throw it out, I suggest. My mother's the same way with old pots and pans. Even when the handle's broken, she insists, it's still usable. Sounds like Claire's family has a similar tendency to hoard. Who knew this pack-rat habit would actually be useful? So, it seems that 500 years ago, the jesters fought the Zorks. But then, fearing their power, someone fabricated a rebellion and killed them all. Is that it? The old man scratches his chin, completely unfazed even though we've uncovered evidence of a conspiracy. Isn't that a bit of a leap? Besides, the less we know, the better, wouldn't it? I ask. Even if it's a scandal, it's from 500 years ago. It's not like knowing this will change anything, the old man responds. You're fearless. I'll send a message to inform Her Highness. And by the way, didn't they know how to fight them? Claire asks. I keep reading. On the use of energy weapons. I get a bad feeling about this. Energy weapons are effective against the Zorks. Ah, I see how it is. They were overly reliant on energy weapons, so the Zorks adapted and became energy resistant. Idiots, absolute idiots. Of course they'd adapt, I would too. So that's how the energy-resistant crabs came to be, the old man mutters. Looks like I'll have to have a word with the Duke. I crack my knuckles. I'm going to ask him if he really hate my family so much that he wouldn't even share this info. No, that's a stretch. I transmit the files to the destroyer ship. By then, Melissa and the others, done with repairs, have caught up with us. Ha ha ha, it broke on me. Guess I can't do things like the captain can. Melissa's bright laugh is a breath of fresh air in this tense situation. Captain, let's game again tonight. Come on, boot it up. I'm gonna get beaten up again. Chapter 32. Our training is nothing short of chaos. Since we're pressed for time, we conduct it all in a VR game. Modern military simulators don't have data on old-fashioned weapons, so we make do with outdated games. The same goes for swordsmanship. We even do form practice in VR. After training for a while, gaining practical experience, and running through forms to the point of exhaustion, I finally understand their importance. Forms teach us how to release tension. Once form practice is done, Melissa and I spar over and over. She thrashes me. Am I weak? Melissa pats my shoulder. Captain, you're kinda bugged when it comes to fear and stuff. You move in real combat just like you do in the game, but most people can't because of fear or pain. You're not weak in the game, you're just abnormally strong in actual combat. Hi. Captain, even if your arm gets broken, you'll still use it to hit. You keep fighting even if you're shot or slashed with a sword, trying to strike back until your heart stops. That's not human, that's like something from the animal kingdom. But even the Imperial Guard old men beat me down easily. That's because it's not a fight to the death. Besides, you have a limited attack pattern. For them, that makes you predictable. Even I can win against you in sparring, that is. If we expanded beyond weapons to all close-quarters combat, you'd be pretty good. Your skill with any one weapon may be subpar, but your range of usable weapons is freakishly broad. Are you Hun, the Hun Sensei? Protect me, Hun Sensei. So, is that supposed to be a compliment? Definitely. Fighting like a beast is what the ancient martial artists aspired to. In a way, you've already reached enlightenment. It makes me almost jealous as a practitioner of the sword. That's so. It feels like a backhanded compliment. Still, I have to keep pushing. No word from my wife yet. She's not as resilient as we are, so it's taking time for her to heal. Oh, thinking about another woman. My bad. It's fine. You're worried about the princess, right? Yeah, sorry. I told you it's fine. Now let's get back to training. Following my wife's orders, we've been using VR games as part of our training. The phase of practicing forms with the Imperial Guard is long gone. Now, we need to get our moves down as fast as possible. After our short break, we're all set for a castle siege simulation. To prepare for human opponents, we'll also do a police map in the same game. It's the Hooligans versus Police Post-World Championship match, where the hooligan team throws bricks and Molotov cocktails. Talk about disturbingly realistic. What's with the enlightened look? Melissa asks. Just realizing the impermanence of all things. As we exchange brain-dead banter, an alarm goes off. Imperial son-in-law, we've spotted civilians. I brace for another case of people trapped in the mines, but this one's better. It appears they've taken refuge in the subway. The subway, as expected of a real city. Our Marquisate doesn't have subways. We've got above-ground freight tracks, but even those are outdated. My family doesn't have the funds for major public works. According to the files you found, the subway doubles as a shelter and is designated as an evacuation site in emergencies. So the reason civilians weren't found earlier is they were likely underground. Did they predict the Zork attack? It seems they really knew it was coming. And the Duke? His whereabouts are unknown. I see. Maybe he's leading from below, or perhaps he thinks the war with the Zorks will end quickly and has just holed up. Smart, unlike my old man who thoughtlessly went to battle without a care for his people. So, what do we do, Imperial son-in-law? We have no choice but to go. If we rescue his people, the Duke won't be able to kick us out of the planet. Understood. What about you, Captain? I'm coming with you. I called the shot after all. And so, we set off to explore the subway where our mechs can't go. There's an above-ground station at the center of the capital, its entrance sealed by a shutter. Engineer squad, hand me a circular saw. Got it. I grab the beam-type circular saw and flip the switch. It's a circular saw despite being beam-type, makes no sense, but I guess functionality takes priority. As I press it against the shutter, sparks fly. It's not really cutting, the debris just clears out as it burns through. With this high-temperature cutter, we're through in no time. I grip the edge with pliers and start pulling. The shutter peels off bit by bit, crackling as it goes. Normally, we'd have an armored vehicle or mech rip it apart, but we have to be careful since there are evacuees inside. Once the shutter's off, we enter. No wires, no traps. One of the boys shouts to the Imperial Guard. We are learning trap spotting skills in the field. All right, listen up. Traps aren't always obvious. See that snack left on the table. The moment you reach for it. As the boy sweats and the old man shouts, boom. Be cautious. Traps can be in toys, spare change, snacks, anything that makes you reach without thinking, he continues. Scary. Don't touch random things lying around, the old man adds. People sure are terrifying. My experience says this time there are likely two types of traps. One for pirates looting in the chaos, typical stuff. But the second's a problem, it's for the Zorks. If it were me, I'd rig my fallen comrades' bodies. They eat humans, after all, the old man explains. Now that is truly horrifying. So if you find a corpse, don't touch it. Report it to the Imperial Guard. The tension among us rises. We're under protection, but reality is sinking in. This is a real combat zone. Just where are you, Mr. Duke? In the midst of all this tension, I'm already close to mentally checking out. Chapter 33. I, Melissa Tate Hana, was born into a family of outdated samurai. We're nobility, but not rich enough to mistake ourselves as anything special. The captain calls his home a rural backwater with nothing but a farming co-op. But I wouldn't call a planet with commercial flights and multiple daily passenger shuttles rural. No, a true backwater is a planet like ours. We don't even have a farming co-op or a regular shuttle or even cargo shipments. I never used a 3D printer until I arrived at the military academy. Our internet was so slow, it was practically unusable. Despite being the ruler of a planet, we don't live any better than the regular people. I grew up isolated from the outside world, surrounded by my brothers. Raised as a man. So naturally, I never picked up anything about makeup or fashion. What shocked me at the academy was how pretty the other girls were. They were all incredibly pretty, and their fashion sense was sophisticated. Seeing them, I tossed my best civilian outfit into the trash late one night. That night, I cried alone. My spirit completely broke, so I started acting deliberately brash. I didn't have the confidence to join the girls, but I could pretend to be one of the guys. But then, one day, I overheard something. "Melissa, you mean the one who ranks high on the Academy's ugliest ranking?" For the first time, I wanted to kill someone. I had never been more painfully reminded of my insecurities. Yes, I feared that word, ugly. I didn't understand a word the girls talked about in the girls' restroom, and I'd never invested in trying to look beautiful. But somehow, without any real basis, I'd always thought I was at least average-looking. Though deep down, I knew I wasn't blessed with good looks. So when the day finally came where I was called ugly, I felt like my life was over. Even my anger dissipated somewhere, leaving only bitterness in my chest. I spent my days wallowing in insecurity, like the living dead. I'd lost my motivation for swordsmanship, which I had once been so passionate about. Then one day, aliens attacked during training. It was followed by a speech and heroic action by Leo Kamishiro. Leo Kamishiro was a strange guy. He looked down on everyone, always speaking from a place of superiority. Constantly cold, acting like he had no interest in others. An insufferable guy, really? Yet, he didn't involve himself in the ugliest ranking. Of the boys, only Leo and Kevin didn't participate, and Leo's speech was simply awful. The blunt honesty from someone who looked down on everyone else was shocking. I wondered what kind of beast he kept hidden within himself. That Leo announced that he saw me as a woman and felt attracted to me. Oddly, I didn't hate it. Even though he's so unpleasant. That's when a crazy thought crossed my mind. If I played my cards right, could I actually get a boyfriend? After all, even if it's me, Leo's interested. But reality wasn't that kind. Leo defended us all from the alien attack. Even from a samurai's perspective, it was a monumental achievement. The Empire took swift notice of this impressive story, to the point where the princess herself was married off to Leo Kamishiro, still in line for the throne. And so, my little scheme ended in secret failure. After that, in some strange turn of events, I managed to become one of his official mistresses. Life really is unpredictable. And, as luck would have it, Leo wasn't a bad guy after all. What I thought was him being unpleasant was just an act. The real Leo is actually fun to be around. A wild beast with a clown's mask, that's the real Leo. I only recently understood this. So here I am with Leo in the subway. The last time I was in one of these was back on the capital planet, tagging along with my father for work when I was a kid. For no reason, I feel excited. But then, infrared sensor detected, disabling it now. I shout, opening the control box with a screwdriver. I upload a deactivation program written by an AI and complete the rewrite. The sensor's disabled. Deactivation successful. Phew, it's hot. I sigh, pulling off the head of my protective suit, slipping off my mask. Both my shirt and my hair are soaked in sweat. I'm not an expert in trap removal, but I don't have the luxury to complain. One mistake without this protective suit, and it's death. There weren't any traps at the entrance, but just a little further in, they started popping up. There were so many that even I got roped into helping clear them. Leo is leading the charge in disarming the traps. For better or worse, he's transparent and hardworking. Since that speech, Leo has stopped putting on a fake persona. Even when he acted cool, he had his fans. Now, he's overwhelmingly popular. Since he's married, the girls don't push to win him over, but as his mistress, I feel a small, no, actually a pretty substantial, boost to my self-esteem. Hey, Melissa. He's here. The stuck-up guy from before his speech is long gone. He's turned into this laid-back, easygoing guy. It's almost too big a contrast with his savage self on the battlefield. Captain, I'm bored. I decide to act spoiled. Me too. It's exhausting even though it's just repetitive work. There are too many traps, they don't even work on Zorks. The Zorks, who are like crab-like infantry, are immune to beam weapons. If they were going to set traps like these, they'd be better off using old-fashioned landmines. Maybe these traps are meant for space pirates? No, this place is too risky. If things go wrong, they'd end up fighting both the Zorks and the Duke's army at the same time. They'd be dead in no time. The Imperial Guard seems to notice this suspicious point, but they don't say it aloud. Leo probably realizes it on an instinctual level, too. I feel an ominous sense about it. So I ask Leo directly, why do you think the Duke is doing something so pointless? Why? Maybe because of some historical reason. Seems like Leo's instincts are a bit dulled. Try thinking of it like you were harassing Kevin. The Duke is doing it knowing it's pointless, isn't he? What if he's hiding a secret weapon here? Leo freezes. That dumb look is pretty cute too. Chapter 34. What the heck is this secret weapon? To cool off, I decide to mess with Kevin a bit. I open a comm channel to Kevin, who's currently locked up in the destroyer's brig. Hey boobies. Die. They're huge. If my wife saw them, she'd definitely be like, hand them over, and just grab. That's just how big they were. So, how have you been? Feeling good. Do you really think I'm feeling good while stuck as a girl and being used as a dress-up doll? Apparently, he's not getting bullied or roughed up at least. Any injuries I get tend to be treated like a joke, so I'm not worried about payback. Still, Kevin's turned into quite the pretty girl thanks to the whole Zork transformation. Because of that, he's basically become everyone's dress-up doll. He was already small and androgynous before, so apparently, quite a few people had been waiting for a chance to dress him up. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right. I just told you I'm not. So anyway, I'm down in the subway. Got any intel on the Zorks? I'm on the Zork side, you know. Just give it up. They already cut you loose. Gah. Kevin's officially out of his spy role, and the brainwashing is undone. Without that influence, there's no real reason for him to stick with the Zorks anymore. In fact, there's zero benefit to staying loyal to them. All winning would get the Zorks is a world of pure emptiness, with no internet, no games, no manga, nothing. Kevin knows this too. All right, just tell me what you know already. Or else, next time I see you, your name's officially Boobies. Die, KH just kill me. Whoa, did he just pull a KH just kill me? Line. Not gonna lie, it's a classic, but coming from a former guy, it does nothing for me. My heart is a fragile thing. There's one bit of intel I downloaded from the database. The database? The Zorks are all connected in a web. That's how they share knowledge and instructions. So what's the info? Apparently, there's a weapon in the Duke's territory that gave them a hard time in the last war. So they actually do have something. What kind of weapon could it be? Thanks, alright, I'm off. What kind of weapon could it be? Even after the break, I keep disarming traps. Not that the Duke's family has unlimited resources or manpower, so they can't trap everything. I break through the trap zones without too much hassle. I drop down from the platform onto the tracks. I've already confirmed no trains are running. Turning on my flashlight, I start moving forward. I'm equipped with a shock hammer and an assault rifle. Also, for fun, I printed out that high-caliber pistol with the 3D printer, the one that uses anti-material rifle rounds. Here's hoping I don't need it. As I move forward, there's no sign of any Zorks. No humans either. Honestly, that's scarier. Then, I finally catch sight of the next station. Sandbags are piled up there, hinting at a defensive position. We're surrounded, Melissa murmurs, sensing the hostility. It's not as intense as a Zork, so it slipped under my radar. Stop right there. Some men point pulse rifles at us. The Imperial Guard and I activate the anti-energy shields on our combat suits. The students behind us quickly follow suit. Draw weapons. At the Mohawk guy's command, everyone draws their weapons. They all have swords while I'm holding a hammer. Why, though? I'm Kamigagagogo. Zip it if you don't want trouble, Melissa says, muffling me. Well, considering how much they seem to dislike me, it's probably better if I stay quiet. Instead, the Mohawk old man raises his voice. We're the Imperial Guard and elite guard of Imperial Princess Veronica. We've come to assist. The students are officially attached to the elite guard. I, however, am neither an Imperial Guard nor elite guard, instead holding the mysterious position of the princess's consort. Apparently, when the elite guard finally gets formal Imperial recognition, I might become their commander with the rank of captain. That's a major career milestone since the highest I've been is major. It's practically a dream come true. Life really does have its surprises. Captains are a big deal, you know. Anyway, mentioning the Imperial Guard's name gets an immediate effect. We're the Duke's army. I'm Corporal Sam. I'm Major Piggott of the Imperial Guard. Apparently, the Mohawk old man's a major. The corporal immediately stands at attention. I get him, the old man's super intimidating. Please, this way. He leads us further in. I follow along, blending in with the students to avoid revealing my identity as part of the Kamishiro family. Inside the station, I see a number of civilians. Not a huge crowd, though. There are around 200 people here in total. Do you have any plan to turn things around? The Duke said he would activate the secret weapon as of yesterday's transmission. There really is a secret weapon. Just then, an announcement echoes through the station. The Duke is deploying. We'll broadcast it on the display. Oh, perfect timing. Right this way, everyone. The corporal leads us to a large public display. Text scrolls across the screen. Ancient weapon incoming? Something about this feels off. Are they already assuming they'll win? On the screen, trains start moving. I get a bad feeling about this for a different reason now. Several trains are in motion. No way, don't do it. It's breaking genre boundaries. Kambiyan. They did it. Some fly, some transform. The trains merge together, becoming one giant robot. Linear Blazer. A deep voice singer belts out a theme song. You guys are having way too much fun with this, aren't you? How much time did you put into setting this up? All of us who's fought the Zorks is cringing. These aren't foes you can just play around with. But the Duke's troops and the civilians are mesmerized, gazing at it like a divine figure has descended. Ha 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 ha! The devils revived from 500 years ago. I am Duke Mistral, ruler of this planet. Come at me if you dare. The Duke's personal mech uses a trains as a shield, then draws a sword from the train. How do you normally use trains again? No, better not to think about it, or I might lose my mind. Anyway, from any angle, the Duke clearly isn't taking this seriously. Chapter 35. It might sound strange coming from a muscle brain like me, but this is just dumb. I mean, it's definitely an option, and yeah, I kinda love it. But doing this now? Really? A combined robot? The linear blazer moves forward. A Zork appears, but it's way too small by comparison. It just gets squashed underfoot. Captain, looks like we've found a new tactic. Melissa's voice comes through the comms. Total dominance by sheer mass. Simple, but effective. The only problem is that we can't just make that kind of robot whenever we want. The 3D printers probably can't handle some of its parts. Plus, at that size, it would probably collapse under its own weight during assembly. We'd need a space dock, like we do for battleships. Wait, it might be feasible if we ignored the cost. The Duke's linear blazer stomps on the Zorks with overwhelming force. The Duke, naturally, starts getting carried away. Ha 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 ha. Curse you, foul Kamishiro demons. Looks like he thinks the Kamishiro family created the Zorks. No, that doesn't even make sense. Kamishiro's a marquee family. We're out in the sticks. There's no way we'd have the resources to make the Zorks. Captain, I think, this is beyond logic at this point. Seriously, what did we even do to deserve this much hatred? Biwahahaha. Today marks the end of the Kamishiro family. A giant humanoid-type Zork arrives, but it's still small in comparison. It takes down the giant, which I once struggled against with a single kick. Weak, weak, weak. Invincible. Or at least that's how it seems. I know it's weak points. Yes, even in the game, they sell massive mechs like this. They're strong, but... As I'm shaking my head, an alarm goes off. See, what did I say? Danger, danger, danger. What? What's happening? The Zorks are climbing up the linear blazer's legs. There are so many, maybe hundreds by now. You insolent creatures. The Duke rages, crushing the crabs beneath him. But yeah, as I expected. Haha, Captain. Looks like he doesn't know how to use his big robot. You dare speak ill of the Duke. The corporal loses it. I mean, he's got this huge thing, but no guards for it. Big guys are supposed to be the tank, you know. Exactly. A massive unit like this is supposed to be the tank. Not taking that role is like throwing away the advantage of being big and eye-catching. And there's another fatal flaw, too. No choice, activating chest cannon, Death Blaster. The chest opens and a massive cannon emerges. It's beautifully tacky in the best possible way. Honestly, I like this design. Death Blaster fire. The Death Blaster sweeps the area. But it doesn't hit a single Zork at its feet. Then the moment arrives. Crack, 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 there's the sound of joints creaking. Snap. A bolt flies out from a joint. No, why are you still using bolts? Those fell off hundreds of years ago. Upgrade your trump card with the latest tech's idiot. Next, there's a snapping sound as a wire springs loose. In the next instant, the knee buckles in the wrong direction. Uwug. What's happening? The machine starts to lean over with a sickening crunch. This is the fatal flaw. The joints on these 500-year-old models are weak. Even with the latest gears, they'd snap from something like a giant swing. They're not built for long-term combat. My personal mech is undergoing a redesign to strengthen the joints. The joint structures are being upgraded to modern 3D frameworks, and they're recalculating to handle the shifted weight balance. These old models are that fragile. The latest materials are lighter and sturdier. But even the latest materials won't stand a chance against the Zork, the insane creatures who can rip through battleship hulls. Naturally, the hundreds of Zorks swarming the linear blazer quickly tear off its leg. Several Zorks get crushed under the falling mech, but those that survive climb up and attack. They know no fear of death. Each Zork is essentially a drone. But humans are different. Stop. The Duke's scream echoes out. Major Piggott from the Imperial Guard immediately shouts, "Cut the broadcast now. Do not tarnish the Duke's honor." "Why, yes, sir." The colonel contacts someone, and the broadcast cuts out. "Colonel, from here, command is being transferred to the Imperial Guard. Who's the highest-ranking officer left?" "Sir." "The Duke's third son, young Master Marma, is here. Bring us to him, Imperial son-in-law. Claire doesn't seem to be in good condition. Then Melissa, you too come with me." "Roger." "All right." They escort us to the station office. Inside is a young boy in military uniform, maybe 10 years old. "I am Marma Mistral." The boy introduces himself, his head sporting a pair of adorable animal ears. "Wait, are you Ren's?" "Oh, I'm her younger brother." "Do you know my sister?" "Know her, you can say that. Ren, I found your little brother, your father didn't make it." I open a comm line, and Ren appears on the hologram. "Marma, you're safe." "Sister." "What about elder brother, elder sister?" "Mother." "Elder brother went to battle with father. Mother and elder sister are in the subway." "What about the ladies?" "Since the creatures appeared, she's been missing." "Sister, even before the war started, she was acting strangely." "Yeah." "There's a very high chance the Duke's main wife is a Zork spy." I glance at Melissa, who gives me a look that says, "Don't say a word." Noted, not saying a thing. Ren then turns to Marma. "Marma, listen. Give command authority to Leo. He's from the Kamishiro family, but he won't discriminate against beasts." "Kamishiro, don't tell me. It's been on the news, but maybe you haven't seen it. Leo defeated the Zorks and became Princess Veronica's consort." That can't be true, a member of the Kamishiro family, once called mortal devils, with her highness. Leo is the only one who can save us in this situation. Please grant him command. Marma thinks about it for a moment. Sure, even if he logically understands, it must be hard emotionally to hand command to someone from the Kamishiro family, who he was probably raised to see as the ultimate evil. But his answer comes surprisingly quickly. "Understood, Sir Leo, I grant you command. Please save our people." "Young Master Marma, I will do my best." Guess I'm all fired up now. I'll have to ask young Master Marma if I can touch his ears later. Chapter 36. I've ended up in charge of the Duke's army. Suddenly, a call comes in from my wife, who hasn't contacted me in ages. She's got bandages wrapped around her head and arms. "Husband, you really ran wild while I wasn't looking." You're not hurt. Are you okay?" "This is exactly what I mean." This is exactly what I mean. You shameless flirt." "Oh, stop it. It's just a minor injury. I fell and broke a bone when we hit turbulence, that's all. I'm fragile because I'm still in my body is still suspended in juvenile stage. You should really rest. I'm practically healed. Anyway, they say the Duke has fallen in battle." His vitals stopped. I couldn't keep the promise I made to Ren. Sure, maybe the sensors on his combat suit broke, or he took it off. But realistically, it means he died in combat. He isn't someone from Comedy World, after all. What did Ren say? She asked me to protect her mother and brother. Her not scolding me hit me even harder. There's no use regretting what you couldn't do. Focus on what you can do right now. "A wifey." "What?" "I'm so glad I married you." "You should be. I'm the best woman in the galaxy." She's completely cheered up now. "So, got any plans, husband?" "Nothing specific. Waiting here to intercept mostly. It's cramped here, which works to our advantage against the Zorks. It's a bit of a shame, though, because it's too tight to use our mechs in here. Still, we have plenty of ammo and firearms, so it's manageable." "Understood. I'll devise a strategy here. I'll confer with Marma. She goes off to get young Master Marma. Now that I think about it, since I'm the current family head, I outrank him. Maybe I should drop that thought. If I act all high and mighty, I'd probably face payback later. No sense in stirring up grudges. Well, I'll be on my way then. Just as I turn to go, young Master Marma arrives. Sir Leo, we've found another one. Wait, seriously, totally not the right genre here. You mean a linear blazer? Yes, we found another one. For real? You've got to be kidding me. Got an instruction manual. Guess it's time to get serious. No other choice after all. After parting with young Master Marma, I start poring over the manual. It's a single-seater by default. It can handle a two-person setup if needed, with the co-pilot operating the Death Blaster. Since Claire's feeling unwell, I figure I'll go solo this time. The manual uses tons of old-fashioned language, making it feel almost like an archaeological dig. I use a translation app on my visor to decode it. Then I run it through the AI for confirmation, but I'm the one who ultimately decides the meaning. What's this? This machine is exclusively for jesters. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Again with the slapstick expectations. Give me a break. The corporal leads me to the train, which is the control room. The controls are the same as regular mechs. So, the train's operated by AI, huh? As I go through the manual, I start to understand this machine's purpose. It's a transport ship. The linear blazer's a transport ship equipped with attack capabilities. Makes sense, I guess. It usually just barrels down the tracks, but when avoiding a fight with the Zork becomes impossible, it combines with other units. The Death Blaster can be used offensively, but its main purpose is clearing escape paths if the way's blocked. Makes sense. Wait a minute. The manual says it's a tunnel-boring blaster, not a death blaster. It's for construction. Well then, if it's a construction vehicle, I'm the right person for the job. Yes, I'm a humanoid heavy mech specialist. Took a rigging safety course last summer, too. All right, let's launch. It moves pretty smoothly. Looks like I'm getting better at piloting. Leo, you are ready to launch after approving the combination sequence. This time, Ren, the mechanic, will be my support. Claire's bedridden. The doctor says it's due to exhaustion. Sorry. It's my fault. She went through too much, didn't take her endurance into account. Leo, please respond. Whoops, got lost in thought. Combination sequence approved. Combination sequence approved. Ready for launch, I say. Combination will commence 30 seconds after launch. Launching now. The platform doors open, and I launch. Infantry in position. Drones and turrets activated. The G-forces don't kick in. Smooth as silk. As I glide out, combination begins. Commencing combination. The combination of giant robots is a thing of dreams. Wondering if it serves any real purpose. That's missing the point. But I have to say it. This doesn't fit the genre, does it? The impact of the combination was minimal. With a satisfying clang, clang, and some slick movement, combination completes. As I land with a thud, an unknown transmission comes through. Who are you? It's the Duke, he's alive. I'm with Princess Veronica's Imperial Guard. I see, my time is over, I can't feel my legs. I have a request. Protect Marma and my daughters. Got it. Don't clone me, that is an evil technology. Got it. Kyuhyuha, demons resurrected from ruins. Don't underestimate humanity. Gwahahaha, I'll take you with me. Ren, forgive me. The linear blazer father was in is overheating. It's going to explode. First I see a flash, then the shockwave hits. Almost simultaneously, I hear the deafening roar. In the distance, a massive column of smoke rises. The explosion sends debris flying. The Zorks are blasted away. Duke Oldie. Imperial son-in-law, there's no time for you to be spacing out. Major Pigott in his mech yells at me. I see the Zork swarm approaching. Gotcha. Duke Oldie, your grudge against the Kamishiro family annoyed me, but you went out like a hero. I'll make sure to fulfill your last wish. Deploying steel beams. Ren launches steel beams from the supply system in the station. What am I going to use them for, you ask? To smack down these crabs, of course. Chapter 37. Jester confirmed. Please select the post-combination pose. What? A voice is speaking directly into my head. Please select the color for the smoke screen backdrop. Green, I guess. Boom. An explosion goes off behind me, filling the air with green smoke. What is this? Husband, what is the deal with that smoke screen? My wife checks in, worried. This mech, it's talking directly into my brain. It asked me to pick a color, so I did, and now this. PTSD maybe. No. This machine is Jester's custom model. It's full of bizarre gimmicks. You have to trust me on this. Husband, just keep going as you are. Guess there's no turning back. Let's do this. The pose. Whatever, sheeing. I strike the pose of a wild hawk. It really just did a pose. And then, bam, another smoke screen. My list of dark history just keeps growing. Extreme mode can be unlocked. No thanks. Please unlock extreme mode. I don't want it. Failure to unlock will result in self-destruction. All right, fine. Extreme mode unlocked. Extreme mode unlocked. Clank clank. Why would you add pointless gimmicks to an already fragile machine? It's practically made of paper. Husband, what happened? The mech threatened me, so I had to unlock extreme mode. What? I grab a steel beam. A horde of crabs charges in, activating ESB power assist. What is that? Using ESB power to protect moving parts. This will triple maneuverability and double operational time. What's that supposed to mean? Suddenly, I feel a strange, draining sensation. Wi-Fi, it's sucking my ESB energy. It's draining me. Husband. Initiating brain chemical mitigation. That sounds terrifying. A sudden prick of pain hits the back of my hand. A needle extends from the control stick, piercing my hand. Is this a syringe? It's a syringe, isn't it? Hey, is this thing still safe to use? Silent huh. It just used a 500-year-old drug on me. This machine is pure evil. My blood pulses through my veins. It feels like all the blood vessels in my face are swelling up. For some reason, I'm now absolutely convinced I can win. Yeah, it's that kind of drug. Wifey, I'm gonna bite through them all. My husband is broken. My husband is. I whirl the steel beam over my head. Igrara. My roar sounds less human and more like a monster's. I strike down the first wave of crabs with my steel beam, sending them flying into the air. But there are too many of them. They keep coming in relentless waves. Full power assist engaged. At this point, I'm one with the linear blazer. Almost in sync with the AI's voice, I leap into the air. Without ESB assistance, my joints would have snapped for sure, but my massive frame soars skyward. I bring my feet down in a powerful stomp, sending shockwaves across the ground. The crabs are launched into the sky. I plunge the steel beam into the ground and spin. This move, I remember it from a fighting game. The crabs are shredded as if they were thrown into a blender. Take down the ones Leo missed. The students arrive, blasting away from the truck-mounted machine guns, tearing the crabs to shreds one by one. Leo, are you all right? Ren shouts in concern. Huff huff, beast ears. Leo's broken. It's just hard for me to talk, and I'm drooling. Haya, glasses girls king duuwum. Our resident idiot is brokiayayan. The students scream. Once this fight's over, everyone's getting a lecture. Spotting a humanoid giant-type Zork, I yank out one of the steel beams and charge. The linear blazer is much bigger than the giant, so there's no way it can withstand a direct hit. One strike and it's gone, but I can't let my guard down. Now, even the parasitic variants that gave me hell have arrived. Boo-woobs. Against my will, my mouth blurts out my preferences. There isn't a man alive who doesn't like boobs. Oh, you bastard, you were aiming for Kevin while pretending not to care. The boys shout. No, let me be clear, I wasn't. Tomboyish girls who act like boys are precious. Wah, he complimented me. Melissa pulls up in a modified truck, waving from the gun turret. Husband, why am I not on your list? You'll pay for that later. Hey, I do love you. Really. It's just, you're so small, and I'm afraid I'll break you. I think looking at you in lewd way can wait a little while. Beast ears. I leap, twisting midair to deliver a roundhouse kick to a parasite. The parasite type that gave me so much trouble before feels like nothing now. But there's more than one of them. A whole swarm of parasites is closing in, preparing Death Blaster. Wait, aren't laser beams useless against them? And isn't that weapon meant for tunneling? Incorrect. For anyone but Jester, it's downgraded to the tunnel-boring blaster. The Death Blaster is a powerful ESB weapon. W8, I have a really bad feeling about this. Charging ESB energy for the Death Blaster. Jaya. Wait, it's draining me. It's sucking me dry. Death Blaster fire. It's some kind of gravitational weapon. Probably. Everything around the black sphere it fires gets sucked in. Thank goodness I didn't fire it toward my allies. It's pure destruction. Nothing remains, not even a trace of grass. This isn't something you should let Jester use. It's practically a weapon for Sage with this kind of power. The collateral damage is just too insane. Chapter 38. The Death Blaster's gravitons wiped out the swarm of crabzorks. Not a single parasite is left behind either. The once-lush lands of the Duke's territory are now a barren wasteland, not even a weed sprouting. I'm so getting chewed out for this. The financial damages are definitely astronomical. Natural ecosystem is insanely expensive after all. Boobs. I still can't manage a proper sentence. What am I supposed to do about this? It's then, just as I start to despair a bit, Jaya. Something enormous claws its way out of the scorched earth. It looks like some kind of dinosaur from a zoo planet. Or rather, it's a straight-up kaiju. Node of the Zork network detected. Suggest activating extreme burst mode. No way in hell, acknowledged. Activating extreme burst mode. Wait, hey, I didn't approve that. You're just ignoring me, aren't you? You're noisy. Hey, you little My face slams into the seat. Wait, not the eyes. No needles anywhere near my eyes. A robotic arm straps a mask to my face. I've seen this in JoJo. And no, not this too. Initiating extreme burst mode. Spikes emerge from both sides of the mask. One punctures the back of my head. I am turning into a vampire. Direct brain stimulation engaged. ESP power maximized. Huff puff huff puff. I can see it. I can see the kaiju's next move. Probably just my imagination, though. The kaiju's dorsal fin starts to glow. Big butt. I aim a steel beam right at its jaw. The kaiju's breath attack fires into the sky. If that hit me, I'd be dead for sure. System, one more death blaster. Charging in progress. Damn it, still not ready. Gwalarg. The kaiju swings its tail around. I jump to dodge it, bringing down the steel beam in the same motion. Crack. The steel shatters. Not strong enough, huh? I toss it aside and lunge. The kaiju grabs me, and we lock in what looks like a wrestling hold. You freckle-faced brat with the death glare. We both go for a headbutt at the same time. The seatbelt holds me in, but the seat shakes. The belt and mask holding my face fall to the floor. I feel something dripping from the back of my head. This can't be the kind of fluid that's supposed to leak, right? My already questionable brain just got even worse, I'm sure of it. Head damage detected. I don't care, another headbutt, crack, as my horn came off. Shut up, AI. The kaiju opens its mouth to bite down. Its teeth sink into my shoulder. Shoulder armor took critical damage. Yeah, I know. I twist my body, reaching between its legs while it's off balance from biting me. Unshaved stubbly. What am I even saying? Why am I saying this? But my resolve's strong. I lift the kaiju onto my shoulders, gathering momentum. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Digging in my heels, I run faster and faster until at top speed I leap and slam it down. Oklahoma Stampede. You woo 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 woo. Finally, the hellish auto-fetish exposé shouting stops. A normal roar escapes my mouth. The kaiju lets go of my shoulder. I pin it down and start pounding its face. Because of you, my dark histories just keep increasing. I'm taking you down. I slam its side and apply a guillotine choke. Jaya. The next second, I see I'm dead. Wait, it wasn't just my imagination. I can see just a glimpse of the future. I grab its mouth, forcing it shut with both hands. There's an explosion and I'm blasted away. I roll and try to stand, but my hand won't move. My right arm lies on the ground, torn off. The kaiju's hurt too. Half its head is gone. Well, that's sexy. Even with that injury, the kaiju charges at me again. Jester, emergency override. Use your ultimate skill, dimensional slash. What the heck is that? My remaining left hand starts glowing. Guess it means I'm supposed to slice it with a karate chop. I feel my ESP energy draining fast. I've got it on the ropes, this has to work. Ultimate skill, dimensional slash. I slice down, aiming to cleave from its remaining head to its torso. A moment later, the kaiju splits open from the shoulder. Dimensional slash is a weapon that slices through space itself. That was a bit of overkill. Finish off the Zork network node. It's still alive, you've got to be kidding. Destroy the core. The core, the red stone in its chest. Should I use dimensional slash? Crush it with your foot. Got it, I raise my foot and stomp down, shattering the red core. Zork network node eliminated. Zork creatures nearby have been disconnected and will go dormant. Looks like we're in the clear for now. Unfortunately, I have bad news. I'm done for. I can feel my head throbbing, veins about to burst, with strange fluid leaking from the back. Hallucinations are kicking in too. I see a tiny fairy with butterfly wings hovering around. Wake up. Slap slap, the fairy's patting my face. Jester, wake up. Slap slap, so annoying, initiating healing. Activating self-recovery skills and boosting them. My ESB energy drains again, but no screaming this time. The wound on the back of my head closes and the leaking stops. Jester, let me introduce myself. I am the Sage Transition Support System. Pleased to meet you. I get it now. I think I know where this is going. You're not coming with me, got it? I point at the fairy. There's no way I could bring something as huge as the linear blazer along anyway. Chapter 39. It is I, Veronica. Leo, the imperial son-in-law, has snatched victory from the jaws of despair, freeing the surrounding star systems. Read that sentence alone, and you'd think it was a chapter straight out of a hero's tale. But for those of us who watched it live with sound, let's just say our feelings were complicated. Gahahaha. I can use his voice as background music. Melissa, laughing with an unrestrained cackle and pointing at the screen. She's my husband's mistress. I let it go because I am, after all, the most desirable woman in the galaxy. It doesn't bother me. Compared to my own father, who fathered children with his own daughters, this is trivial. If, however, my husband ever tried anything like that with our daughter in the future, well, I'd kill him on the spot. No reason to keep him alive, but that's a matter for another time. Right now, my dear husband is bedridden. Melissa, how's he doing? I ask her, studying her face, which is striking in its intensity. Her features are sharp, nose straight, lips full without any hint of excessive sensuality. Individually, all her features are appealing. Though she's not exactly cute, she looks like a model with some makeup on. Honestly, are the men who put her in the ugly rankings out of their minds? Her curves are feminine, accentuated in just the right places. Leo clearly has the better taste here. I wonder, are men just fools? Melissa flashes me a grin. Yeah, he's been tormented by nightmares. We need to purify his system of some unknown drug and address his head injury. Leo's lying in intensive care, thanks to a medical procedure that's practically human experimentation from 500 years ago. He insists he's fine, yet he's on the verge of losing his sanity. I mean, he sees unicorns glowing in all 7 colors. Modern jesters sure are soft. That comment comes from the cause of all this, a disinterested observer. She flits around in augmented reality, a little winged pest. She looks like a girl with butterfly wings, but she's an absurd construct called the Sage Transition System, a high-functioning AI. She even hacked herself into the destroyer's computer remotely and made herself right at home. Perhaps I should just wipe you out with antivirus software. No, give AI some love and rights. Annoying. But I need her for now. I may just find a way to unlock the mysteries behind Leo's and Jester's power. All right, maybe it's time to apply some pressure. Tell me how to heal him, or I'll delete you. Eek, I'm sending the data. Right now, a data packet comes in. According to the AI's search results, Leo was injected with an old drug from eons ago, meant to develop ESB powers as a defense against foreign invaders. Humanity's ugliness distilled. Needless to say, it's banned today. But princess, it's a drug to make him the strongest. The moment I hear that nonsense, I snap. You fool, what good is strength if it breaks him? Leo will be the father of a child who might one day rule as emperor. Not that anything's been set in stone. But since father hasn't married me off, it means he's keeping the path open for me, a hint that my child has high chances of succession, likely within the top 10. After this victory, that's no longer just a dream but a realistic possibility. And it's not just about my ambition. Yes, Leo may be an eccentric, a brute, a combat junkie who seems like he belongs in a comedy. But even after learning my revolting family secrets, he didn't reject me. He's kinder than he seems. I never imagined I could marry someone I actually connect with. An imperial princess, ranking lower than 100, is usually treated as nothing but a tool. They're pawned off to lecherous old men or high nobles who can't marry for various reasons. My role as a pirate hunter was only delaying the inevitable. If I died, My clone would become my father's slave. He doesn't recognize clones as the real thing. That trash will have to die someday. I don't want the throne, but I do want his life. Ideally, I'd liberate my sisters too. Compared to my unfortunate sisters, I'm lucky. Leo is a brave, kind soul I can truly talk to. An exceptional match. I'll never let him go. With him, I might finally have the family I always dreamed of, and that's why I can't forgive this AI. Still, this doesn't make sense. In the last war, all jesters were ordered to be sacrificed, the AI mutters, mumbling. Hand over a terminal. I'll delete this idiot right now. I'm just saying, jesters weren't meant to have descendants. They were created as mutants to be used up in war. My dear husband has parents, you know. What? You mean they reproduced? Is that a problem? That's practically a biohazard. Silence, it's been 500 years without issue. What's there to panic about now? And there are plenty of psychers out there. Psychers, a lot of them. Yes. It's over. This isn't just the end of the empire. It's the extinction of humanity. Stop with the nonsense. Psychers are already woven into the fabric of humanity's DNA. Do you even understand, princess? Can you grasp the crushing despair of an innocent AI designed to preserve genetic purity, only to wake up and find the galaxy overtaken by new human race? Give it up. No one cares. Oh, relax. Psychers are useful. I heard that those with control over fire or electricity can cut their utility bills in half. Melissa, who's been watching our argument, smirks. You mean genetic pollution is only worth about as much as utility bills? The AI retorts. It's just the current mindset. In the colony planets, for example, they embed chloroplasts into their cells. Ren's race of beast are enhanced humans meant for planetary development. The rise in psychers isn't that big of a deal. Besides, in our territory, psychers are welcome, and half of our samurai corps are psychers too. Humanity's already extinct. Be quiet. We are humanity, got a problem with that? Speak up and I'll delete you, I interject. No complaints here, ma'am. My dear husband, this is how you threaten someone properly. Still, I worry about Ren. Since her Duke father fell in battle, she must be struggling. I trust my husband will handle it smoothly, though. Chapter 40. Just a moment ago, I was a guy with zero rights. The AI had forcibly injected me with some kind of drug and brain-stimmed me until I was almost a goner. I kept seeing a unicorn glowing in 7 colors on an endless loop. I thought I was gonna die. But thanks to the neutralizer and nanomachines, I managed to survive. And I was back to normal in half a day. The healthcare in this world sure is ridiculous. After I leave the hospital, they escort me to an administrative building. Ren and young Master Marma are waiting for me. Sir Kamishiro, congratulations on your discharge, young Master Marma says with a lively tone. He must have practiced. He delivered that nicely. Ren's dressed up in formal attire. Congratulations on your victory, young Master Marma, Lady Ren. We're doing this just to reassure the citizens. For the cameras, too. Once we step into the office, and it's finally private time. I don't want to be a lord. Ren stretches out on an expensive-looking couch. Young Master Marma's nibbling on some snacks on the table. We're past caring what we look like to each other. My wife isn't here. She's staying in the destroyer with a broken leg. Ren grabs a snack and opens up a file in augmented reality. The file contents appear on my side as well. The title is Ownership Rights of the Linear Blazer. I don't want it. I'd prefer if they just scrapped it, including that AI. Leo, that's impossible. The Linear Blazer's now a guardian deity that saved planet Mistral. My issue isn't the Linear Blazer itself. I just can't forgive that monster of an AI. Can't we at least find a way to obliterate that AI? I'd gladly take it down, even if I have to take myself down with it. Veronica said, that's a no-go, you know. What? Not even revenge is allowed. Welp, if that's what my wife says, I have no choice but to comply. So, back to the topic of the Linear Blazer. Young Master Marma brings us back to the point we weren't making any progress on. Go ahead and use it. It's not like we can take it with us, I say. The Linear Blazer is way too big, it won't fit in a destroyer, probably can't even be towed. So what do we do? At this point, we'll just have to leave it behind. We have to head to the capital planet. Our mission is to liberate the capital and save everyone's families. I'm a man who keeps his promises. And for that journey, we don't need any fancy weaponry, not that we could bring it along anyway. Even if we had a space carrier, we wouldn't go out of our way to bring the linear blazer. Thank you. Sister, let's display the linear blazer in the main hall. With that, the linear blazer issue is settled. The remaining topics are logistical, stuff like food, water, and other supplies. These are mostly finalized, so we're just confirming them. Oh, you're giving us natural soil bacteria. There are a lot of places the linear blazer scorched bald, so young Master Marma smiles wryly. Sorry. The damages are astronomical, no way I can compensate for them. It's fine. Restoring the land works well as a recovery project. He waves his hand. Okay. Hey, Ren, what are you planning to do now? What do you mean? I'll just keep boarding the ship as always. Her animal ears twitch. She seems genuinely confused. And this planet? I'll leave it to Marma and Mother. I wasn't trained as an heir anyway. I'll be more useful with the maintenance team. I see. I'll be counting on you then. There aren't many engineers who can service military aircraft. The maintenance team's seriously understaffed. Ren is a big help. She can even work as an operator. Ah, but being a mistress is a no-go. Haha, that was all my wifey's doing, not mine. I never asked for a harem. That was all part of her scheme. If you want me, you'll have to woo me properly. Hee. She's giving me a pretty meaningful look. After the meeting, I help with the loading work. Non-engineering students like me are only expected to do the grunt work. I load supplies with a forklift. Leo has a bunch of certifications. He must have really wanted to avoid going back home. He'd prepared himself to live in the imperial capital, even if he got kicked out of the army. Once the supplies are loaded, I switch to a humanoid heavy-duty mech. I use it to transport ammunition. Here's the ammo delivery. I hand it off to the boys. Here comes Harem King. He must be laughing at us maidenless behind our backs, the demon. What did I ever do to you guys? It's all your own fault that you're still single. Seriously, you guys need to knock it off. You stole Melissa from us all. She hated you guys because you made that ugliest rankings. Idiots. Why will we be exploited like this forever? Stop acting like victims. In the first place, she was never yours. You know that guys turn stupid when we get together. It was just a slip-up. For a slip-up, it was way too elaborate. Think about how Melissa feels, you idiots. If you want my advice, just stay single forever, idiots. Waza. Evil is defeated. Talking them down feels good. I hand out ammo to the girls next. Oh, it's Leo. Ammo delivery here, I say. Gonna tattle to Veronica. This isn't cheating. Squee. I drop off the ammo, exchanging brainless banter. I thought the girls would hate me for making Melissa my mistress, but it's had the opposite effect. Having a good face really helps. So, who's your main? That'd be my wifey, of course. We're married. No way. He answered without hesitation. The girls seem happy, squealing excitedly. So, what about Ren? She told me to woo her if I want her as a mistress. Squee. They're delighted. Girls sure love romance talk. As I watch them with lukewarm eyes, the conversation shifts. But, I wish I had a boyfriend. Yeah, who knows when we might die. I just wanted a boyfriend, at least. Cut it out, enough with the dark talk. Nobody's dying. I've come close many times, but I'm still here, aren't I? You guys will be fine too. Haha, hearing that from you, Leo, makes me think we'll make it. And when we liberate the imperial capital, you'll be heroes. You'll have all the guys to choose from. Haha, true, let's give it our best. We're heading toward the final showdown. I'll get everyone home safely. End of Volume 1.